Now, make sure you understand this is a nonpartisan affair. We have invited many candidates. You can see.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000.
We're glad a couple of us in our organization, some did not. We invite Republicans, we invite Democrats, we invite any candidates that seem to have a viable path to the election. So that's why we're here tonight, is to give you that idea. We think you'll like some answers. We think you won't like others. But in the same way we ask the candidates to be civil, we're asking you to be civil. Now, you might have a bone or a crone now and then, but let's keep it to that, okay? When your moderators are going to give us directions through the course of the event, remember, we want your questions. You may think of a question, and at any moment, raise your hand, jump up and no, maybe not. But let us know, we'll collect your comments. So thank you for coming and welcome. This is going to be a great evening. I'm going to give you this microphone to the moderators, and they are going to lead us through an educational and informative and an interesting evening together.
Thank you, Pastor Rick Stevens. My name is Ryan Kennedy. I'm the Chief of Operations here at the Florida Citizens Alliance FLC Action. And I have my ever co-moderator. I'll let him introduce himself now, and I'll explain the rules.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here. My name is R.C. Williams. I'm co-founder, along with Juliana Ormond, of Sherloc Research and Behavioral Marketing. Also, Watchmen Action, a ministry focused on equipping the church to engage the culture. It's wonderful to be in civic dialogue tonight for a potential future governor of the state of Florida.
So the rules are as follows. Each candidate will get a 2-minute opening and a 2-minute closing. They will both get 2 minutes each to respond to your questions or to the questions we ask. And as Pastor Rick said, if a candidate on the stage is mentioned, they will get 30 seconds to respond. And we do reserve the right as moderators to ask for additional information if we need to with additional time if a question isn't answered. So that's just something I'll say up front. We hope to take a number of questions. Our rules are we try to do at least 50% of the questions from the audience. So, we will be asking your questions tonight.
Yeah. So a note for the candidates and those in the audience, you'll notice that we have a timekeeper down front. So hello, timekeeper, can you raise up one of the cards? Great. So you'll see your timers. I believe that green is 1 minute. Is that correct?
Green is, you still
Green
have,
is you're good.
Yep. Yellow is 30
Yellow is 30 seconds, and red is you're done. We ask for you to respect those times. We will cut you off if you go over.
Okay. So first, I'm going to go based on alphabetical order. So Mr. James Fishback, you have your chance to do your opening.
Thank you very much, Ryan, RC, Speaker Winner. Thank you so much for coming this evening. This is a race that is not about different men. It's about two different, radically different visions that our state can go. I'm going to tell you up front right now, if Ron DeSantis could run for a third term, I would not be on this stage because Ron DeSantis is the greatest governor of Florida. Maybe to speak for both Speaker Renner and I, when we say the next governor of this state must preserve the incredible conservative wins that Ron DeSantis, the First Lady, gives us. Yet to preserve those wins, and when we do that, we can then begin to build on that. What do we mean by build on those wins? Well, we actually mean quite the opposite. We mean stop the irresponsible, reckless building and development. Florida is full. Since COVID, Florida has welcomed 800,000 people from all over the country. Housing inflation, housing shortages, skyrocketing property tax, property insurance, auto insurance, HOA, condominiums, your light bill, everything is out of this world expensive. And the trajectory, it's not going to get any better. From AI data centers taking your water and your electric bill, to H-1Bs, cheap foreign labor from India and China taking your job, your kid's job, or your grandkid's job. The threats are real. It is now time for a leader to step up. A leader to step up in the same way that our founding fathers stepped up 250 years ago and said 3 words: enough is enough. I am running to be the next governor of Florida as a 4th-generation Floridian because I believe that Florida is our home. America is our birthright. And no one should ever be able to steal that from us. Thank you very much.
Speaker Renner.
Thank you. I remember 2018 looking at the election results and not knowing on the stand, governor, and we were to be all over. And so why that matters is we have to have someone ready for leadership on day one. And so the reason why I should be the next governor is a lifetime of leadership under pressure, 20 years in the military. I served in 2 wars, leading men and women to defend our country. As a prosecutor, trying habitual and violent habitual offenders, as an owner of a business, partner in another business, and also as someone who's shown up and actually delivered results. We have too many politicians, including Republicans, who get into office and all they do is they self-promote, they get rich, they have fun, and they forget about we, the people, and they need to come home. We do not need to get into talk. Additionally, someone who has a bold vision, because I have a vision to be prepared. We have plans online to eliminate homestead property taxes, to say a hard no to any AI data centers in the state. To push back against the red and green threat of China and Islam in our state, will not let it get foothold in our state. We have plans for health, freedom, and wellness, to stop sex trafficking. And finally, it comes down to who shows up to fight for that they race again. Whether that was pool races in 22 and 24, not the governor's job description, not mine, but I participated, contributed money to be raised into that and made sure that we got the wokeness out of our schools. We put common sense conservatives in charge of our school districts. And additionally, Amendment 3 and 4, out-of-state billionaires who want to jam their agenda into our state constitution, not going to happen by government. Again, not this governor's job description or mine. I went out and traveled the state with this governor, wrote on it, raised and donated over $2 million, especially Amendment 4, to stop abortion being a destination state here in Florida, to stop recreational pot. You need somebody who's going to show up and beat them whenever they come back, because they are coming back. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So We're going to ask the first question, and since Mr. Fishback started his opening, I'm going to go to Speaker Paul Renner first. Same question to both of you, but would you support legislation like the AI Bill of Rights in Florida if you're elected governor? And explain how, if you want changes to it, what you would like to do. Yes, Speaker Renner.
Absolutely. It was shameful. I left the Speaker of the House in the legislature in 2024. My successor has been a trainer, saying out in public. He shot down not only the Bill of Rights, but also the Great Freedom Bill that was in front of the legislature last week in special session. Did the same thing during the regular session. I like the Bill of Rights. Here's the difference, guys. This is why this is so important. If a parent faces a child who is depressed and suicidal, they would stop everything they're doing to make sure that never happens. That's same child asking AI. AI will give you 10 ways to take your own life. That's why this issue is so critically important. And as Speaker of the House, I fought against online pornography, against social media platforms. I understand the threat. I understand the big tech does not care about our children. I know how to bring the fight with them and beat them, because I've already done that once before. To add you to your question, Ryan, is yes, I think the bill can go farther. I want to see an opt-in for parents, not an opt-out, an opt-in, and have to affirmatively decide if we want AI. I don't think AI should be involved in replacing our teachers or teaching our children in any way, shape, or form for the reasons I just mentioned. And also, I want to make sure that the data is anonymous. Social media steals, and without our knowledge and consent, our children's personal information. They cannot have that information. And that AI chat, again, I'm opposed to being in the first place, if it's going to happen, cannot come along with that child. AI can never be a substitute mom or dad, God, or because it is soulless, it has no moral agency, it has no moral compass. So it's important that we protect ourselves from AI. And the fundamental thing is
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion.
Human beings have to be in control of the technology, not the technology in control of human beings, period.
Thank you, Speaker Renner. Mr. Fishback.
Well, thank you. We have to start with one universal truth, which is that parents raise their children, not the government, not teachers, not Drag Queen Story Hour, not ChatGPT. And so when we accept that, we have to, as I agree with Speaker Renner, there has to be an opt-in. If you're a 9 or 10-year-old and you want to join Claude, ChatGPT, or Grok, you have to get affirmative consent from your parents to be able to do that. Why is this such a big issue? Because as Speaker Renner touched on, there were already documented cases of young men and women developing relationships with their AI, relationships that say, I want to see you, kill yourself. Here's how you can do it. This is real, this is not hypothetical. And so the internet, we saw the double-edged sword. The same internet that gave us Google Maps, that gave us Wikipedia, also gave us child pornography, also gave us a place for people to buy and sell drugs called Silk Road. AI is no different. Clearly, there are benefits to AI. Clearly, there's a way for AI to superpower education to help tailor personal individual education plans. But I am firmly on board with an AI Bill of Rights because children are our most precious things in this world. And we cannot let anything, whether it's a corporation or a nation, whether it's a tech billionaire or not, we must stand up to that. The best way you know that AI is a threat is that Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, the guy pushing AI on their kids, doesn't let his kids use AI. I'm going to get biblical for a second. Judge them by their fruits. That's what this is about. And when we look at those 10 commandments, and we say, honor thy mother and father, it is a mom and a dad in the flesh, not an AI chatbot telling your child how to live. We said hell no to the drag queen and story out. We said hell no to the guidance counselor trying to transition you.
Thank you, General. Speaker Renner, you touched on something in your answer that I want to continue. You mentioned that Speaker Perez and the gridlock. So I think many in this audience ended up very frustrated at the end of the last legislative session. It seems like almost nothing got done. Speaker Renner, I'll come to you first, then we'll go to Mr. Fishback. You step into the governor's office. How do we avoid having a session ever again like the one that we had this past year?
Well, first of all, I think that every candidate owes you an answer to that question. You have 2 years of giving you an answer. You have a conspicuous absence of candidates with the name tags that have no one seated at them. And I called for, if you want to lead the free state of Florida, you should tell parents and kids, do you wish to protect them from technology? Or are you going to be bought and paid for by that technology and do whatever they tell you to do? I think you're owed that, don't you? I'm disappointed that we don't have some of the other candidates here today, but to answer your question, RC, is as a military guy, we've been criticizing in private, praising in public. You bring these guys in, and I know the good news is like the English weather. If you don't like your speaker or your president, just wait a few hours, just wait a couple of years, and they'll change. And so this speaker will be out after this session, special session, another special session ends. And we'll have 2 other guys coming in, Sam Garrison and Jim Boyd, who I know well, and I believe I can work with well. And we're going to hit the ground running, coming out of the governor's race with a lot of political capital. We're going to hit the ground running, and those 2 years we had, the governor said we're unmatched in any legislative session in any state in America. I'm a conservative. I'm there to get the job done and put conservative wins on the board, and that's what we're going to do. And if we get the same response, then I will tell you, I will be coming to Naples and everywhere around the state to say it's time for one of you to step up and primary that incumbent, because we were not going to allow people again to get into office and all they think about is their next office. All they think about is self-promotion. All they think about is getting rich. All they think about is having fun, and they forget about the mission. You're there for a job. Do your job. And we see this year the difference that leadership makes when one speaker leaves and another speaker comes in. And so if it comes to that, I hope it doesn't come to that, I will first try to unite conservatives. We had a much more moderate member on the Senate side of things when I was speaker. You know her, she's from this area. And we had a decent relationship because I got a lot of conservative things done. There's some things that she wanted done. We worked with the governor, and it all worked because we should not squander a supermajority in the legislature. We should be leading the country.
Thank you, Speaker Renner. Mr. Fishback. How do we stop the insanity that was the last session with gridlock? You step into the governor's office, how do we fix that?
Well, you step in and you you do what President Reagan did best. You actually lead, yes, with a little bit of humor, yes, uniting your own party, but you also have to be willing to reach out a hand. You know, we say we have a supermajority in the Florida legislature. We're not seeing it if that's the kind of gridlock and infighting. We've got to get out of this mindset. We must disabuse ourselves of this notion that because someone says they're a Republican, they are our friend. Liz Cheney said she was a Republican and she backstabbed President Trump. So there are a lot of Republicans in Tallahassee who will say one thing to get elected, but do something entirely different. My job is to go in there as the Republican nominee, as the next governor, to build a coalition that works in common areas, but also calls people out. When there are egregious, hypocritical acts where Republicans said they were going to eliminate gun control, only to find out they won't do that when it comes to the floor of the legislature, they need to be called out mercilessly. And when they do come together, you have to praise them. On my way over here, I was in Boca last night and I stopped to visit the grave sites of my grandfather and my grandmother at Florida National Cemetery. And my grandmother always said, you've heard this, I'm sure, growing up, it's easier to attract bees with honey than with vinegar. Yes, I will call out mercilessly the backstabbing rhinos, but when Republicans and Democrats work together to deliver the common sense solutions that you send in Tallahassee to accomplish, I will praise them even if they're not in my own party.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Fishback, I'm going to start with you first. These are from the audience. In the state of Florida, we have a great school choice program. In particular, we've had some questions here related to homeschooling, whether or not you support homeschooling in the state of Florida. And when it comes to the PEP program, scholarship program, how would you improve or change it? Starting with you first.
It is a great question. I look forward to meeting with the leadership of the Collier County School Board tomorrow. I'll be in the offices early to meet with them as I met with school board members all over the state, but also met with homeschool parents, those who have decided to pull their children out of school, not necessarily because it's failing generally, but it may be failing their child specifically. They're neurodivergent, they're especially passionate about cooking or music or history, and they want to homeschool. And so there's two big changes that I would make to the already great program that Governor DeSantis and First Lady DeSantis has given our state. The first thing I would say is if you pull your kids out of Collier County Public Schools, and Collier County Public Schools was going to spend $13,000 per student per year, you should get the full $13,000. Every single penny. Look, I'm not a political guy. I don't have any political experience. I'm a business guy. If you were going to spend $13,000 over here and you don't use that service, you can come over here and get the full amount. That's how we deliver real equality of school choice. Number two is a real frustration I've heard from homeschool parents is the homeschool marketplace. You don't have laptops on there. You have delays. That's a real problem. So what I would do is I would broaden that marketplace. I would make it easier for parents to have access to the tools that they need to educate and to motivate their children at home. I completely, unequivocally support the homeschool movement. And that begins with recognizing that if you're going to spend money, if you're going to give a kid a laptop at Golden Gate or at Immokalee, you give that kid as a homeschool student the same money, the same resources. I'm a free market capitalist. The best kind of competition is when our public schools have to compete, our private schools have to compete. I would say Optima would have to compete, but it's closed, and our homeschool parents can compete as well. And so I am 100% in the school choice movement. I would say that I'm pro-choice, but I'll tell you, life begins at conception.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Well, thank you. You know, one of the things you get to do as speaker when you leave the Florida House is set up certain priorities. And mine in the first year was HD1, which was the Universal School Choice Scholarship. So that started with yours truly, as did the PEP program. My question to my staff is, what about homeschool parents? Why can't we have something for them as well? And so the scholarship is basically the state portion of education funding. And what James described is that difference in some federal funding, local options that our choice students do not receive. I do believe that the money should always follow the student. Just like I believe in healthcare, the money should follow the patient. It's basic 101. And every business has an entrance and an exit, except for education. With the monopoly, we set up a Hotel California where you could enter, but you could never leave. And so with school choice now, every school also has an exit. If you do a good job, people hit the entrance. If you do a bad job, people can and should hit the exits. And so that has made our public schools have to compete more and do a better job. And it's allowed for every parent to decide the best choice for their students on how they get their education. And it goes in some level. You can be a homeschool kid and go one day a week to a charter school or a traditional public school in physics if you want. That's the beauty of school choice. It was my number one priority in year one in HD1 as Speaker of the House. And we are not only going to protect it, but continue to expand it. And it is making our education better. It's making all levels better. And we're going to continue down that path.
Thank you, Speaker Renner. Thank you, gentlemen. We're getting great questions from the audience. If you have them, make sure you have a piece of paper and let's get those in. Some great questions here tonight. So one from the audience for both of you. Mr. Fishback, I'll come to you first. If data centers are allowed in Florida, do you pledge to require them to produce their own electric power and water and not use the Floridians' resources? Mr. Fishback, you first, please.
Thank you. I'm a business guy, so everything I look at is through the lens of risk and reward. I'd be lying to you if I said there were not a reward to an AI data center. The number one reward is you'll be able to generate that photo of Donald Trump in a bikini 5 seconds quicker. The risks to AI data centers are bigger than whether or not they generate their own electricity. The 500 acres that in Fort Meade in southern Polk County is now going to an AI data center. That can't be used for citrus, it can't be used for cattle, it can't be used to build a rural hospital to serve the 5,000 residents. And so I am a heck no on AI data centers across the board. I don't care if they have a nuclear power plant. I don't care. Now let's talk about how we accomplish that, and first why we should. An AI data center can use upwards of 500,000 gallons of water. Not every month, not every week, every single day. Speaker Renner knows this. We are living through the worst drought here in Florida in 26 years. Now is the worst time to be talking about these new sucking AI data centers. Your electric bills, those are going to go up more. Simple supply and demand. When more electricity demand comes onto the grid, we pay for it as a result. I say no to welfare queens who want lobster and steak on their food stamps, and I say no to Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg trying to have us pay for their electric bills. And allow me to explain the how. How do we accomplish this? How do we do it if there are county commissions all over the state that are tripping over themselves to approve these AI data centers? How do we accomplish it? We have to do what's called a state preemption. We have to preempt all of the authority for AI data centers away from greedy county commissions who will do anything for a quick buck and a Rolex. Bring it to Tallahassee and put in place an indefinite moratorium on AI data centers in every single Florida county.
Thank you, Mr. Fishback. Speaker Renner, what do you think?
I'm a hard no on AI data centers, and it will absolutely raise your electric bills. And as was just discussed, we had a historic drought, and they're going to come in and put a big pipe in the ground and suck out our aquifer. I don't think so. And so one of the candidates in this race, however, has said that Florida should lead in the construction of AI data centers. And I'm sorry that he's not here to get his 30 seconds, but he's also said that we have enough pristine land to use. Personally, I think that pristine land should stay pristine to use. How about that? When I was leading the legislature, we championed the Florida Wildlife Corridor, Everglades restoration, Springs restoration. I'm running a Florida First campaign, and that means all I care about is the people who have made their living and made their home here. And we are not going to let big tech come bum rush us to bring in these data centers that will absolutely, if you think we have an affordability problem now, it'll be my day one priority to bring down taxes, insurance, electric bills. We are not going to let AI data centers come in and jeopardize that, and they will absolutely do that. In Louisiana, there's a facility that literally draws more power than the entire city of New Orleans. And so depending on who you ask, it's the equivalent of 600,000, 800,000 people in one hyperscale center, like the one that's proposed in Fort Meade. I will just say this, under my watch, Florida is not for sale. There's a big choice in this election. It's not from anybody on the stage. If we want to go the direction, do the bidding of big tech at the expense of everyone in this room, of every Florida citizen, or if we're going to stand up for Florida first and make sure that we return Florida to the affordable state it used to be so that people can grow up, the young people on the front row can grow up and have the same great state that I grew up in, and I'm committed to you to make sure that happens.
So, there were a few things brought up there, and I want to start with this. Many families and individuals are concerned about affordability and high costs in Florida. What will you as governor do to help these families? Mr. Paul Renner, Speaker Renner, you're first.
On affordability generally?
Affordability generally, yes.
Sure. So again, you need a vision, and every candidate owes you something in writing. So we put out our property tax proposal, which will eliminate homestead property taxes. We also eliminate taxes for small mom and pop businesses. We give some help to renters. And again, for first-time home buyers, not your first time you've owned 3 houses in New York, but you've never owned a home, you're a Florida resident. The replacement taxes we have to make up for some of that along with savings are zero for first-time home buyers. So they will not pay that additional tax. They'll come in, pay no property taxes. Every 95% of Floridians at $1 million or below will not pay any property taxes going forward, period, full stop. So we'll take care of property taxes. We'll make sure to reduce insurance rates. In the speaker, we had bold reforms to lower auto rates and also save our insurance market from collapse. We went after the trial lawyers. We went after the insurance companies. We said, how about we focus on the consumers? How about we focus on we the people to bring down costs and also hold our insurers accountable? I'll take that same mission focus and delivering results into continuing to bring down insurance, temporarily repealing the tax on homeowners insurance, My Safe Florida Home, which is home hardening programs, which can lower insurance by $1,000, and also some regulatory reform that can lower insurance by 5 to 10% in year one. We're also going to bring down electric rates, and I'll be talking about this tomorrow in a roundtable, but suffice to say that our utilities are pursuing the green new scam of these huge solar farms that you've seen them all over taking up our farmland, which is not the lowest possible cost to deliver electricity to your home. It's not domestically sourced, because who are we relying on for those panels? China. And for the batteries, China. And it's not reliable, because we see when we have a cold snap or a heat wave, the power goes off. And so we have to have electricity that is U.S. produced, reliable, and the lowest possible cost to you. That's 3 areas where we'll bring down costs. And again, part of that is not doing the wrong things by bringing in AI data centers.
When we think about affordability, we should have a three-part test. How does life feel affordable? We're not asking about the vibe, we're not asking about your personal feelings. We want to make a three-part objective test. Here we go. The first is, how many 30-year-olds are married and own their home? My dad was growing up in the 1960s in Fort Lauderdale. Half of 30-year-olds were married and owned their home. Today, that's less than 15%. That is a crisis. We have to make it easier for our young men and women to find God, to get married, and to have kids. Number two, is life affordable? Here's the question. Can you still raise a family on a single income? My parents did. My parents did. Now you would have to.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Search all day to find a single person who could raise their kids on a single income. We have to make it affordable, yes, by tackling the root cause, which is high prices, but also make it easier for the man who works or the woman who works in the household to be able to get a great paying job. Quite literally, everything is unaffordable. If you lose your job because it was given to a cheap foreign laborer from India or China, that's why I will end the H-1B scam once and for all. And then last, can our seniors afford to retire with dignity? I don't want our seniors to stare at the ceiling before they go to bed, wondering how they're going to pay their property tax, property insurance, auto insurance, HOA bill. We have to get to the bottom of it. And Speaker Renner touched on it. But the biggest scandal in the property tax space is that in the last 5 years, total statewide property tax revenue, the amount of money they're stealing from us in the last 5 years is up $20 billion. We don't need to roll back spending. We don't need to roll back spending to the 1990s. We need to roll back spending simply to 2020. And if we do that, we can eliminate property taxes for every single homesteaded resident in our state. That's all you have to do, and the math works out.
Thank you, Mr. Kristoff. Gentlemen, my question is probably going to resonate with most people in this room because we're living it. My wife and I live outside of Orlando. This is an infrastructure question. And the sprawl of endless Cracker Jack box apartments showing up everywhere. When I left San Francisco in 2014, this is the exact thing that I got away from because I know what comes afterwards. In a state that grows and that is abundant, how do we balance the need for infrastructure while respecting the rights of the people who are already here? Mr. Fishback, I'll come to you first.
Florida is the best state in the country, but it cannot remain the best if the people who made it the best can no longer afford to live here. We are losing our way of life. Buy citrus groves, buy cattle ranchers, and welcome the $7th Dollar General to your zip code and whatever the heck a Five Below is. Bring another self-service car wash, a mini storage unit, or heaven forbid an AI data center. What are we doing here? My favorite president, Ronald Reagan, said, now is a time for choosing. I want to be very honest with you. If you want GDP, if you want investment to go up, 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 as it has over the last 10 years, an 85% increase in GDP, this is your guy right here, Byron Donalds. He wants to accelerate the development, accelerate the GDP of Florida. I'm not going to worship GDP. What I am going to focus on is preserving our way of life, creating great paying jobs. And you know what? That might mean saying no to a new urban development project. That might mean saying no to a massive Section 8 style housing development. That might mean saying no to tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in investment. My favorite economist is Thomas Sowell, and he said that politics is not about solutions. There is no one-size-fits-all solution that's going to make every single person happy. But politics is about trade-offs. Here is your choice. Do you want to preserve the Florida that we know and love for your kids and mine? Or do we want to make Mark Zuckerberg, George Soros, and Bill Gates rich? Do we want to preserve the Everglades, protect and expand the wildlife corridor, be able to tell our kids that they can still see a Florida panther out on 75 or on the drive up to Immokalee? Or do we want to make Lennar GL Homes in Blackstone rich? The choice is yours to make on August 18th, and I'd be honored to have your vote.
Mr. Fishback, thank you. Speaker Renner, same question. What do we do about infrastructure?
How many people are familiar with the book, A Land Remembered? Well, this election is about whether we continue A Land Remembered or, as was pointed out for Congressman Donald, A Land Forgotten. Because we have to make sure we put Florida first, and that means we can catch fish and eat the fish we catch. It means we don't develop our state parks. It means we take care of our natural resources. It means, I joke, if I could, I would build a wall and make Georgia pay for it. But of course we can't do that. But what we do in the property tax proposal is there's one group that pays a little bit more. And that's the way it should be. We're shifting that tax burden away from all the people in this audience who think they're living in their home in Florida toward out-of-state investors, out-of-state private equity who have purchased over 100,000 homes, single-family homes, and turned them into rentals. Now, what's wrong with that? Well, two things. Number one is all that money is being paid by Floridians and not a dollar drops into Collier County or any other county in the state. It's all sent out of our state. But the bigger problem is that's over 100,000 homes that none of you guys can ever buy. It artificially drives up the price of homes. So yes, those people will pay more under my property tax proposal. And that money that we have, that goes into local governments and also our state government, we will invest in infrastructure, which I think your question was about. Because what we need in our leaders, and I did this when I was speaker, is start to make the investments today in a term-limited world, when I support term limits, but make investments today in our water supply, water quality, water treatment, our roads and bridges, our Everglades, our springs, our natural resources, that you will never get credit for. that will make sure that this stays in a good spot 20, 30 years from now, when I'm in a recliner and my young kids are grown, I want to be able to look back and be proud that as governor, as your governor, I focused on Florida first and not what we could get with the wrong decision, which is who in the world was in charge that let this happen.
We have a few questions here about, and we touched on homeschooling, but about public schools. So what would you do to improve or reform the current education system here in Florida? And would you, and I'm going to lump this together, would you support, as one of these measures, reforming the school grading system to a roll class system over a 3-year period, which means raising the scores to reflect an A is 90% in the school district? Thank you. I'm going to start with Mr. Fishback first.
If we can sum up the crisis in our public schools in one word, it is the crisis of accountability. The teacher who indoctrinates your child, who says that Thomas Jefferson is a racist and Cardi B is a role model, the one who spends more time talking about microaggressions and microbiology, only to find out that they are failing your son or daughter at a public school, they need to be fired. That is called accountability. As Jeb Bush would say, please clap. But here's the thing. My grandmother is a public school teacher. My own sister is a public school teacher. Most public school teachers that I know wake up early, stay late, dig into their own pockets to cover lunch money or school supplies for their students. In the world of business, the world that I come from, when someone does a good job, you want to incentivize them to stay. And the way to do it is by paying them more. Florida ranks dead last, 50 out of 50 nationwide in public school teacher pay. We don't want to pay the Marxist who's trying to indoctrinate your kid with Howard Zinn more, but we want to pay the teachers, the AP chemistry teacher at Golden Gate who shows up with fun, creative ways to teach students how to balance equations. We want to teach the AP US history teacher at Immokalee High School who makes history fun. We want to pay them more. One, they deserve it, but more importantly, your child, your grandchild deserves a great school. What makes our schools great, it's not the building, sure as heck not the solar panels on top of the building. It is the teachers. The number one driver of in-school performance is the teacher. The number one driver of a student performance out of school is the parent. The way we make public schools excellent is we pay our teachers more, we tie their bonuses to 3 things: test scores, parental evaluations, and student evaluations. You do well, you get paid more. And the way you succeed as a teacher is you bring parents back into the classroom. You help them help their children be the best versions of themselves.
We want to stay where everyone has a world-class education no matter where you go. My mom was a public school teacher. I went through public schools. That's all I ever went to. There was no charter schools really, even private, didn't go to private schools. But that's your choice as a mom or dad as to where to send your children. As I mentioned before, I was the guy who championed universal school choice in education here in the state of Florida with HB1 that included for the first time homeschool parents.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
And of course, if you want to be a traditional homeschool parent, you don't want to take any government money, that's okay too. As a governor, we're going to protect your right as inviolate, because again, parents have the primary role to raise and educate their children. It will always be that way when I'm governor. We have to continue to get the indoctrination out of our schools. It has not gone away. When I was Speaker of the House, we ended DEI programs in our universities, but guess what happened? So we defunded that, we got rid of them, we said it's illegal, you can't have it. So what do? They changed the name, they just burrow down deeper. We had, when I was on the board of governors, we had a guy who was interviewing for the Center for Latin American Studies at the University of Florida, and the interviewee, the person he was looking to hire, said, listen, we're violating the law, we're doing everything, we're breaking the law that Trump wants, we're breaking the law that DeSantis wants, what will you do to help us? That was the question on whether they would get a job at the University of Florida. And so it's going to require someone, and I know where the bodies are buried on education, because I spent a lot of time working on not only the K-12 but also the higher ed. And we're going to go after those guys, and if they can't just simply teach reading, math, science, civics in K-12, make a high school diploma matter again, then they need to be shown at the door. And we do need to affirm our public school teachers. We did $1 billion in teacher salary increases during my time as Speaker, but they do need more. They do need to have better pay. But we have to ask of them to focus on educational outcomes. We have almost 40%, over 40% of our students who do not read on grade level in the 3rd grade. That is morally unacceptable. And so we went in to do the science of reading, teach phonics, make sure we have a reading scholarship to advance that. Because if you can't read by the 3rd grade, you flatline. And your ability to get to where you need to go in high school and beyond is very, very compromised. So we have to be focused on this issue. I was a speaker, I will be together.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, next question. So, if there is a change in partying in 2028, I'm trying to be as PC as I possibly can. What will you do to preserve states' rights as governor? Speaker Ritter, I'd like to come to you first.
Well, as an attorney, I believe in the Constitution and the 9th and 10th Amendment, and I've said on the radio that I don't care who's in office, if it's a violation of our states' rights, we will give the 9th and 10th Amendment a CrossFit workout every week by filing suit and asserting our rights as a state to control our destiny. As I think most people that are educated in this room, this is an educated bunch, know, the federal government has long ago outstripped its limited enumerated powers under the Constitution. And we need to push back against that with a new Supreme Court, both at the state level and at the U.S. level, and challenge that. And we've done that in the State House when I was Speaker, along with the governor, on a number of different things. We said, look, if you rape a child, you can receive the death penalty. Now, right now, and I believe in that, right now, that is unconstitutional under old Supreme Court precedent, but we're going to challenge that. And we did that, so that's already happened. The Miller test on online pornography, I was very strong in challenging some of these horrible books that are being put in kids' classrooms that are way over the top. And the default position of some of the school boards had been, oh, well, it has literary merit. Wait a minute, an adult sodomizing a child has a literary merit in elementary school? I don't think so. And so challenging the Miller test, which set that standard out, which should not apply in the case of children in school, is something we should do. We should pass a bill that we know that is currently unconstitutional under old, bad Supreme Court precedent, and let the new U.S. Supreme Court, with President Trump's appointments, is a much, much better court. It's not perfect, but it's much better than it used to be. Challenge those, and again, we'll give them a CrossFit workout, by which I mean we're going to take cases up. We're going to challenge that. The same thing when it comes to Islam. I've been very clear that we're going to stop. I want to see a stop to all Muslim immigration. I want to challenge things in court when it comes to our Universal Schools Choice Scholarship. We're not sending that money to people that are teaching Sharia law concepts, and they're going to sue us under the First Amendment. But I don't believe that that is a religious freedom issue, because this is a secular system that seeks to dominate every aspect of our society and force us to assimilate to their worldview, but you have to have the courage to bring that lawsuit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to remember that the federal government did not create the states. The states created the federal government. Whether it was Joe Biden or, heaven forbid, Gavin Newsom in 2028, we have to remember that the governor of Florida is that last line of defense between more encroachment. Speaker Renner started off by saying that we got very close to a Governor Andrew Gillum. Speaker, I can tell you how close we got, precisely the width of Andrew Gillum's crack pipe. And so we have to remember that we can be so close to losing it all. Jefferson said it best. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. When the federal government tries to mandate vaccines, lockdowns, churches like this one from shutting out parishioners for Sunday service or a funeral, we have to stand up to that. Now, we have to, of course, stand up to the crazy Democrats when they do it. But you also need a Republican who will stand up to his own party when they try to push mandates on us from the federal government. I am a 10th Amendment absolutist. The 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution says that if it's not explicitly enumerated for the federal government, it is reserved for the states and her people. That is our job to defend. And so if Washington, D.C. bureaucrats want to strip our rights away from regulating AI or data centers, we're going to see them in court. If they want to try to supersede our right to abolish abortion, we are going to see them in court. If they want to push offshore drilling in the Gulf of America, we will see them in court. And guess what? We will win because President Trump gave us a strong conservative bench. Now, how much we will win, I don't know. It'll either be a 5-4 or a 6-3 speaker, depending on how she is feeling that day.
Thank you. Okay, this is going to be a more lighthearted one. What guides your moral compass, and what will guide your moral compass as governor if you get elected? What guides your moral compass? What thing or person? What guides your moral compass if you get elected as governor? What's going to be that? Mr. Speaker.
Well, listen, as a Christian, I don't think you can do anything other than guide your entire life. And it gives me a true north, and it makes political decisions for me. I think one of the reasons we were successful is making decisions that send other conservatives, running for cover has never been hard for me. Because if you know the truth and you act on it, it's really quite easy. There's nothing, it doesn't matter about controversy, and maybe I was built for it, but that stuff doesn't bother me. If the media's attacking me, if people are losing their minds, the liberals of TikTok are losing their minds, I'm over the target. And so I don't mind that at all, and so my faith guides me in really every aspect of life. I'm a conservative. It's not a conservative on economic issues only, or cultural issues only, or family issues only. It's across the board. And it really is about what works. And fundamentally, we know as Christians that there is a capital T truth. There is a certain way that if you believe in a designer, which I do, that we're created as I do, things work in a certain way, and if you don't follow the user manual, they don't work. And we see a culture, I said again to this pastors group today, you don't have to speculate what a world without God looks like. You can see it now in our culture. It has names like Jeffrey Epstein. It has names, and Charlie Kirk, before he died, mentioned that, and when I heard him, that every pagan culture, before there was any kind of communication or people could sail across and talk to each other, all these different areas across the globe had one thing in common, is the sacrifice of children.
And you see today what happens in a world without God, and children and our youth are under constant attack, whether it's online pornography, social media, now AI that takes it up an order of magnitude. And I don't think you'll find anybody who's been in public office who's done more to defend childhood and protect children than I have. And I will continue to do that as a father of a 5 and a 4-year-old. If you hurt a child in the state of Florida, you will wish you never came here.
Thank you, Speaker Rivers. Mr. Bishop. Could you restate the question, please?
What one thing guides your moral compass?
Jesus Christ.
Mr. Fishback's already ready for office. He ceded his time back. Well done. Next question, gentlemen. Speaker Renner, I'll come back to you first. What's the one policy you have not spoken about publicly before?
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion.
What policy have I not spoken about?
Yeah. What's one that's going to come up in this? What's something you haven't spoken about publicly before?
Spoken publicly, maybe. I posted the other day, if you saw this viral video of the 2 dads and they're bouncing the baby and the baby's calling for his mother. I'm not okay with that. So I think, we have a crisis in this country, across the world, where we have fathers that have abandoned their families, and I'm the first guy to stand up and say that men need to do their job and look after their sons and daughters, period. The last thing we need to do. In the same way, kids need a mom. And so to consciously allow for surrogacy where 2 men are adopting a child, that is about their own satisfaction, their own enjoyment, their own fulfillment. It is not about the child. We have to return to a world in which it's about the child. It's not about our convenience. It's about investing in them. As a Christian parent, it means my daughter and son is teaching them the gospel, teaching them the importance, how to be a good citizen, how to love each other, how to walk through this world again, understanding what it's all about, what their purpose is here. And so to have children be commoditized in this fashion is unacceptable. I've not spoken about it, but I posted about it, and I think that needs to end.
Thank you, Mr. Fishback. Same question for you. What's the one policy you haven't spoken about publicly before that you'd like to share?
Well, my problem is I speak too much publicly and I get myself in trouble. But I share Speaker Renner's frustration with the surrogacy problem. That's why, as governor, I would ban surrogacy in the state of Florida. A woman's womb is not for sale. But I will talk about something that is top of mind for a lot of people, not just those in our own party, but those all over the state of Florida, and that is the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators. What George Orwell wrote in 1984, that their last and most essential command was to deny the evidence of your eyes and ears. We have all read the disgusting horrors in the Epstein files. That's why, as governor, I would work with my cabinet to appoint a special prosecutor to reopen the Epstein investigations here in Florida. This man stood against Thomas Massey, stood against a patriot, refused to sign the discharge position, refused to bring real justice transparency to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That is not okay. It is disqualifying. We talk a lot about Epstein's island in the Caribbean, but Epstein had an even more prolific island where he committed those heinous, disgraceful, wicked, and vile crimes. That island is right here in our state, the island of Palm Beach. Speaker Renner will know that criminal sexual battery in our state, already on the books, does not have a statute of limitations. That means, like murder, whether it happened 20 or 30 years ago is irrelevant. We can still bring charges today. Oh, and by the way, criminal sexual battery is punishable by the death penalty. I will sign those death warrants proudly to execute the individuals who trafficked those young girls with Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you.
Recently, during the special session, another one of the bills that was held up dealt with medical freedom. In particular, one of the most controversial parts of that medical freedom bill is the vaccine mandate portion. Will you champion, as governor, amending the current law related to medical vaccine mandates to allow for more parental rights in that area? Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, let me just bootstrap on what was just said, is that we passed that bill to put the death penalty on the rape of a child when I was Speaker. When I'm governor, we will also, right now, the law is if you traffic a child under 12, you can receive the death penalty. What about a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old? And so you can see on our voterenner.com website, we have a policy, or again, a written policy to end sex trafficking in our state. As horrible as Jeffrey Epstein is, it's happening right now in the state. A lot of those people are minors. A lot of those victims are minors. That we're going to make sure to impose the death penalty on them, give the adequate funding, because it's significantly underfunded, where real girls and boys are being groomed as we speak, and there are not enough investigators to get after it, and we will go after those networks. As to vaccine mandates, again, I also have a bold vision and a written policy, you can see it on our website, for health, freedom, and wellness. That includes an end to vaccine mandates, that includes supporting alternative medicine, that includes a farm to cafeteria program to work with our farmers. Again, we're going to make sure that we're taking care of old Florida and taking care of nutrition. We want to know what's in our food, and I want to make sure that we also put the cell phones down for a minute. If you remember, those of us that have some gray hair, we had a presidential physical fitness test. Remember that? Sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups. I'm going to create a governor's physical fitness test when I'm governor and make sure that we're getting kids on the playground and become resilient and take care of all these things. So health freedom is about vaccine mandates, but it's also about a lot of other things in our food and taking care to make sure we live long lives of wellness. And there's a lot more ground to be covered here. What I've learned in the course of my work on social media is that a lot of these big corporations that you would hope really care about us, just care about monetizing us. And this is true where we had 10 or 11 vaccines, and now it's like 70, 80. And so we've got to get after that and make sure people, parents, and pediatricians should have that conversation, not the pediatrician and the CDC. Thank you.
Well, Well, Speaker Renner, if you do that governor's fitness test, then I really need to win because I just had 2 Costco hot dogs on the way here. There's no way I'm going to pass that.
I had a Five Guys hot dog, so there's confessions have been made.
Mine was cheaper, $1.50, baby. Look, this guy, he'll raise the price of the Costco hot dog to $9 and pocket the difference. But in all seriousness, one of the gravest crimes against humanity was the lie that the COVID vaccine was safe and effective. It's a very simple check on someone's independent free thinking. Did you take the mRNA vaccine, yes or no? He took it, I didn't, and I will never let them force that poison down you or your kids' throats. But here's the thing. We need medical freedom. In the same way you can't deny someone access to your restaurant, to your concert hall, or to your doctor's office on the basis of their race, of their sex, or their religion, you should not ever be able to deny someone access on the basis of their vaccine status. As governor, I'll get that job done. But there is one exception to this rule, because we've all seen the science, we've seen the studies from Harvard to Stanford. The COVID vaccine is poison. The rates of myocarditis and pericarditis in young men in particular, the incidence of young men suffering heart attacks 40 to 50 times the normal rate. As governor, I will pull the COVID vaccine from the market.
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to take a minute and acknowledge the fact that we have so many young people in the room. There is a generational shift that is happening. This question is around governance. Speaker Renner, I'll come to you first. Given the young people who are enthusiastic in the room and across the state, who are becoming more engaged civically, how will you govern as we move through a generational shift of leadership should you take office?
Well, look, I think it's exciting, and again, I'll go back to Charlie Kirk, who said that the generation, Gen Z generation, younger generation, is the most conservative generation in our history, in his view, and that's a very, very good thing for the future of our country. And so it's about making sure, in my estimation, that we restore hope where there's not any hope, that we make sure that the American dream should be just as alive for you as it was for me. I bought a home when I was in my 20s with not a lot of money. And so I have, in our property tax proposal, strong incentives.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
To make sure we prioritize first-time home ownership for everybody in this room who's never had the benefit and privilege of owning a home, first and foremost. It means protecting your jobs. I am in the same boat when it comes to H-1B visas. They should be paused altogether, gotten rid of altogether. Now that's a federal thing, but what I can do as governor is there will be no state employees that have H-1Bs. There will be no state contracts. If you have a state contract, you cannot have an H-1B worker. We're going to make sure that Florida jobs are for Florida residents. When it comes to higher education, I'm on record saying we're going to keep in-state tuition steady because we have one of the best deals in America when it comes to a public education, where some out-of-state students pay more, they would pay more in-state in their state than they do out-of-state coming into Florida. And I think that probably ought to go up a little bit to help protect our local folks, but holding in-state tuition steady and continuing down the path to make sure that we have to look at our college degrees as you go through, and I'll give you this example. One of my supporters, his daughter started in graphic design as a freshman. By the time she graduated, AI had taken over and that degree was then worthless. We cannot allow that to happen. We have to be better at getting after and in real time changing that degree so it's worth something when you graduate. And we're failing young people in that regard too. And so, much like Ronald Reagan, who was an older guy who was president of the United States, he had a great following among young people. And I'm a father of a 5- and 4-year-old. I care a lot about the next generation. If it's not real for you, then that is morally unacceptable. And true leaders will step up for the next generation and make sure that you guys have the same opportunities that I've had.
Thank you, Speaker Renner. Mr. Fishback, same question to you. Obviously, we have a very engaged younger generation in the room. As the generations shift and we move to younger leadership, how are you going to govern?
This is not the exception. This is the norm. Thomas Jefferson was 33 at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. James Madison was 25. Alexander Hamilton was 21. Young men built this country. Young men can save this country. Let me acknowledge the fact, and I say it with humility, that our campaign is crisscrossing the state. They said we were an online campaign until we showed up at Waffle House with 300 people. We've since been banned. And then we crowded FAU with 800 people. We have visited 61 of our 67 counties because we are meeting young, old, black, white, it doesn't matter. We're meeting people, Floridians, Americans, face to face. A new poll just came out yesterday that says that if Byron Donalds is our Republican nominee, he will lose the general to David Jolly. If I am given the honor of being your Republican nominee, that poll says I'll beat David Jolly by 5 points and keep Florida in conservative hands. And you only need to look around this room to know why I beat Jolly and this guy loses. Because I'm willing to show up. I'm willing to take the tough questions. Not right now. I'm willing to take, I know you're interrupting, but not right now. Okay. Well, let me just be honest with you just for a moment. Byron Donalds, you're a DEI hire because you want to be governor, but you didn't earn it. You're not willing to talk to these people and take questions. Speaker Renner lives 6 hours from here. I live 8 hours from here. You live 10 miles up the street. What's your excuse?
Final question, and I think this one I saved for last because this is telling. What would you do in your first 24 hours in office as governor? What would be the first thing you do? Mr. Fishback.
The first thing that I would do, the very, very first thing that I would do is I would deploy the Florida National Guard to remove illegal homeless encampments from our streets. No one should be living on the street, shooting heroin into a needle, sleeping in urine or excrement, and no one in this room should have to step over them on their way to church, on the way to pick up their car, or on the way simply to a walk on the beach. The homeless crisis is out of control. In Naples, in Fort Myers, in Orlando, even in DeLand, Jacksonville, it doesn't matter. We've got people living on the street. Yes, the law, it makes it illegal, but if we're not willing to enforce the law, then nothing changes. You know, burning down a police station in the summer of 2020 to honor George Floyd is illegal, but nobody went to prison. Shooting people on the streets of San Francisco is illegal, but nobody ever goes to prison. So if people can live on the streets and make our lives unsafe, but we don't do anything about it, we tolerate that behavior. We tolerate it, and we have victims like Rita Longrick, 74 years old, from Martin County. She went down to Palm Beach County 3 days before Christmas last year, walked into a Barnes & Noble to buy Christmas gifts, and she was stabbed to death by a 40-year-old homeless man who came down from Georgia. If you're not safe in a Barnes & Noble, you're not safe anywhere. I would use my constitutional authority to deploy the Florida National Guard to remove illegal homeless encampments from our streets so they can get the care that they need and we can get the safety that we deserve.
Speaker Round. Well, what is the first thing in the first 24 hours you do as governor?
So I will call a special session to enact our agenda to lower the cost of living and make Florida affordable again. That means eliminating homestead property taxes. That means reducing insurance costs. That means reversing the perverse incentives that the electrical companies use to overcharge you for your electric bills. And it means ending any chance for AI data centers to be built in the state of Florida. That's my day one priority, and it will continue for 8 years because we've got a long road to travel together to make sure that also the young people in the front row have an opportunity, not in their late 40s, but in their 20s, to buy a home and to have that American dream. That will be my day one priority when I'm governor, and a lot of other stuff that you guys are going to like.
Now we're moving into closing remarks. Since we started with Mr. Fishback first, we're going to start with Speaker Renner first on closing remarks.
So we are at a pivotal crossroads, and with a Republican state, it's time for discernment, it's time for common sense to sniff out the campaign conservatives from the true believers. And I do believe, and it's been referenced tonight, some of the people who didn't choose to show up here, even though they live here, we cannot go backwards. What I love about the governor is he's always leaned forward, he's always fought the left wherever they raise their head. And there's one guy in this room, in this race, that has done the same, and you're looking at him. Over 20 years in the military, as a prosecutor and as Speaker of the House, I've had a lifetime of leadership under pressure and delivered results. I've put forth a bold vision for the future of this state, and I've shown up with courage and beaten them wherever they've raised their heads. That's what we need in the next governor. We need somebody who's got the proven leadership, the mission-centered focus, who's delivered results, and when I'm governor, we will continue to protect and expand the free state of Florida. I know because I was a key architect in building it. God bless you.
Mr. Fishback.
I want to be clear. I don't want to set false expectations. I don't want to catfish any of you. I have zero political experience. What I bring is business experience. My investment firm, Azoria, deployed $40 million of capital just last year alone, investing in companies that were doing the crazy thing, which was not using DEI to discriminate against white Christian men, but hiring people on their skill and merit. I was a high school debater. My first ever high school debate tournament was at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas In October of 2009, high school debate changed my life, but then it went woke, and it became very expensive for kids like me to be able to do it. So I started a free high school debate league that now serves students in 52 of our 67 counties, 5,000 students every single year. When the fentanyl epidemic was happening and young kids were being poisoned at the hands of counterfeit pills, I didn't write in for an op-ed. I started NEO, a no-cost assembly for public schools where we partnered with Broward County, Duval County, and Nassau County to teach young people, to educate them about the poison that is fentanyl, to help them avoid addiction and overdose. I'm not political. I have been a Republican since the day I signed up to vote. I'm a fourth-generation Floridian, born and raised in Broward County. My dad drove the city bus for a decade. His dad, my grandpa, was a World War II vet who taught at Florida Atlantic University. His dad, my great-grandfather, was a World War I vet who ran a small hotel on Fort Lauderdale Beach. I bring to this race the passion of a fourth-generation Floridian, a vision that says that Florida should be kept the way she is, and the unapologetic devotion to our Christian faith, the power of Luke 6:46. Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do as I say? The most important thing for me is to have principles. People say that a lot. Where are your principles? Principles. Well, the question is, where do your principles come from? For me, they come from two places and two places only: the U.S. Constitution and the gospel of Jesus Christ.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save.
800-212-3199. 800-212-3199. Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you can...
Hey guys, welcome back to another edition of the Watchmen Brief. Josh Sluter of Altrua HealthShare is going to join us in just a minute. All things Watchmen Action can be found at watchmenaction.org. I think you already know that, but we're super excited to share that the next phase of Watchmen Action as a nonprofit ministry is on its way. We're going to expand our Watchmen Action clubs and our training program to get as many of you ready to advocate and then ready to lead and train others that are ready to advocate. That is in process right now. We will have special announcements and additional information for you here shortly. The other exciting announcement for Juliana and I, if you go to wearethewatchmen.org, that's wearethewatchmen.org, guess what you're going to see? All the information and background that you want on Juliana and I, every time that we're on in the media,
the exciting announcement about the 24/7 Watchmen Action Network in partnership with our friends at Q Broadcast, and also broadcasting live on Roku TV, Tubi TV, and Pluto TV. You can now find all of that information, in addition to our great sponsors like Altrua Health Share, all in one place. Just go to wearethewatchmen.org. That's wearethewatchmen.org. Also, make sure to check out our publications, Sherloc Exposes / Rip from the Headlines, and We Are the Watchmen Weekly. Now, you can find that information at wearethewatchmen.org as well. It'll take you straight to the newsletters, and you can get all the information that you need. All right, when we come back, Josh Sluter from Altrua Health Share is going to join us to talk about what's going on with healthcare and health share and all the great stuff that Altrua has to offer. You're watching the Watchmen Brief. Stay tuned.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
She sat in the driveway and thought about the drive. 45 minutes each way. Half a day gone. Then she remembered there was another way. Board-certified provider, same day, right there in the driveway. She never started the engine. 360phi.com.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Watchmen Brief. This is R.C. Williams, excited at this time to bring up our good friend, Josh Sluter from Altrua Health Share. Sir, welcome to the Watchmen Brief.
Hey, R.C., thanks a lot for having me. Looking forward to our conversation today.
Yeah, Josh, it's great to have you on. You know, we were talking off the air before we came on about how exciting it's been for us to have Altrua as a partner and how much we've learned and even talking to people about what Altrua Health Share does. So why don't we start here? Let's give people a baseline understanding of the differences between traditional healthcare and what Altrua Health Share does.
Yes, sir. So, first and foremost, Altrua Health Share is a faith-based healthcare sharing ministry. There's a number of different things that set us apart. But whenever I'm speaking about Altrua to, the general public, one of the things that I really like to start on is cost. So, in comparison to your commercial insurance companies, a lot of the BUCAs, the health share in general, but specifically Altrua Health Share in this situation, our contribution amounts and the cost to the individual or to the family is significantly lower than that of what they would experience in the marketplace with another traditional healthcare solution. There's a lot of other things that I can speak to. I'll touch real quick and then we can deep dive any of them if you want. Altrua Health Share has an open network for members to be able to go to any provider that they want to. But then we also have an in-network option through a relationship that we've created with the First Health Network, just because there are consumers out there that are really used to having access to their providers and facilities through a network, because a lot of them are coming out of that traditional insurance space. And so as they're going through their healthcare journey and as they're stepping into health share, there are some things that we do want to make similar for them, just so that way they can navigate it really quickly. But, for me, whenever I look at what differentiates us from not just those in the market, but also compared to traditional insurance, is we're much more affordable. Our discounts are significantly better. Our member experience is better. Whenever you're a consumer of a health share, specifically Altrua, you're not just another number, you're a part of our family. And you get to participate in a membership that really is in alignment with the values that most of our consumers, if not every single, hopefully all of our consumers have, which is pro-life, making sure that the members are at the middle of the membership and not the shareholders. Health Share kicks out the shareholders and doesn't distribute profits to anybody. Instead, Health Share goes to sharing on the medical needs that the members generate. And Altrua is an amazing product simply because they are technologically advanced and continuing to work towards making the member experience better. And we do a great job listening to the voice of our members in order to do so.
So Josh, this is great. And you mentioned something during your answer that I want to continue on because I think it's important. So you mentioned that you've partnered up for those who are working to make the transition from traditional healthcare, whether it's Big Blue. I won't go into a number of them because I don't think we need to. But, they're making the transition for maybe a traditional healthcare provider. And they want some assurances, maybe if they can keep their current care provider, whatever the case may be. Or in my instance, coming from California, a large firm out there was pretty much an all-in-one. Like you could get everything you ever wanted done with your health, eye, dental, all of that stuff in one place, in one shot. So for someone who has been or become accustomed to that system, How do we bridge the gap from there to what Altrua will provide?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that we get frequently. And one of the things that we aim to do, and we do our best to be consistent with at Altrua, is making sure that the members have us as their advocate every step of the way. So whenever you have people coming out of traditional insurance, like you had referenced a moment ago, they're not alone. They have other members they can talk to. They've got our member services team that they can talk to, and Altrua puts out a lot of educational material for the members so that way they know how to interact with their providers, how to work with the Altrua HealthShare membership opposed to what they're coming out of. A lot of people even come to us having never had any sort of healthcare coverage before. And so what we try to do is really communicate at a level that the members can understand, and that's really practical. As we know, there's a lot of products that we're consumers of, and sometimes whenever we need help, they're talking up here whenever we're like, hey, we don't understand your processes, the inner workings. Like, I'm a consumer, I need you to communicate to me from my level. And that's what Altrua has really done. So whenever somebody is making the transition over, I always encourage them, utilize our member services, contact Altrua directly, so that way we can walk through you with any situation that you or your family is going through. But to the other point, we do our best to make sure that, yes, we're aiming to change healthcare, but we also want to be able to have a process that members and consumers are already, semi-accustomed to, with some differences in there, because every member of Altrua HealthShare is not insured. Since Altrua is not insurance, they're a self-pay patient, and that really does open up much more for us to do on the member's behalf, and then even the member on their own behalf. And so what we've done is really created a comprehensive process that allows the consumer to walk through their healthcare path without having a bunch of blind spots.
So Josh, thank you for sharing that. One of the things...
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have?
That we see in the news a lot, whether it's X or whatever news feed you're on, social media wise, is this trend of people having traditional healthcare or health insurance. They go for an appointment or to pick up a prescription, or they have a service done. They look at the bill and the number's just like ridiculously astronomical. And then they ask the question, so if I pay cash for this, what's the price? And it goes down dramatically. So based on what you've just shared with me, would Altrua be in a position to maybe be an advocate for us if we're trying to discuss the cash only pricing, because it's health share versus health care? I'm curious as to how that would work.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And one of the ways that we do that, and there are a number of ways that we do, but our frontline team, which is our concierge team, is really focused on those situations, so that if a member is at a provider or facility location, before their service or at the time of service, or even if they're dealing with a situation after the time of service, our concierge team is there to advocate on that member's behalf, be the front lines, and they're there to deal directly with the provider on the member's behalf, so that way we can keep our members in the fight of life doing what it is that they need to, whether it be doing their job, providing, for their family, whether it be, showing up for their kids in whatever way that they need to, or the number of other things that life throws at us. Our job at Altrua is to make sure that we can go advocate on behalf of the members and keep them doing what their normal flow is with life. One of the things that Altrua really does pride itself in is eliminating surprise billing, or what the general consumer would know as balance billing. And through the ability of negotiating on behalf of our members who are self-pay patients, we're able to average a significant discount all the way up to 100% sometimes, but with an average of around 65 to 73%. And so by leveraging our provider relationships, creating new provider relationships, and then ensuring that the members have a great experience and can continue going back to those providers, we're able to make sure that if a situation happens, it's not one that continues to happen and repeats. So typically if a situation arises, we like it to be a one-time resolution so that way the member's care path moving forward can be seamless.
So Josh, thank you for that. One of the things that we encounter, we teach senior citizens basically to be tech savvy as part of our ministry. And a question that's come up on something like this is you have people who are older and obviously their health needs are increased and they are more concerned about the security that comes with being able to get seen and stuff like that. So in a world where maybe they're dealing with Medicare or they've got some type of other policy, but they're like, you know what? I'm still kind of paying through the nose here, and I'd like some help or to understand alternatives. How would that work?
It's really a big thing that we're dealing with at Altrua right now is making sure that those members that have been on the membership for a significant amount of time and then they become eligible for a program like Medicare. We want to make sure, hey, yes, go over to Medicare, but if there's anything that Altrua HealthShare can do for you through membership or through advocacy, we definitely want to be, for lack of better terms, that gap fill solution for them. A lot of the senior citizens that are out there and just people who have healthcare plans in general, there's a lot of gaps there. And because Altrua does such a great job of covering our members and the membership 360 degrees, there are situations and times there where if somebody does have a Medicare product or if somebody has another, minimum essential product, Altrua can come alongside that individual. They can be on the membership as well, and they can leverage the share power as well as the membership in those situations where that other product, whether it be Medicare or another, is not able to have their back. Because as we know, those plans are limited, and Altrua would be secondary in that situation. But if a member has something like a Medicare or another product, and then they have a medical need that comes through that may not be eligible for that other product, well, then Altrua HealthShare, of course, is going to apply the membership guidelines, but then we'll share appropriately. So it's a great solution for people that are on Medicare and other products. It's also a great solution for somebody that wants to use Altrua HealthShare as their only healthcare solution.
So Josh, for those who prefer alternative care, which is a big thing right now, right? Because there's the sick care system and then there's actually healthy care, or let's say preventative maintenance or stuff like that. How does that work in the Altrua universe?
It's a great thing to know that Altrua has created a membership where individuals and family members who are a part of Altrua can really be in the healthcare path that they choose is best for their family. And like I tell people, not all health shares are created equal. They're all a little bit different. So are all the health share members. And so if you look at the Altrua health share membership, we've got members all around the country at all different stages in their life. And some have had sicknesses before and some haven't. But one of the common things that we see is there is in every demographic and every location, a set of individuals or families that really do want to follow the care path that you were describing a moment ago, whenever it comes to healthy living, whenever it comes to naturopathic, homeopathic sort of care, and they're really doing their best to be proactive. And so as their health share partner, we want to join next to them and make sure that as they're being proactive, we're taking a proactive approach with them as well. So we do encourage individuals and families to make sure that if there's a specific care path that they want to follow, a specific type of provider that they want to be seen at, we're going to make sure that the membership that we recommend for them to be on is going to be one that supports that. And if somebody is on the membership, and let's say that they're on our Diamond membership and their care path changes because of an event that happens, we've got other memberships as well as the MyShare product that allows us to customize a membership plan for that individual or for that family that really does support the care path that they're going forth and for their family.
Most of us have something we have been quietly managing, hoping it resolves, telling ourselves we will deal with it next week. Board-certified providers are available today from your home, private, thorough, and licensed in your state. Stop putting it off. 360phi.com. Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
So Josh, as we go through this and as Juliana and I answer questions with people when they see that you guys are a supporter of what we do with Watchmen Action and with the show, it is good to hear all of these things and to have some context. The other thing that I'm excited about is I think we're seeing a shift. There's like this re-education process for so many people, because now I feel like the rubber has kind of met the road, for lack of a better term, with traditional healthcare, and people are kind of getting that nasty surprise that's inside when it kind of gets out of control. So on that note, I do want to transition and talk a bit more about Altrua Health Share as an organization. Now, you guys have been around for a while, and you and your dad and your family have been in and around the business for many years. Give us some background on you guys and how we ended up at Altrua being a leader in the health share space.
Yes, sir. So, Altrua is a fun story to tell. Altrua has been around and sharing in members' medical needs for about 30 years now, and we're definitely not stopping. We're only increasing the reach that we have. And one of the things that I get most excited about whenever I talk about Altrua Health Share is not necessarily just the health share product that Altrua has, but it's the ministry component. And so whenever you ask about our history and how we came to be, my father, Randy Sluter, was negotiating on medical bills for some other health shares. And whenever he was doing that, he really started increasing their member experience and obtaining great discounts. And whenever Altrua came to him to see if he would want to participate in a way of leadership with their organization, he was able to step into that role and then deploy what he had learned through medical bill negotiations across the membership. And so in doing that, it really comes from a ministerial heart that my dad and my late mother had, which was not just to share in individuals and families' medical needs, and not just to discount them as well, but to have an impact on the community that they were in and also the community that their members are in. So Altrua does have Altrua Ministries, which is really the foundation and what everything with the health share is built off of. So we go in as Altrua Ministries, and we aim to share in ineligible medical needs on behalf of members that are struggling through hard situations. We go in after times of trauma and rebuild homes, like after the Texas floods. We go out on rescue efforts. There's a number of other nonprofits and ministries that we do donate to because we feel like their missions are in alignment with ours, which are, things like revision of cleft palates that children are born with, helping to feed those that don't have food, helping to provide education for those that need education, and then same thing with clothes. We do a lot of clothes donations and working with ministries that are really having high impact in their communities. With Altrua being a 30-year health share, there's been a whole lot that we've been through different elections, through the COVID pandemic, through times of economic, downswings and upturns. And Altrua has always done a great job of being the tip of the spear for their membership and the members that are coming on to make sure that no matter what's going on in the country, no matter what's going on in the communities, Altrua is a steady voice and a steady and consistent solution for them, no matter what it is that they're navigating. So whenever I think about the history of Altrua, it's been one of perseverance, it's been one of overcoming, and it's been one of scaling, so that way we can continue being a relevant solution for those that are consumers of the product, and we're going to continue to do so. So at the heart of it, Altrua Health Share is a ministry that aims to bear each other's burdens so that we can fulfill the law of Christ. And the way that the health share does that is through sharing in each other's medical needs. And the way that the ministry does that is by being the hands and feet of Jesus Christ and getting out there in the communities and getting dirty and serving those that we're able to.
Josh, that story, I think, really puts a pin in the difference between big health and the business that they're in
and the ministry work and the helping of people that you guys do, which is why we're excited with Watchmen Action and the Watchmen Brief to be partnered with you. So guys, Josh, before I let you go, I want to make sure that people know how to get the information, and just a kind of a shameless plug on our site here. If you go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen, MEN, it's running along the bottom of your screen, altruahealth.org/Watchmen. You can get more information. You can actually get signed up for your own health share plan. And if you use the code FREEDOM100, you'll get an additional discount. So altruahealth.org/Watchmen, make sure to use the promo code FREEDOM100. So Josh, before we go, it's been a blessing and a pleasure to have you on. Parting words, anything else that people need to know before we jump off?
Support the Watchmen, support Altrua Health Share. Each one of these organizations are really deep into the fight on behalf of those that have the beliefs that we do. And with everything that seems to be closing in on us right now, as a nation and as believers, I think it's important that we all continue to band together. So I just encourage everybody to support these two organizations. Come and visit Altrua Health Share. There is a plan on there for you that'll work. I encourage you to check out My Share. You can build your own customized membership plan for you and your family that's going to evolve with you throughout the seasons and situations you go through in your life. And we look forward as Altrua Health Share to continue into partnering with the Watchmen and RC.
Amen. Josh Sluter, Altrua Health Share, thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, guys. Thank you for joining us on the Watchmen Brief. For all things Watchmen Action, go to watchmenaction.org. Until next time, so long.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home.
Welcome in to the Spin Cycle. Andrew Southwick, R.C. Williams, back with you once again to remove the narrative and the spin from the news stories that you need to know. And we've got a lot of them today. We're probably not going to get through all of them, and so we'll save a few for tomorrow. But big time stuff. And you would think that, particularly RC, it's amazing what gets in the news and what doesn't. And again, we've talked about distraction and things like that, but there's so many shiny objects. Dr. Fauci was a soup du jour last week. And then, all of a sudden we're backing off that and we're respecting Joe Biden's auto pen on that one and everything else. But however, if you dare to go against your leader, well, we're going to run you out of town. So, the accountability is certainly selective and few and far between at that. But nonetheless, we are not afraid because we are not owned, bought, or paid for by any political party or advertiser in a special interest. Our interest is the truth, and our interest is getting the truth to you. Yes, we do have a bias. We are conservative. We do believe in the Lord, and so that's the way that is. That stuff's going to come out, but we're looking for the truth, and you can do with it what you will. And so we want to get right to it. First off, my friend, let's start with this. I want to ask the question: did the tariffs work? Now, NRC, you'll recall. In fact, it was on Independence Day, was it not, that President Trump, unleashed these tariffs onto the world, and he did so unilaterally, did so through an emergency authorization, which is becoming a common way for our government to do things, just declare an emergency and do whatever you want. And the idea was, and we've even had guests on Culture Crossroads, the Sunday show, and talking about, well, the idea behind tariffs is reshore American work, American production. That is a good idea. But one of the questions I had was, well, if a tariff effectively is a tax, businesses can only absorb it for so long, especially small businesses and mid-sized businesses. But if you're not doing anything with our anti-business hurdles and regulations here at home, the businesses are still not going to reshore, because that might be a deterrent to outsourcing materials or outsourcing production. But if it's too expensive and too prohibitive to have production here in America, nothing's going to change. And so, but now as that went on, SCOTUS, Supreme Court, then would find many of these tariffs unconstitutional. Now, they didn't say that President Trump couldn't reinstitute tariffs in some way. They just said not the same way that he did. So we find other ways. And of course, there's other tariffs and all that kind of stuff. But nonetheless, we do have tariffs happening. Let me share this tab. And let's see here. This is from Thomas Massey's X. Hopefully I've got the right one here. Yeah, that is the wrong layout though, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Where's my two-shot? There we go. All right. So you can see here, this is what Thomas Massey says. He says, what a nightmare by implementing the tariffs illegally and now having to unwind them. The Trump administration created over $100 billion of profit for corporations selling foreign products at the expense of American consumers. Your refund is zero. Apple's profit, $2.2 billion. I will go through a couple of these because there is some conflation here. There is some narrative even from Mr. Massey here, but we'll see what's real and what isn't. This rundown says that Apple received a $2.2 billion tariff refund. So again, to make sure that we're all caught up, and NRC, correct me if I'm wrong here, President Trump imposed tariffs. Therefore, when companies are outsourcing, they have to pay an additional tariff in order for that product to come ashore. And when the Supreme Court found this set of tariffs unconstitutional and illegal, now the government had to refund that money, which, by the way, we talked about on Culture Crossroads even before the Supreme Court took up the case. And when the tariffs were first coming out, we said, listen, if you're going to do it through an emergency order, and that emergency order is either revoked or found unconstitutional, then we're going to have to refund the money. And are you and I going to get any of that money back? We asked that question specifically. And of course, the answer is no. Of course, the answer is no, even though many of us did pay higher prices in some part due to the tariffs. Okay, so Apple got a $2.2 billion tariff refund check. Amazon received theirs for $600 million. Then you have Walmart, $10 billion, Target, $2 billion, Costco, $2 billion, Nike, $1 billion, Home Depot, $2 billion. And of course, where is your $2,000 check? I'll leave this up on the screen for just a minute. The Supreme Court on February 20th of this year ruled that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which was the loophole that President Trump used to unilaterally impose the tariffs, that did not authorize the president to impose these tariffs. So the Court of International Trade subsequently ordered Customs and Border Protection to return roughly $166 billion in unlawfully collected duties plus interest to the importers of record that paid them. Apple's reported $2.2 billion benefit and Amazon's approximate $600 million refund are supported by corporate reporting. So Apple reported the actual figure is $2.19 billion, which added approximately 11 cents per share to their quarterly earnings. Amazon collected $600 million. Now, to say that the others walked away, Walmart walked away with 10 billion, Target got 2 billion. These numbers come from a city analysis estimating what these companies could be owed. So the final tabulations have not been officially released yet. But the unofficial amounts that these companies, Walmart, Target, Nike, Macy's, for example, is another one, 320 million to Macy's, Costco, Home Depot. Again, this is what they're approximately owed, what they could potentially be owed. It could be a little bit more, it could be a little bit less. So we're getting an estimate there and that doesn't mean that those checks have been cut yet, because again, that final number is still imprecise. The claim that the administration created more than $100 billion in corporate profit, that is possible, but it's not precise. There's three possible outcomes here, RC. One, a company absorbed the tariff and then later recovered it, so that refund would restore its prior position, right? So the second would be that the company passed the tariff entirely to customers, then returned the refund through rebates or lower prices. So then their windfall would be limited. So if you know, just whatever, you buy a surround sound system from from Walmart, and the surround sound normally would cost whatever, $100, $200. I realize these are low numbers, but whatever, $100. But because of the tariff, they charge $120. Well, then Walmart would then.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Back and maybe offer a rebate of $20 on something, or offer lower prices on something else to offset the cost of that to the consumer, either in that particular area, electronics or gaming, or in some other area. So then when they get their refunds there, they might have a little profit, but not much, because they tried to offset it that way. That's a possible arrangement. The third one is the one of concern, that the company passed the tariff on to the customers, recovered then the tariff money from government with interest, and retained all the money. That would be profit, because then we are paying the full weight of the tariff. Then they are getting basically $2.2 billion, putting them ahead, or $1 billion, or whatever the amount is, putting them ahead. That's the main concern here, that not that we set up a government what am I looking for? A government implemented wealth transfer scam. I wouldn't use the word scam, but a government implemented wealth transfer mechanism very well could have been put in place. RC.
It's a pretty slick move if that's the case. You know what I look at here? I go back to what we said on Culture Crossroads. Guys, and this is going to come up later in the show today as well. When you live by the sword, you die by the sword. The thing that we've continued to say, and now here we are, is that you need to codify everything you want to do into law in the window that was given. We said at best you've got 18 months to do that, because if you don't, then it can just be rolled back. And in this case, it was the Supreme Court that did it. Now, ultimately, how much of this will shake out, we don't know. I think your scenarios of how companies could use the money that they would get back is acceptable. It could be any combination of those, depending on how much heat those companies want to take when people want to eat the rich. I do think, though, Andrew, this is a symptom of a larger problem. When you party like it's 1989, we have talked openly on Culture Crossroads, and I think on the Spin Cycle too, about how a lot of the economic policy that President Trump is working and receiving is coming from guys like Peter Navarro. No disrespect to Peter Navarro, but you can't keep partying like it's 1989. The heavy hammer of the United States isn't what it used to be, because our dollar is so devalued. And now with the situation with Iran, countries are looking at us and they're saying basically, hey, the Don is slipping. I would never been able to get to him like that 10 years ago, as they would say in The Godfather, right? So ultimately, what comes of this? Well, if you take it naked and bare, it does look like it could potentially be some type of weird wealth transfer, which just isn't a good look. But then again, Andrew, I was thinking about that last night and this morning, is that what now is acceptable behavior has now come into question, right? And the gray area has gone from this to this. And so in some way, could this be deemed acceptable? Because a lot of things have now been deemed, oh, that's acceptable. Now, look, it may not be ethical, it may not be moral, but it is legal. And ultimately, that's what matters the most. I think it's disappointing to see that, hey, this is supposed to be the solution to the problem, and then you get smacked back by the Supreme Court. Now, President Trump has a method to implement them again. They didn't tell him he couldn't. They just said, you can't do it this way. But I think he and the administration would do themselves well to actually get things codified into law so that they can't be changed.
Well, but I mean, we're on midterm season and we are mired once again in the Middle East, and we're also still financing Ukraine v. Russia.
Yep.
We're not getting anything done. Our window is closed for codifying anything. The only thing that happened, I think, what are they I think they just, I believe it was yesterday, that Congress, they passed none of their spending bills that can fund the government through December. I mean, most of us would like.
Why don't you balance a budget?
Well, I think most of us would like to be able to pass a spending bill to fund us through the end of the week, through groceries and through the utility bill, for crying out loud. How many more billions and billions and trillions is it going to take? And what are we getting for that? I want to say, I know you had a couple of stories too, so I'm gonna normally I'd move this story along, but RC, where do you want to go next? I've got tons of stories here. We can go any number of directions.
Can we do the Blake Neff thing?
Blake Neff, you want to do Blake Neff?
Yeah, let's do that real quick, because this ties in. Yeah, this ties in part to what we've been talking about. So,
okay, Blake Neff. Let me put that on the screen.
Yeah.
Whoopsie daisies. Oh, come on, get it right, son. Get it right. There you go. Okay, so. This was something you reposted from X. Blake Neff here in the middle. Americans making the claim that Americans literally spend less of their income on food than any other country on the planet. Now, I can just stop right there, and people watching this now, either live or after the fact, ask yourself honestly, are you truly spending less on food than anywhere else? Are you spending less than you ever had? That's nonsense. Now, this was community noted. The linked article was using pre-2016 data showing the U.S. with the lowest food expenditure share. Recent UN data shows Singapore at 6.81, U.S. at 6.95. So obviously that claim in and of itself is no longer true. And of course, RC, you note nothing like being the best house in a bad neighborhood. RC, what sticks out to you on this story?
So this coincided, Andrew, with a bunch of the Trump swarm on X. Basically, the question was posed, well, what would you like President Trump to do? I'll come back to that in a second. this is interesting to me. So the reason I use the analogy, the best house in a bad neighborhood, is you're acting like people not being able to afford groceries or having to decide between rent, groceries, and gas is somehow okay because we spend less of our money than somebody else. Listen, if you got the best house in a bad neighborhood, guess what? You're still in a bad neighborhood, right? That's silly. But these are the excuses and the justifications that get used. And the follow-on to that, like I said, was, well, what do you want President Trump to do? Here, I got a couple for you. One, please do what we actually sent you to do. Codify all the things into law that will protect us and protect economic growth into law. Not executive order, not emergency order, none of that other BS. Actually get these things codified into law so that they are set and they cannot be rolled back. Okay? The other thing that would be great is if you would just shut up. There are just times where you just need to shut up. And you guys can take this out of context however you want. Here's the truth. Being on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again in the Gulf with the Strait of Hormuz causes a yo-yo issue and such instability and angst from people. I was reading something the other day, Andrew, and there are so many people now who simply just don't want to leave their house. They're like, you know what? If I have to go out and run errands, it's like the Hunger Games out there. People are like out of their mind. They're on edge. Service is terrible. Hey, I tell you what, you know, a fish rots from the head, as the great Ben Franklin would say, right? There's some truth to that. What is the tone that's being set? So what do I want President Trump to do? I want him to be presidential and I want him to lead. What I don't want him to do is be mad at the CEO of Chevron because he feels like the CEO of Chevron scuffed his Puma and in some way offended him because he didn't feel like President Trump did enough. I actually want you to do the thing, Mr. President, and your administration. We want you to do the thing. We want you to do the thing with onshoring of manufacturing. We want you to do the thing of making sure that illegals can't come in and do the things that they're doing. This is the basic things that we asked you for are the things that we want. And you know what? A little bit of economic freedom and growth would also be awesome. The other excuse that's being given is, well, this is what happens. This has been baked in from Joe Biden. Listen, you could have got away with that maybe last year, but oh, the tide has turned. Now, this is President Trump's economy, whether he wants it or not, whatever he inherited, because it was very quick to switch, and I'm not defending Joe Biden here, but it was very quick to switch over and say, oh, no, this is Biden's economy. He did it. This is on him. Well, I'm going to say the same thing. You've had 2 years to get these pieces into place and to codify things into law, which you would, if you would have done that first, the rest of these things would have worked as intended, and we probably wouldn't be in this quagmire that we're in the Middle East, which is dragging everything. So, Mr. President, to the administration, we would love for you to actually be presidential, be an adult, and do your job. People are craving some level of stability, and the only place they believe they can look to for it is a chaos monkey. Please stop doing that. It's not cool to be the best house in a bad neighborhood.
But RC, this is the best play that the GOP can make in the midterm season.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based. because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so
they have to convince you that the higher prices and the chaos and all of this is the best possible outcome of all possible worlds. Because if they don't, they have to then admit a few mistakes, and President Trump will never do that. Never do that. And they also have to admit that they did not do what we sent them to office to do, that they didn't codify things into law, as we have talked about for years, you and I, especially on Culture Crossroads going back. And we said before the 24 election, we're going to have 15 to 18 months to get stuff into law, and we did not do that, any of it. And the thing is, some of the executive orders were good. Like, that's the thing. Like, everything Trump has done has not been bad.
Right.
But the seemingly unilateral things that he just does, executive order style, or just, flat out, here's what's going to happen, or running off into war or tariffs or all this kind of stuff. Those things they clearly are having negative effects. The GOP knows it, Trump knows it. So they're trying to tell us that either A, be patriotic and pay more, or B, get used to it because it's short-term pain for long-term gain, and trust the plan and all this stuff. Or C, on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again. And we don't want that. We don't want any of the nonsense. Now you've got almost 3/4 of America soured on the handling of Iran. We now have an electorate that says the Democrats would do better on the economy, even though they would continue to blow out spending too. And by the way, our U.S. debt, the national debt, just hit 40 trillion. And estimates are between 13 and 16 trillion of that is from President Trump alone. His first 4 years and these next two, so 6 years, which, by the way, is more than the 4 that Biden was in office. So President Trump's somewhere 12 to 16 trillion of the 40 trillion is the most amount of debt any single president would have ever acquired on their own over this time. So we are blowing out the spending. We own the economy, we being the GOP, and we can't keep you can't keep blaming Biden on this, and especially when Biden actually just continued what we started in year 4 of Trump 1.0. And again, I give a lot of mulligans for year 4, especially the first few months. But once the truth came out, I would even give a mulligan for the first round of stimulus checks, which even Thomas Massey was like, don't do that. But I'll go all the way back to that, which I feel like is a whole lot of grace to say, you know what, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know where we are on the bell curve, all these other things, right? But once the truth came out, and once we saw the grift, and once we saw the usurpation of our rights, wasn't it ironic? You have Dr. Fauci pleading the fifth, pleading his constitutional rights when he violated all of ours, Anyway, I just sidebar there. But
Andrew,
we're going into the midterms. How are you going to walk any of this back? You have to try to convince people that this is fine, this is good, this is what needs to be. That's not going to play.
Andrew, so you're right. And I want to share something with the audience here, and because I think this is really important to understand. There's another effect that's going on. I want to go back for a minute to what I said about people not even wanting to leave their house or interact with society because people are so on edge, or they're so incompetent, or the service is so bad, it's just painful to go out. There is something happening to us spiritually and psychologically through this process. When the tone and temperature of society is, well, I'm going to get mine, you better get yours. Don't think that that doesn't come without consequences, because eventually people will take that to heart. And Andrew, when people start saying, doing, and acting like that, you're headed over the cliff. Because when we go, hey, I'm going to get mine, you better get yours, we are willing to do things that we wouldn't normally do. We're willing to make compromises that we wouldn't normally make, all for the sake of, one, survival, but also two, well, look, if the boss is doing it, it's got to be okay. And that's a really dangerous place to be in that I don't think a lot of people quite understand yet. They're feeling it. And I think part of what we do, Andrew, is to kind of give context to it. It's important to remember that here as you go along. Don't go down that rabbit hole. Just don't go down that rabbit hole, please.
And I think with the context that we're trying to provide is also the warning, not just to knock on Trump for things we disagree with or what have you. We do want to hold our own side accountable. It's our side. That's where we're going to have the most sway, at least in theory. But the precedences that we're establishing, the behavior that we're saying is okay from our government, these really are the red flags that we're saying, hey, no, this shouldn't be okay. Because at some point, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat or whomever, we're going to concentrate enough power into that executive branch, and they're just going to say, you know what? I'm done with elections. You know what? I'm done asking for votes through Congress. I'm done. This is just what we're going to do. We now have this power now. It's become okay. And don't think we don't do that, because, and I want to point you back to the fact that we have not declared war since World War II in Congress. We've had joint resolutions, but we've not declared war. So you're going on 80 years now of wars that we've just gone into, that if we're going strictly constitutionally, unconstitutionally, all of them, every single one. Have you heard any Republican or Democrat bring that up at all ever?
Silly Constitution.
Have you heard the Supreme Court weigh in on that at all ever?
Silly Constitution.
Right? So again, we established the precedent, then let's take a couple of generations to get used to it, and then that's how it's going to be. And now we're openly calling this a war. And Trump did not call this a war originally because he couldn't. Because if he did, he would need congressional approval. But now we're past that. We just call it a war now because that's what it is. And we're not going to seek congressional declaration. We're not going to make our case for it because now we're stuck in it. And the problem is now too many political lives are at stake. So we just need to play ball and see if we can last to another inning. It's despicable. But also, this is what we try to warn about. The surveillance state, biomedical, big pharma tyranny, big tech tyranny, all these things that unfortunately the Trump administration is ushering in. And that's we have to be honest, and is laying the groundwork for. And if they're not ushering in, they're not rooting it out. Like, remember when they were going to repeal Obamacare? How well did that work? Now they want to now they want to rebrand it, and the Republicans want to own it. Well,
hey, it's happening right now. It's fine. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. It's fine. It's wonderful. So, we're saying don't let these precedences take root, because you won't get rid of them, and then eventually the Constitution won't matter. And that's, I think, part of the end game for some opportunists in not necessarily our administration, but in our government, in the halls of power, that really don't care Republican or Democrat. They'll be whatever they are to get that power. And if you don't think that secret shadow stuff isn't happening, I think we've got time for one more of these stories.
Yeah, let's hit it.
I'll put this one up. This is a clip from this clip from Newsmax. I can't read the dude's name. Anyway, but this is a report that FBI Director Kash Patel released documents that confirm that the FBI manipulated January 6th, and that they were looking at it from as much as 5 months earlier, and that the DNC was planning on, if Trump had won in 2020, was planning on running some kind of riot or demonstration to delay the certification of the vote. Check this out.
From my perspective, sir, the FBI was not only involved in the actions on January 6th from within. They had, I suspect, over 200 agents embedded within the crowd, including agents, or as they would call human assets, inside the Capitol, dressed as Trump supporters, before the doors were opened. Beyond that, the FBI had embedded themselves and infiltrated online chat groups and websites and social media accounts across the country.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Any group that was discussing objections to COVID oppression, and the FBI, effectively infiltrated those groups. And when you track the text threads and the communications within those groups and find the origins of suggestions of potential violence or an active occupation of the Capitol on January 6th, you'll find that those messages were led by members of the groups that ended up to be the FBI agents that had infiltrated the group. So the FBI's involvement was deep, not just on J6, but on the days and weeks and months prior.
And of course, the video that's just recently been released also showing the Capitol Police welcoming in people into the Capitol, not trying to keep them out as we were led to believe initially, undermining this whole insurrection narrative.
So there you have it. We are seeing now that once again, I don't know, what's the score now? Conspiracy theorists 24, narrative 0. Wow. I mean, we long suspected that this was an FBI plan, that it was an opportunity for a photo op, and they got what they want. But then here's another weird thing too. This negatively affected Trump. I mean, part of the reason he was prosecuted, during his reelection campaign, which I think he ended up using that for his campaign, was partly on January 6th. How many people went to jail and were held there for years? Some until Trump pardoned them, and they were held with no charges. They were looking around to find charges, innocent till proven guilty. It used to be, we have a crime, we need to find the suspect, we need to find the perpetrator. Now we need to find a person, or we have a person, we need to find the crime. And we're slowly getting into that across the country anyway. That's what the surveillance state is for. You know, we just want to watch you all the time and find some crime that we can get you with. You would wonder why President Trump wouldn't be more dogged about going after these things, you know. But then again, we know that their reports have noted there was an agreement that, hey, I won't go after your guys, you don't go after my guys. So we'll acknowledge, you know, quote, the Biden auto pen pardon for Fauci, and you acknowledge the pardons that I made, and we'll just, you know, we'll all get away with everything. But this, I mean, we you know that the CIA has gone rogue. You know, Kennedy, you know, but even far back as President John F. Kennedy and presidents prior to him, Eisenhower as well, said the CIA had gone rogue. And so our agencies have operations that are being used against us and we the people to affect outcomes such as elections, to affect perceptions of outcomes such as elections. That's what we're looking at here.
Andrew, it pains me to hear some of this stuff. Again, conspiracy theorist 240,104, narrative 0. I was just thinking, I just got a text from him, Chris Worrell, J6er, who got pardoned, still can't find a job down in Naples. We did a whole in-depth interview with him in a connection with our Byron Donalds piece. Byron was his congressional rep and didn't do anything for him. What Chris described to us in this instance, it's like there were so many people that were persecuted and prosecuted for no good reason. And what's their recourse been? Little to nothing, right? Because there's a deal that says, hey, I will go after your guys if you don't go after my guys. It just seems like we are moving towards this fascist totalitarian apparatus. We were already an oligarchy, and now it seems like we're just making the complete move. We're also crony capitalism, right? We're at that level, but it feels like we're just making that full jump into totalitarianism and the surveillance state. And it pains me because we've talked about this so much, and it seems like there's a level of apathy, just generally speaking, on this whole thing. It becomes frustrating, Andrew. And then I think at a very basic level, we want some accountability. Right? At a basic level, if somebody committed a crime against another person and they are deserving of prosecution and prison, can we actually see that happen just once? Can we just get one?
Isn't that what like people like Fauci represent? It's not that
Yes.
like, if Fauci went to prison, it wouldn't change our lives. It wouldn't bring the price of groceries down. But it would represent we're not afraid to hold people in power accountable. And but we're not going to do that. We're not. We're not. No, I'm going to save that because that's about to get into another story, and we're pretty much out of time. But I'll bring that up because it's something else. Again, it's just this crony. It's not even crony anymore. It's just flat out corruption. Let's call it what it is. It's both parties. It's DC. They may be too far gone. I will say this: one way that we can push back again is at our local level. The more we can, if we want to, if you want to pay higher prices and have them matter, if you want, let me rephrase that. If you're paying higher prices for food, but you want that higher price to actually make a difference, then buy local. Those are higher prices. The quality is much higher. You don't have to worry about Taylor Farms spraying turds all over your lettuce because it's your neighbor that's growing it. You know, find the farmers markets, find the meat processor in your area, buy meat locally, do as much as you can in your community. Stop playing their game. If we don't play their game, they won't have the power over us. We have to show them that we don't need them. Their biggest source of power over us is that we need them to do stuff. I saw, and I'm going over time, but I'll mention this. There's a poll out with most parents now saying that they approve of cell phone bans, all-day cell phone bans for their kids in school. Parents, you don't need the school to ban cell phones from your kids. You don't. You can take the phone. you can keep it all day and give it back. This is our problem. We don't need them to do that. We can do it. It's very simple. Give me your phone. Problem solved. I'm a parent, so it works. But we now are conditioned and used to relying on government for all these services, relying on this thing and that thing, and we just have to stop playing their game. And we can do that to some degree. So again, I would say, if you can, buy local, do as much as you can local. Make sure you have a good sheriff. If you've got a sheriff up for election, know who they are.
Yep.
And vote for the right ones that are going to protect your rights and protect and defend the Constitution and your rights within the Constitution. Anyway, I'll shut up. RC, I give you the last word, and also again let everybody know where we are all over this internet space.
Andrew, we do this every day because we have to continue to fight the good fight. So you can find everything Culture Crossroads. You can see it scrolling along the bottom of the screen there. YouTube channel, Culture Crossroads 316, Watchmen Action, all things Watchmen Action. Start at watchmenaction.org. All of our social medias are Watchmen Action. You can also watch us on Bet Cable. In the Dakotas, that's channel 40 on the Bet Cable and Epic Cable systems. You can also see the streaming at watchmenaction.org/network. And on all of our social medias as well. Watchmen Action 24/7, plenty of episodes of Culture Crossroads, the Spin Cycle, the Watchmen Brief, our other special reports. All that stuff lives there. And wherever you go, please like, share, and subscribe accordingly.
And with that, for RC Williams, I'm Andrew Southwick. This has been the Spin Cycle. Tomorrow's episode, actually, I think we'll be able to do it about the same time, about lunchtime, 12:45-ish, 1 o'clock. We'll be around here midday. Later in the week, it's going to be some later episodes. Again, my fault for some traveling I need to do, but we will be with you each and every day. So thank you for being with us today. We'll see you next time.
Good morning. Welcome. It's a blessing to have you. So we travel so much. And we go, and people always ask us, they're like, when are you coming to location X? Okay. And we're like, well, we don't know when we're going to make it. So someone had given us the wonderful idea that we should do these virtual trainings. We can do them from a location and people can come. But for people around the country, many of our friends or those who have seen us speak or seen us on TV, let's do kind of these nationwide mega trainings and everybody can join. And if for some reason they can't make it or they have to take off early, then they can just simply watch it at their leisure because they have their manual. So welcome to the first Watchmen Action mega virtual training series. My name is RC Williams.
And I'm Juliana Ormond.
We are co-founders of Watchmen Action. So we equip the church to engage the culture by helping them to build advocacy plans around the core issues that matter to them most. Before we move forward, this event today would not be possible without an incredible sponsor, Affordable One Kirkendall Insurance here in Central Florida. He serves 50 states. Don and his team are incredible people. They're strong believers, and they've really been with us since the beginning. So a big thank you to Affordable One Kirkendall Insurance for sponsoring our mega virtual training event today. You can find out more about them at affordableone.com. affordableone.com, all one word. Okay, so empowered to act. Let's do this. We're going to jump into a little bit about us, and then we will continue through, get to the training, and then we'll get rolling on section 1. So a very common question that we get is, who are these folks?
So RC and I are market researchers by trade. When we met almost 12 years ago, wow, we were both doing competitive intelligence market research for our clients. And then we realized, hey, you know, if we partner and build the technology to be able to do the market research, that, you know, we'd be able to do more for our clients. The challenge with the market research was that we were learning things that were scaring us, and we started writing about it. We realized that, you know, we needed to tell our brothers and sisters. So we started the first publication called Ripped from the Headlines. Ripped from the Headlines talks about what the news is saying, what the news is not saying, where they're lying. So we fill in the blanks. And then Father was like, about 6 months later, you're learning about transhumanism, one world religion, one world government, and you need to be writing about it. So we started, we are the Watchmen Weekly that talks about these hot topics. And as we were traveling with a couple of the pastor groups, we realized that, there were people that wanted to do things and they were a great tool to be able to do those things, but there wasn't a way to connect the people with the tools to get them to do those things. So we went on a quest, found Stephanie Mayer. She helped us build out our workbook.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Hey guys, Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Which is an actual workshop that you're going to go through today, because we realize that if we help you figure out what your story is, what exactly you're going to advocate for, what your strategy is, and all the tools that you need to make sure that you're getting it done, that you will have courage, because it takes courage to be able to take action. And courage really means that you need to know what you need to know to do the things that you need to do. So now we're going to just go through an educational journey together.
Yeah, so imagine my best Vanna White for folks who are with us in person and then online. As you see on your screen, we've got like our bio here, and at the bottom, we've got the workbook, right? What's missing, because I didn't update this version of the slide, is that as of last week, we have signed a deal with Real America's Voice to do our show, The Watchmen Brief, every Sunday afternoon on the network. So we are also co-hosts of The Watchmen Brief on the Real America's Voice Network, Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, Jeff. We see Jeff clapping. Okay, so that was the news that was supposed to be on the screen that didn't quite make it. So, okay. So, Juliana, we talked about the background of Watchmen Action, but let's get to the real question. Why Watchmen Action? Well, there's why.
So I'm sick and tired of going to all these different events, and we would all get together and gripe about what was going on. We eat the rubber chicken dinner, and then we would leave and there would be no action. We wouldn't know what to do. And I'm like, I'm done wasting my time and money, right, going to these events if we're not actually making a difference. So that's the reason why we wrote the workbook, because it's like, you need to take action. If you're not moving the needle, right, because nothing stays standard or, stagnant. It either progresses or it regresses, right? And if you're doing nothing, you're helping it to regress, right? So we need to get active in what it is that we need to do to move our agenda forward, because obviously, we were supposed to be moving the kingdom forward and we lost ground. And now it's time for the church to come back and start regaining grounds and what needs to happen with our own community.
Who had a rubber chicken on their screen on their bingo card this morning? Probably nobody, but that's attention again. So no more rubber chicken dinners. So here is what we found. After all of our research and working with Liberty pastors and the creation of Watchmen Action, we found that there are 3 mission critical things that have to happen if you're going to be successful. So what are those 3 things? The 3 keys to victory are: you need to
name the moment. So naming the moment is, what point in time in your life did you go, you know what? I don't like this issue and I'm going to advocate for it. So I'm going to have to build my story to say, this is what I'm advocating for because this is really important to me. Part 2 is plan the strategy. Hey, you know what? Who needs to be sitting around the table? You're going to have to do a SWOT analysis. What's a SWOT analysis? What's your strengths, your weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats, right? So you make sure that you have the right strategy, and then move the needle. My favorite phrase, move the needle, because if things aren't going forward, what are you doing, right? So we make sure that you have the tools, and if you have a team of people, that you're all on the same page working together. Remember, this is a workshop. You know, your computer is open, you're making phone calls, you're drawing circles, you're writing things out. That's the most important thing, is that you have a way to be able to move the needle.
Yeah, so you'll take in quite a bit today. Good news number 1, that's okay. You have a manual and you can keep track and you're going to have your notes. Good news number 2, we're recording this so you can actually go back and say, what the heck did they say? Or I want to go back through that exercise again. You have the opportunity to do so because it's a lot, but we can promise you this. Once you get these 3 keys down, no matter what you choose to advocate for, you'll always come out on the winning side because you've got a better plan.
So let me set the stage real quick. Ready? Some people are extroverts. Some people are introverts. Some people like to be out in the public, and some people want to be behind the scenes. So knowing what your gifting is really important, right? Because yeah, we want to stretch you, but we want to make sure that you're in your gifting and doing the things that you need to do and surrounding yourself with the people that can help you, right? Move your agenda forward, because not everybody is the same. You have to have the right people on your team.
One of the biggest revelation moments back in January, we were actually in the Philadelphia, Allentown area, and we did our keynote version of the training. And we gave the example of, you don't want the person who has the gift of administration, who keeps the trains running on time, knocking on doors of legislators, talking to them. What you want is that person making sure all the trains run on time and the appointments are scheduled. You want the charismatic person, the one who's got the personality and the gift of gab. You want them out front doing that and throwing things over their shoulder. Most people don't think about it in that context, but that audience, you could see the moment where it made sense to them. They're like, oh man, that makes all the sense in the world. And that's what this training is designed to do. There are going to be nuggets in here where you say, that's the thing I needed. Now the rest of this makes sense. Awesome. All right. So how does the training work? Well, we start with an overall question. This is the lesson essential question. What is it, RC? I'm glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Right? Here is the lesson essential question. What can I do to create the kind of society that I want to live in? Right? Because that's really why you're here.
Right.
As our friend Stephanie would say, that's actually in your workbook. That's why you're here, isn't it? Right. Mission critical. We're all fighting battles for the kingdom, in our communities, for the things that matter most. Right is right and wrong is wrong. That is biblical, which is why in your manual, Ezekiel 33:6 and other verses are so important. What can I do to create the kind of society that I want to live in? Everything that you do through this training and as you use this workbook will always come back to this lesson essential question. So that is the overall arching piece. Within each chapter, there will be a chapter essential question to help you focus on the task at hand, but all of this will flow back up to this question. And you'll see it pop up here in a bit. Okay, so how the training works. We actually devised a system that makes a lot of sense. Here's how it works. We ask the lesson or chapter essential question. Then we go through a component or an exercise where we learn, right? What are we working on here? Then we put it into action. That's the visualization. So what does this look like for me? I need to tell my story. How do I do that? What's my visual to help me walk through that? Then we look at the practical application of what you've just picked up. Right? So let's talk about the thing that you want to advocate for. How are you going to tell that story in parts? And we work through it and help you to fine tune it. Then you have an opportunity to reflect on what you've learned. And as you go through the manual, you'll see at the end of each section, there's an area for you to write notes. And then in the back of the workbook, you add notes. Here's what happens. At the end, you basically have a blueprint of everything you learned to execute on the issue that you want to execute on. So we didn't just leave you hanging with a bunch of stuff where you're kind of like, what do I do with that? You actually have tangible pieces where you can actually go and get to work right now.
So the workbook is kind of buildable, right? And you're going to may feel a little lost when you're doing it, right? But putting everything in the back, when you finish going through the entire workbook, will have all of your highlighted notes, right? So you'll be able to read everything through in a condensed version, and you'll be able to go, okay, now I really understand where this is going and what I need to do next.
Yeah. So with that said, How about we get some work done? Everybody excited to get some work done? Awesome. Yay. So let's do this. What you should see on your screen is the lesson essential question. So here we are back again. We told you this was going to show up again. So as we work together today, here is your lesson essential question. What can I do to create the kind of society I want to live in? About as straightforward as it gets, right? So that starts with naming your moment, right? So what is the core of what we do? If you have your manual open to section 1, you'll see it'll say name the moment. Naming your moment is taking your story, your personal story, and putting it together in such a way that someone can take that, own it, and then carry that story and tell it to someone else without you being around.
So let's break down this section. You're going to have 4 chapters in this section. This is all about the research that you're going to be doing, whether it's you're researching your heart or you're researching what you want to advocate for. So section 1 will be, I should say chapter 1 will be your moment in history. So that talks about, what was going on and what is your story. We're going to help you develop that. Chapter 2 is going to be the mountains of influence. So who are what mountain are you going to be the most influential in, right? We want to figure out where you land. That's really important. Then chapter 3 is cutting the issue down to size, right? You can't say something too big that you're going to advocate for. It's too big. You got to be very specific about what you're going to advocate for. We're going to help you to figure out exactly what that is. And then chapter 4 is becoming an advocate. What does that mean? Right? You need to make sure that you have some of the tools that you need and know what you need to know. So we're going to go through chapter 4 together.
Right. And Juliana, you mentioned earlier that the manual is buildable. What you're going to find in these first 4 chapters of section 1 is that they build on each other.
Yeah.
You're going to get your story down. You're going to figure out where you have the most influence and where you can make the most impact. We're going to get you super focused on your issue.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take and put all that together so that you've got it packaged and ready to go.
And just note the fact that if you don't get each chapter completely done, it's okay. You may need to sit with your workbook for the next couple of weeks until you're like, okay, I think I've got this where I need it to be.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
And make sure that you understand each of the chapters and you're at least starting it and understanding what you need to do for that chapter. And don't worry if, at some point you're thinking, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. It's all right. We will walk you through figuring out what you need to have, what you need to write.
Yeah, and so guys, for those of you who are joining us virtually, we do have you muted for now. If you have a question, feel free to pop it in the chat, and then when we get to the end of sections, if you guys would like to share, we'll go ahead and unmute you so that you can share with the group, and we can answer questions for you that way. So you can pop them in the chat, or we can wait till the end of a section and we can address the questions there. Just let us know. You can raise your hand or pop in the chat. Okay. So what is our chapter essential question? How can I leverage my personality, my aptitude, my knowledge, and my skills to move the needle on an issue that I care about? Because listen, let's be honest. We're all really good at stuff. We just don't give ourselves enough credit for it, right? And the way that the world is designed, when you're advocating for issues on the right side, we know how the world works. It doesn't necessarily like that. But you are beautiful and handsome and well-skilled and all of those good things, right? Because obviously we're better looking than the other side. So, right. Where does this start? Well, it starts with the story of self. Marshall Ganz, Harvard professor, relatively smart guy. He says, well, wait a minute. The public narrative, what story is told, wins the day. So, key to victory here, best story wins. Yes? You see this happen all the time, and you wonder to yourself openly, how are these freaking knuckle draggers winning these battles? Let's be honest. They tell a better story that's more easily carried by the masses of people than the other side.
And just note the fact that the shorter your story is, the harder it's going to be to get it there. Very nice and concise. And we're going to work on that with you.
Yeah. And so there's a paragraph here, the second from the bottom. The story of self is a personal story that Ganz emphasizes and shows why you were called to what you have been called to. That's important, right? He also says that everyone has a story about an experience that got him or her involved in a given cause. This section right here, super mega key. Because when you get that right, nothing will stop an incredible story. Absolutely nothing. People will gravitate to you and say, I own a piece of that, or I understand, or you know what? I had something similar happen to me. If you've ever been in a conversation your entire life, when do you know you're on the right track? When people say, oh, you mean like this? Or I had that happen to me. That's a connection moment. So, guys, you'll see at the bottom of the page, there's Gans's model for the story of self. So we're going to give you the 3 words that you need to fill in at the bottom. Gans's model for the story of self is simple. Number 1, challenge. Okay, you guys can fill that in. Gans's model for the story of self is simple. Number 1 is challenge. Number 2 is choice. We'll explain these in a second. Number 3 is outcome. Challenge, choice, and outcome. Those are going to be your best friends, okay? Because it's going to help you to frame any story for anything that you want to advocate for. Challenge, choice, and outcome. Everybody good?
Yep.
Awesome. What does that look like in life? Well, if you turn the page and you visualize, here are some things to think about. Right? When you tell a story, most of us say, well, you know, I went down the street and I went to the store and I got a soda and then I came back and I did some garden work, and average story, right? But when you set the stage properly for your story, if you can get people to visualize with you what it sounded like, colors, emotions, and Juliana and I both have stories, even in our backgrounds,
right,
that fill this, and we'll share those with you guys so you get an idea of how this works, right? And then if you look over to the right, you can see you've got 3 boxes here. So box 1, obstacle or defining event. What was the challenge? 2, what was the choice? Was it easy or was it complex? And then what did I learn? Okay, so when I talk about this, I will tell the story. The guy that you see today is relatively well put together, somewhat well spoken, but it didn't necessarily start that way. So I
got married.
Until I got married. So I grew up in San Francisco, pretty idyllic childhood in the 80s, but in my sophomore year of high school, we moved east to a city called Richmond, California. That's north of Oakland, about 10 miles. Richmond, California at the time was the second most violent city in the United States, murders per capita. I went from Club Med to Club Fed in basically one day, okay? Richmond High School, where I attended, on campus, it was a quad with offshoots and no windows. Do you know what else is built like that? A prison, okay? The school was the border between the Bloods and the Crips. There were shootings, beatings, stabbings, everything, every single day. Our t-shirts for the class of 1992 said, "I survived Richmond High." And people thought it was a joke. And it's like, no, I actually survived Richmond High. I had to decide what I was going to do. Was I going to lean into that lifestyle and just say, you know, YOLO, and this is the way the world works and they want to kill me anyway? Or am I going to claw and scrape and scratch and do whatever I got to do to get out, right? So I had to make a choice. My challenge was I'm in an environment that is hyper violent and every day is survival. When you're in that mode, it's difficult to do anything other than survive. And Juliana is going to tell her story in the same way. For me, it was music and sports. I was so fortunate in all of that chaos to have those things. And they got me through. And during that process, I found that I loved music, I loved competition, but I also loved to speak, I loved to learn. At 16, I attended my first Toastmasters meeting, kind of on accident. And I spent 3 years there, and it shaped me and helped me understand there was a whole world outside of what I was in. So the moral of that story is your environment can dictate terms, but those within your environment can change them. Challenge, choice, and outcome.
Want me to do mine?
Yes, please.
So I was looking for my community of people. I didn't know as we were building a technology company who my people were. So it was either I stay quiet and we try to figure out how to build a business alone, or to find my community. So one day we got to 1 million cups, and 1 million cups, I was like, oh my gosh, here's my community. So we decided, instead of doing it alone, we decided to take over the 1 million cups and facilitate it. 1 million cups is like your local Shark Tank. Anyway, the outcome of that was we wound up opening up a community and business resource center where we could do business together with all the different companies that were coming and working together. So our outcome was being able to now do Watchmen Action, actually. Yeah.
When you personalize your stories and you can help people to visualize that, they will often have an experience that they can anchor to and say, you know what, you're singing my tune. Yeah. You're speaking my story, different experience, but I get it. Like I had that same run through. Juliana told a story of progress, right? Where we moved and it's like, hey, these great things happen. I told one of struggle that led to an outcome that was positive versus a negative, right? Because for my story, there were 10 other stories where young people made the wrong choice. And some of them are just getting out of prison, right? They were doing 25 to life. So you guys can see that if you take the time to use this formula and the things to think about, you can frame a story for your issue that nobody can beat. Everybody good? All right, good. The plane is getting to a comfortable cruising altitude, right? So if you turn the page, what we want to do at this point is we want you guys to take a few minutes and brainstorm the points for each section of your story. So why don't we take, what do you think, 5?
Yeah, we get started.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes and get started on this. You guys will see you've got some blue there, challenge, choice, and outcome. Just take a few minutes, make some notes. We'll give you 5. I'll actually turn the timer on. And then we'll come back. And if someone would like to share, we want to hear it. We want to talk about it and see if we can fine tune it before we move on. So why don't you guys go ahead and get started.
Just go through the workbook. You don't fill the whole thing right now. Cool. If you want to, cool.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
I've been putting them on for each section on the little pieces of paper. I thought it was sticky notes, but it's not. It's also. Oh. I had a couple of challenge things, the human trafficking, interacting with people that were victims, and roadblocks with Orange County. Really? People in leadership. And some of them, and the people I was trying to, the kids I was trying to help are in witness protections. Okay, so we're the third worst city in the country. And so this is good because we need to get more, I don't think parents understand the threat because I've been called insane. I was blocked on Nextdoor, taken off for a month. Talking about the pedophiles in Orange County in leadership. Oh yeah. Orange County Commissioner and was accused by multiple people. Fishbeck was accused too, wasn't he? I don't know. But is that what you're going to be at? One of the things, the other thing is I've been working on, I want to finish Mom's book she started about hope and miracles going through a medical challenge. So I want to do that one first because a lot of people could, because her story is great. But I also want to do especially Mike Scott's up for re-election. And he's the Air Force vet, got a congressional grant from Val Demings that he wasn't qualified for. And his brother's keeper, he has unrestricted access to corrections to juvies. And so one of his victims had called the Orange County outbreak office, and I took the call. And I'm on part of the public record. I got threats. I was being followed because you were talking about that. Oh yeah. And then I went to one of the times, and I went to Ashley Moody's office and got who to contact locally that would claim human trafficking, part of the human trafficking task force. And with the problem was one of the victims was brave and came forward. So now him and he's now an adult, but some of the kids have all been moved to a different county in witness protection.
So what is it about your story? To go back to the, what is it about your story that wants you to do that?
All right, guys, 2 minutes.
What do you want to talk about? I want to get the people arrested. You know, I want to protect kids to justice. I want justice. I want to protect children so that other children don't have to face it.
Was there something in your past? Or is it just you saw something?
I've always tried to protect any
innocent
unrighteousness in school. Like when I moved to Florida, because I grew up on Daisy, third grade, though we moved to Gainesville while my dad was in Vietnam, and white kids were calling black kids. You know, I wanted to jump up with the black kids, and they started calling me an in-lover. They were being prejudiced against all kinds of racist stuff. And I just, you know, it's like, they're having fun. I want to have fun. You know, you're a bully.
So your challenge was, when I was a kid, I saw so much injustice and I didn't like that. So my choice was I made a decision that I wanted to help human trafficking specifically because that's the one thing I'm going to focus on. And the outcome is that now I'm going to be advocating for, right, or working towards.
All right, everyone start to land your plane, please.
To get the evildoers that I know put away, or help protect. Because one of the things when they have press conferences, that no lawyer wanted to represent these people. The superintendent of schools said we have protocols, but canceled a meeting with the families and the kids. Wouldn't let them speak at her town hall.
All right, guys. So that's time. Amazing. 5 minutes is a lifetime, right? Somebody told me you could tell your life story 3 times in 5 minutes if you did it right. If you had your challenge, choice, and outcome together, you could do it in less. So what did we come up with? How's everybody feeling after taking a minute to digest? Nobody's story is going to be perfect at this point. But if you'd like to share, we'd love to talk about it. For those of you online, if you guys want to, just kind of raise your hand or pop in the chat saying, I want to share. We'll bring you up so everybody can hear you. We'd love to hear it and talk through it. So who wants to share? Anyone ready to share?
We've had classes where nobody talks, and we have classes where everybody talks. And if this is a nobody talks, but we would love to hear your stories.
Yeah, and you can share parts of it. If you have parts of your story together, that's fine too. Jeff's raising his hand. Yay. 1 second, sir. Let's get you asked. I'm going to ask you to unmute. You should get a pop-up.
Yep. Hey, Jeff.
Go ahead, my friend.
Guys. Yeah, only because no one else spoke up. Because, pastors can talk forever. But this one was so easy and, a lot in my teachings and everything that I do. So that's so awesome to get to be on this end because my challenge was growing up in the church.
Jeff, sorry, 1 second. Could you get closer to the mic just so the folks can
hear? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't bring it in. Is that better?
Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
That good? Okay. So, my challenge was growing up in a church, and hindsight was not having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
So the challenge now, I know there's a term for it. It was called holy discontent.
Never heard that before.
And the choice was to either go deeper spiritually or walk away because I was feeling shallow and fake. I knew how to play church, but lacked this personal relationship. And the outcome has been an active disciple maker, husband, father, and serving the Lord in as many ways as I possibly can.
Thank you.
Jeff, thank you for sharing that. For those online and here, we had the opportunity to meet Jeff and his incredible wife when we were in Knoxville together, speaking at an event at Patriot Church. And Jeff, that sharing, I think that's such a common story. And when we were together, we talked about some of the challenges of people feeling that imposter syndrome. But how powerful is this was what Jeff shared. He had a framework of being able to preach the gospel. Because let's be honest, in society today, one of the most effective ways to connect with people who are lost or seeking is to meet them at a place with the things that they see and deal with every day. So Jeff could have played pastor, the fakest tree, and just say, well, you know, this and God and the Bible and everything. But he said, no, wait a minute. I felt like I was a fake because of the way that this system is designed, right? And I had to make a choice as how I was going to resolve that. Am I going to be a man of God and do it the right way? Or am I just going to go down the fakest tree road? No. So he made a choice to do the right thing, which feels wholly uncomfortable to us, right? Because it's not comfortable. But then the outcome, I think, is super powerful for people. It's because there are a lot of people that were like Jeff, where he says, now I'm a family man, I got my stuff together, and I can go and share this story with other people. If more people just did that, so many people would get saved in the most practical way possible. Like they'd just be like, oh my God, I've been missing out. When we write, when we do We Are the Watchmen Weekly, this is literally the conversation we have with readers, is we're like, here's what's going on in life today, okay? This feels like a disease to you because your spirit is telling you it's wrong. You may not know that. Here is why. And often when we talk to people, we will quote scripture without telling them it's even scripture. And they'll be like, where'd that come from? And we're like, the Bible. They don't get mad. They get curious. Well, they kind of get upset because like, why didn't I learn this? But now their minds are open, their hearts are open, their spirits are open.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices.
Because the stories are personal.
Right.
Right. So Jeff, thank you for sharing. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, bud, but thank you for sharing the story. And I moved you over so everybody could see it for a minute. So now I'm going to move you back over. Okay. So let's do this. We'll move Jeff back over. Now he's in a little square. I'm going to mute you again, Jeff. Just raise your hand if you want to come back on. Anybody in the audience with us today that would like to share? Oh, Deanna, you can do it from there. Just to make sure people can hear you. Just make sure you speak up.
Well, my challenge was when they were integrating schools in Florida.
Okay.
That I faced injustice or saw injustice, and it made me mad. And I stood up to the bullies that were opposing integration of the schools. And that I made friends, had fun, and that made me feel good as a third grader. my choice, I was manning an office, a political office, and a victim of human trafficking called the office because they weren't getting any support from their political party. So they couldn't get a lawyer to represent them. So they were trying a different party. And so I recognized that this person was a victim, and that they needed help and support, and I supported them, going to sheriffs in different counties because it was a tri-county network. And anyway,
that was your outcome?
Well, no, the outcome was Orange County Sheriff filed charges to prosecute the pedophile. And the state attorney refused to prosecute. But I got from Ashley Moody's office when she was Attorney General, I got because I wanted to make sure there were people that were not affiliated or connected to make a referral to, but they ended up helping not only this victim, but other victims.
Awesome.
That and they're in witness protection.
So what Deanna shared here, she shared her background as a child. I'll come back to that. And then she shared what was happening with human trafficking and how people were looking for help. And she was able to stand up. What I think is interesting about the outcome, Deanna, is that you did the right thing and there was supposed to be a prosecution and the district attorney chose not to, but you were able to make a change. Here's what's interesting. You told two really good stories. And as you were talking, I'm thinking, what sticks out to me, because Deanna, you're a conservative, I think that's okay to share with people. We all are, right? So it is interesting to me that a stereotype is broken in your first story, because the world would lead you to believe that conservatives are inherently racist when it's actually the opposite, right? If anybody knows the history of conservatism, it's actually the opposite. But a lot of people don't understand that. And for you to share something like that with people that's personal is going to stop them in their tracks. And they're going to say, wait a minute, the person I'm looking at in the story I'm hearing don't match in my mind because society has told me those things don't match.
Right.
So you've broken a barrier right there. Anybody that was going to come at you, you don't understand. It's like, I understand way better than you think. I've been fighting this battle since I was a kid. Right. So there's this strong sense of justice that opens that story. And then when you carry it on to say, being an advocate, here's what happened to me. Like, these poor people were looking for help and they were just calling and calling, and I answered. I answered the call. I said, we're going to fix this. So the strong sense of justice carries you to the point where you did the right thing and then you saw the system not do the right thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the current attorney general ended up calling Monique Worrell, the state attorney, out when he was mentioning the 20 million pedophiles that Interpol said there was a network in Europe and US, and Orlando is the third worst city in the country. So we have a huge problem that people aren't aware of.
Yeah.
So that story, like as you go and fine tune that, Deanna, you're going to find that that's a calling card for you.
Yeah.
It's going to open doors for you to be able to have conversations with people and get things done. And that's why we love this section. That's why it's the first section.
Yeah.
Because everything is going to build off of you getting the story together. And any story that you create is going to work off that formula.
And you can change the story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Depending on, who your audience is. So I would write out a couple of stories, but I would write them out. Right. And then just kind of like how you memorize it. It becomes a routine for you. Like I had to memorize a 16-page single lines typed. Took me an hour to be able to just tell the presentation. That's how long the presentation was. But man, when it was all written down, I knew exactly what I needed to say. It gave me courage to be able to say it because I knew what I needed to say. Right. So I would write it out and then just, you wear the script like a sweater.
Amen.
Right. You're putting it on and you become that. So,
yeah. Okay. Yes. Oh, Stephanie. Yeah.
Try.
Yes.
Absolutely. Please. Come on.
I'm going to stand because I talk about it when I'm standing, but this is a recent story, so that's why I want to try it. I haven't actually shared it ever. I haven't written it out. I just started with your thing, so I'm going to try it. Challenge, choice, outcome. Okay. So all of my career, I have felt really passionate and focused in advocating for freedom and our founding principles and how people can lean into their giftings. And this has been I've been fortunate to have this job, but it's always been in the secular world. And then, so I loved it, and I was able to express my passions. I love speaking, I love talking with people, I love seeing them grow. But as our country started to decline in our culture, I started to see this darkness coming over people where they didn't, even conservative people were using like politically correct words and multiple gender things and things that I just thought, what is happening? And so I started praying to God. It was after like 20 years or so, for the first time I was saying, God, I want to work at a Christian organization. I want to work for a place where I don't have to edit myself. And when I say to a class, where do your rights come from? I don't have to say you were born with them. I can say from God, right? I just don't want to edit myself anymore. So I kept praying, God, use me, send me to a Christian place and use me, and thy will be done. And so I prayed all this. So this was like this, gosh, I was so frustrated because on the one hand I was working, but it was this like a fork I was trying to make happen, and there wasn't a fork. It was just still me doing it. So God provided an opportunity, but it was not at all. I had my own idea. I thought, wow, when the door opens, right, it's going to be like a conservative Christian political thing, and it's going to be speaking, and it's going to be books, and it's going to be traveling, and it's going to be all the things I like. And it wasn't that. It was a ministry that shares the gospel, not even in America, it's in Africa. And my opportunity was to be an administrator and be in the office every day. It's nothing I like, and it's in a state I don't want to live in. And I was really wrestling with God. I was going, that can't be it, God. And I try another door and it would close. I try another door and it would close. And that was the only door that would open. And I kept, so one day I went to McDonald's drive-through. This was like my way to just escape. I was in the car. I'm going to go get a Diet Coke. I'm going to sit in the car and I'm just going to convince God that this is not the way, because I don't like this choice in this. And so I was just telling God, like, God, this can't be it. This can't be it. And God just said, like, he really rebuked me and said, you asked me to use you for my will, and this is the job. Do you want it or not?
Oh
boy.
And so I instantly went, okay, sorry. Thanks for making the choice easy. Yes, use me. Even though I still did not like what I was about to go do. But I made the choice. And so I was, what I hope and think, I was obedient to God, because all of that was stuff I did not want to do. And my husband and I had to find a new place in this area. We had to be separated while our old house was still selling. There was a lot of sacrifice, and it was really hard. But the outcome was, honestly, it's been 1.5 years. So it's a new story in my life. It's been 1.5 years, and God has shown me that even in this role where I couldn't see where my gifts and talents could be relevant, he has opened up so many other people to be able to use their gifts and talents because of the position of unique authority that he put me in that job. And so because I was obedient, I'm getting to see so much fruit in other people where I was never seeing fruit before. So
before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
It was just such a lesson to me and a reminder. I mean, we know this on an intellectual level, but I didn't realize, I wasn't really walking in faith that God really does know the plans for me and that they're good plans and that I need to stop trying to wrestle them back into my planning sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was why now I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm trying to lean into how I'm explaining it to people and not going on tangents and just being a lot more focused, because I know that it will bring other people into whatever it is they're being called to do. So
Stephanie, great job. Great job. Before we move on quickly, how important is it to get that out of your system, to go through it, right?
I wanted to hear it because you were talking about how Father is leading you in the wrestling match that you went through with him, and you realized, yeah, you're bigger than me. I better submit, right? Yeah. So I needed to hear that.
Yeah, and a lot of people do, right? Because what's the thing? No test, no testimony. Right. It's in the word, right? Literally. So, but that's so important because our friend Cameron McGill and his wife up in North Carolina at Lake Church, you may be the only Bible some people ever read.
That's right.
Ooh. What are they going to get?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you may not want to do it. You may not want to say it.
But
that's not what you asked for.
Right.
That's what Stephanie said. Great job, you guys. Those are awesome. So let's do this before we move on. Let's take a moment. In the back of your manual, there is a section called Reflections.
Like all the way towards the back.
Yeah, all the way towards the back.
Yeah.
Blue box under chapter 1. We've got some homework for you, so we'll give you a minute or two to do that. Write a couple of things that you learned from this section and one question that you still have outstanding. Give you guys a minute to do that. If you have questions, you can either raise your hand. If you're online with us, you can raise your hand or pop in the chat. If you're in the room with us, just go ahead and yell them out. Very good.
Does it have to be one story? Does it have to be like, yeah, I guess that's my question.
Well, if you're developing a couple of different storylines, I think that's okay. Because if you're thinking here, you need to do this and you need to be talking about that, if you're able to do two at the same time.
Yeah. If you've got a couple brewing, just lay them out and then you can fine tune them later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily your origin story.
Correct.
It can be like what I just shared is a recent
Absolutely. Yes.
story, and it doesn't account for lots of other.
Yeah. So
the person that's in front of you, that's your audience. You have to be very specific about what you're going to say. Right. So depending on what you need to say, tweak your story. So if you need to make a couple of versions of it, right?
100%.
Mhm. Yeah.
So we'll give you guys another minute here. Gonna get your thoughts together. Got notes? If you don't, that's fine too. Some people are like, do I have to write that stuff out? No, there's actually no requirement for you to do that. We encourage you to do that, but you don't have to.
It's easier when it's all written out.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You guys are doing great. It's a lot to take in, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll give you guys another minute here to land the plane. I think everybody's good.
You don't have to write out the story or the reflection.
Either one. We encourage you to.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, people do I have to? It's like, no, you don't have to do anything. You're an adult. Like, have to.
Yeah.
We encourage you to.
Oh, I would like for everybody to do at the back of the book, having said that, if they're not solid, it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Because you can go back afterwards as you go through the book and
Process.
Right.
yeah, you need to process the information. There's a lot of information you're going to you'll be like, I didn't think about that for, decades. And all of a sudden I got to deal with that situation.
Thanks, RC and Juliana. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead and move ahead. So we're going to move to chapter 2. And this one is a bit more straightforward. So here is your chapter essential question for this section. This is Mountains of Influence. Chapter 2, Research 2. You'll see it. It'll say Mountains of Influence along the top. How can I strategically determine where to place my efforts and my energy? Now, a little while ago, we gave you guys the example of the person who has the gift of administration should be knocking on doors at your state house, right? So there are mountains of influence. There are different areas where you can have an impact. Now, in your workbook, you can see that we have 8 listed. There are the 7 mountains. You may have heard of those. We've added an 8th, and that's technology, right? Or some people refer to it as STEM or STEAM in the modern sense. So this idea has obviously been around for a while, but we said, listen, here is what holds true. Your gifts and talents may have you in more than one of these mountains. But what we want to help you do is figure out which ones make sense for you. Because now you got a story together. Now we need to figure out where you have the influence.
Right.
Go ahead, Gina.
So like for you and I, our influence really is media, right? And probably, I would say religion.
Yeah.
We're definitely in technology, but that's the backbone of who we are. Right. But that's where, we have most influence is media, for example. That is our number one influence.
Right. So we know in that mountain, the stories that we tell, the things that we do, when we train, we have an impact there. We can reach masses of people to get them in.
Right.
But once we get them in, the Watchmen Action training that you're going through today, you'll notice it's designed to equip you.
Right.
So it is issue agnostic, right?
So I would say like Deanna, right? Your mountain really is government, right?
Mhm.
You have another mountain that you really work in that's
Healthcare,
really okay.
from being a caregiver
Okay.
for both my parents and a lot of the things that I've seen wrong with taking care of the elderly.
Yeah. Okay.
So here's what's interesting. If you look at the description of the family mountain, it shapes individual character and societal norms. So you actually work, so we know government, but you also actually work in family and in a way education, because you're helping people understand these experiences. You were with both your parents, right? And so you took on that responsibility. Well, you learned a lot about how the systems work from that experience, right? So you could easily become an educator on helping people. And I think we were talking about that the other day, where you do that with some people. You help them to understand what's going on. So you work in multiple mountains. You know kind of where your lead is, but you know that it goes over to others. And that's the beauty of having these laid out, guys. It helps you to see the areas that you fit in.
Jeff, where do you think you mostly fit?
Let me unmute Jeff. Yeah. Martha, you're free to join us too. I know if you're just listening and when learning, that's fine. You don't have to jump in, but you're more than welcome to. Go ahead, Jeff.
Where do I mostly fit?
Jeff, your mic's too far away, sir.
Oh gosh, I keep forgetting that because I didn't even
Sorry.
want to do that. But
Go ahead.
okay, one of the things that you've already talked about here is gifting, where we're at, and I'm a absolute constant teacher of that. In fact, the fellow I do most of my ministry with, he is actually accredited in the National Christian Counselor Association, which is talking about temperaments and how basically it takes personality tests, whatever, and breaks it down. And so one of the things that these mountains have taught me, if that's what you're asking, is that it's cool if I can't do what the guy next to me can do, because that is the first freeing thing, right?
Yep.
When you all of a sudden realize, because what's going to happen is, I believe the Lord, puts that in you, and you begin to have small successes and realize, oh, well, here is my area. Much like the story you told earlier, you tend to put people in their wrong places because you don't know. And I believe this is very scriptural when it talks about we're supposed to know each other intimately in the body of Christ. So if we did that, then we would obviously know each other's gifts. So that's what it's done for me. Been able to use, I see all 8 of these things, particularly technology now, learning to not bury your head in the sand from new things and just say, oh, that's bad, I'm not going there, but to step up and be that light in technology and throughout all these things.
So where do you think you have the most influence right now? Like if you were to reach out to people that are in your sphere, you know, where are you working the most?
Oh, such an easy question for me. I have this thing where I feel like one of the reasons that it appears faith has kind of lost some ground is because I believe that we have kind of had a system that's created some, basically, I'll just say it, biblically illiterate believers. Mm-hmm. And so where I find the breakdown is not with people that are pursuing because they're seeking. It's with people that think they're good and literally could not quote a verse if their life depended on it, yet have said in church. So I consider myself a first grade teacher teaching
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use.
Identity at a Genesis, who you are, that you're an eternal spirit, and try to have people grasp an eternal mindset for this life versus the dust to dust that most of us have bought into. So that's totally my niche.
Jeff, thank you for
Jeff.
sharing that.
That was awesome.
I'm going to mute you for a sec here, try to leave you up on screen. I think I can do both so everybody can see you here in the room. So helps to kind of get an idea of where you fit, right? Well, then let's do this. Let's reflect, shall we? So this one's a little quicker than the first exercise, right? If you guys turn back to reflections, and you can just make a note here of the mountains where you think you fit. And if you've got some notes or a lingering question, it's a great place to put it. Reflections, blue blocks under chapter 2. We'll give you guys a minute to make those notes before we move on. So you guys are doing a great job. I think what we'll do is we'll get through section 1. We'll give you guys a break. We'll come back and then tackle section 2.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, what did we learn when we did Sarasota last month? We got to give people a chance to go stretch their legs and use the bathroom, or they just sit there and it'll be in their eyeballs.
Especially with the coffee.
Yeah. It's like, Mr. Williams, Ms. Ormond, can we have a break? No.
We have classes that are like, can you please just slow down? You're talking too fast. Just slow down.
Sorry, what'd you say? No, wait. Oh.
I think it's interesting with the telling your story or how breaking it down.
Mhm.
I think because some people from Channel 2 that were Barbara West and her husband, I went to one of their How to Tell Your Story.
Mhm.
And they kept, and so you were supposed to say something in a nutshell, but they didn't tell you how to tell your why.
Right.
And this helps break it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, I'm not going to go on a tangent against news anchors, but let's be honest, because I grew up with some of the best in the world in San Francisco. I grew up at KGL. They read teleprompters.
Right.
The stories are fed to them. Very few have the gift of being able to take it and make sense. And those guys, I mean, Fred Van Amberg as a news anchor, he was the first local news anchor in the US to make more than $1 million a year. I used to see this guy every day. This is like 78, 79, 80, right? So this is like, it's a ton of money. Everybody, he was such a guarded personality. He's a kind guy behind the scenes, but he was so guarded, but he got San Francisco through some of the most difficult times in the history of the city. Moscone assassination, Jim Jones, right? Jonestown, all of that was happening at the same time. Patty Hearst, like all this stuff's happening basically at the same time. And he had this incredible way of taking what was on the teleprompter and personalizing it. And he would drop his news anchor. And at one point he would say, a guy named Dave McElhatton was the same way. They would just stop with the teleprompter for a second and you could tell. And then they got real personal. They're like, you know, I live in this neighborhood where this is happening right now. This doesn't need to be happening. And you're like,
Then they go back to their.
yeah, then they go back to what they were doing. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
This is that part of that formula. So, all right, guys, if everybody good, did we get our notes in? Sorry for going off on a story tangent, but we are talking about stories. So, all right. So moving on to chapter 3, this is research section 3. Now we've talked about your story and the mountains that you need to be in, but cutting the issue is super critical. And we're going to show you guys a diagram in a second that will be seared into your brain forever. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, as the old saying goes, right? So how can I narrow down my issue to the most productive level to get the most meaningful results? Now, we'll look at something, and you guys will see this in a second. We'll look at a topic. People say, well, Deanna, what are you working on? Healthcare. That's awesome.
Too broad.
Okay.
Right.
So now what?
Fix up.
Right. So, okay. You guys kind of getting the gist of it, right? So the notes are here on how you can do these things, but obviously we're visual by nature. So let's take a look at what that potentially looks like if you guys turn the page. So in this example, we're talking about education. What are you advocating for? Jeff, did you have a question or are you just turning the page? Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Education. Boy, that's a popular one, right? I'm working on education. That's great. What are we doing in education? Well, education, that doesn't help, right? But if you're able to take education and break it down, like this example is super good.
Right.
Choose your adventure, so to speak, right? And I'm working the board here while I'm there. So if you are working on education issues and you say, what are you working on? I'm working on school choice. Oh, that's pretty straightforward. Oh, you want parents to be able to have the choice of where their kid goes to school or if they homeschool them. Got it. I like that too. Or I want to work on something else. But now you've taken education super broad and you've made it simple in one step. That's easy, right? Well, if that's what you want to do, congratulations. Now we help you to cut every issue you're ever going to deal with in the rest of your life, right? I don't like my neighbor. Cut off their water. Okay. So, just kidding. Don't do that, please. All right. So you could also go the other way. So let's say that you're more hyper-focused. Within education, you have a focus on curriculums. What are the kids learning? Right? Okay, that's great. But you can get even more narrow. I'm going to focus my energy on high school curriculum because those kids are going to be running the world someday sooner than younger kids. So I'm going to focus my energy on high school curriculum, right? And then I could choose my adventure one way or the other. I'll do both for you guys quickly. Within high school curriculums, I'm going to focus on gender ideology because that's insanity, right? And I'm going to focus on that in English because what I'm finding in these books that are coming out now, they're trying to shape the behavior of young people to confuse them in their gender. And that there's like 3,000 genders or they're a furry or whatever they want to call themselves today. So I'm going to focus on high school curriculum, getting gender ideology out of English. That's one way you can go, yes? Okay. The other way, you can say, well, I'm going to focus on high school curriculums, but this diversity, equity, inclusion foolishness is driving me absolutely nuts. So I've got a problem with them trying to push DEI to high schoolers because they're going to be in the workforce in a couple of years. And I worry that it's going to degrade society. Okay, good. So far, so good. You can take it a step further and say, but I'm focused on Lee County. For those of us who are not in Florida, this is the southwest corner. This is Sarasota, Venice, that area. So if you look at a map of Southwest Florida, I'm going to focus in Lee County schools. So my energy is going to be focused on killing DEI and high school curriculums in Lee County schools.
Yeah.
Do you guys get a sense of what's happening here now?
Being very specific.
As you narrow down, right? Here's why. And I think we learned part of this from what RFK Jr. did with Maha. Maha sits in the middle.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
There's only 18,000 moving parts to Maha. To the point where Maha doesn't even agree with Maha anymore. Okay. The people who won the day on that and who got resources and got legislation moved and everything got hyper focused on the part they wanted to work on, whether it was vaccine injury, naturopath medication, or what is it? Homeopathic. Right. Homeopathic. Thank you. Allopathic is the bad guys. Okay. So they focused on a particular set of things, or they said, we're going to do events and educate people. So if you break it down, it's much easier for people to follow you.
Right.
Part one, right? It's easier for them to figure out where they fit, what mountain of influence. And it's also easier for them to carry your story. Imagine that you get the mad mom in the minivan, taking an old radio term, and she's ticked off when you told her about what's going on in Lee County schools. And she goes to talk to her book club and she barges in the door. And she says, do you know what they're doing with DEI in our schools? Those high schoolers are going to be working in 2 years. And Stephanie told me if we don't stop it, these kids are going to take us over a cliff. I can't do that. But seriously, like, you guys understand?
Yeah.
So the importance of cutting an issue, when you guys do this for yourselves or when you work with your groups, right? Because likely you're going to have a group that you work with on something. This type of training is ultimate key to victory. Now imagine your great story, having everybody working in the right mountain and then being able to cut an issue down to size.
So let's give them a few minutes.
Yeah, so let's do this. I want you guys to take a few minutes. You can do this in reflections, or what we've had some people do in their notebook is, if they have a separate notebook or they have a blank sheet of paper, is they'll draw those circles and work an issue down.
So actually, I would go back.
Sorry, let me go back. Yes.
Yeah, I would keep that up and then you guys can draw your own circles.
Yeah. So why don't we take a minute and draw our circles?
Yeah.
We'll give you guys
Helping.
6-7 minutes. Yeah. You guys just go for a minute because this takes a little time. So.
Where do you want to do that?
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases,
Or do you want to do that? Or do you want to be able to advocate, generally speaking, for shop in high school?
Well, I was thinking books, like, with resources. Like library resources. Yeah, because like with the, especially with money, that's my area. Banking, financial planning, that's my job. So you're still education in the middle, right? And then you want to break it down to like home ec, cooking. So many kids can't cook, they always buy fast food. So you're talking about wanting to advocate to bring in the right curriculum, the right curriculum, right, to have resources for homeschool or for school. Either videos or I don't know. I don't know how that through that. But okay, so but I'm here to talk you through to see what we can come up with. When you're advocating for what you want to find a curriculum that encompasses. I have to look to see what's already there, like Charles Payne has the options for and I guess video that help. It's easy for people like high schoolers that can do day trading already, do the option. They have a job and try to build money for college or. So how do you, because it's hard, how would you narrow down where to start? Are you looking to do that in a school? Are you looking to advocate with another organization that is as tangents?
That's what I'm experiencing right now.
That's really good.
I also have to research and see what's already out
like
there.
looking at it as a fresh person.
Because I used to teach seminars.
I'm trying it with
for
favorite, not because
women,
gospel
for
centered.
state
So it's a new thing. So I'm like, okay, we're gospel
uneducated.
US, like I'm US, so my focus is on that.
Need to plan your own.
Like I'm not in the field and
Just rely on them doing.
and then I'm thinking about
stuff.
I'm not sure I like this in media episodic series.
Example.
But now I'm getting into results to raise awareness for favor and to raise money so we can bring more people to that. You could really get on, is that a tangent or is it trailing down? To really like check my own journey.
How interesting.
Yes.
I would like you to work with Deanna to check her journey and narrow down and make sure she's clear what she's done.
Okay. Got about 6 minutes, everybody. Yeah.
Okay. I'm interested in school curriculum.
Okay.
By creating resources available for kids that are homeschooled or teachers are having things available for teachers in public school. And I think life skills is a huge thing.
Okay.
Social skills. So many kids are just on their phone. They're lacking in their personal skills. How to do a job interview. Shake hands, eye contact is a big problem. Money, managing money. Most parents don't even. 90% of people are living paycheck to paycheck.
So she wants to take these skill sets.
Sure. And so I actually get it. So I think you need to determine, Deanna, what education level you want to focus on, because if you were doing that for high school, it's going to be different if you're doing it for middle school.
Well, I was even thinking like some of the money things could start in elementary. I think starting early with saving putting things on a wish list, not instant gratification.
So let's do,
So I could do it for all three, three levels, elementary, middle.
We're still here, guys. We're actually working on an exercise here in the class. So if you have questions, let us know.
Because there's work in it.
I love that.
so there's education, right, in the middle. And then you're gonna do curriculum. And while you want to vary, I think you need to focus on one first. So let's say that life skills are probably going to be more applicable to high school students.
Okay.
Make sense so far?
That makes sense.
Right, so high school.
And I have a cartoon list already.
Okay, so wait a minute. So we got, okay, so we've got education, curriculum, high school curriculum. Right, and then let's take it to the next level. And then let's do life skills.
Okay.
Okay, so then once you get here, so now you've narrowed it down. I'm going to focus on the high school curriculum because life skills are missing. What are those life skills? And from there, I would take the top 3 or 4 that you think you're going to have the most impact. So let's do money.
Social skills, interpersonal skills.
Okay. And then
You want to call it home economics?
Home economics.
Between
That's a good one.
fixing, doing repair, like we did I did that for Habitat for Humanity. Teaching the people, how to they had to work on their own home or other people's homes, but learning how to do repairs, learning how to cook like one pot soup,
Sure.
one pot meals.
so if I was looking at that and I worked it back, right, I could make the statement that we no longer teach life skills in school to the degree that most high school students couldn't change a tire.
Yeah.
Right, don't know how to shake hands and keep eye contact cooking in, right? That needs to be solved. I think if we focus our energy on introducing a life skill curriculum for high schoolers in Orange County, we can change education.
Well, yay. So now like if it's Orange County high schools, do you have a direction of who you need to start talking to? Because we'll get into that after.
Well, and Elizabeth Ferrant, when she wins,
That's,
Right.
she'd be all for it.
and if you explained it to her that way, she'd be like, when do you start?
Exactly.
What do you need from me?
Between 8 with the dinner on a dime and Habitat with so I was on the Orlando board and the help start the Winter Park Maintenance.
One second, Mark, I see your hand up. Everyone had a couple of minutes to put their thoughts together. Would anyone like to share their breakdowns?
Sure. Okay, and thank you for your help.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Deanna.
Okay, I was interested in helping with curriculum, high school. So my branch goes education issues, curriculum, high school, life skills. And under life skills, the top 3 would be job money, how to interview for a job at McDonald's. Also with money, how to invest, even saving $25 a month for a McDonald's job can grow. Compounding interest is an important lesson. Then interpersonal skills, you have to how to shake hands with someone, look them in the eye, common etiquette, and then home economics, cooking a meal, repairing your clothes, changing your tire, changing the oil, checking your oil.
And where are you going to do that? In Orange County?
Yeah.
Yes, in Orange County. Awesome.
So I think very good, Deanna. So what we work with Deanna, and Martha doesn't have a microphone. She put her question in the chat, and so we'll talk about it in a second. So what Deanna did a great job of, and what we were working on off screen, was her cutting the issue of education down to practical life skills. And so we got that down for high schoolers because they're going to be the ones out there in a minute. And it's going to be crazy if we don't solve it. And then we picked the top life skills that they needed to be ready for. That is a super easy thing for people to follow. Most people will get that right away.
Right.
Okay. So great job. Deanna. Stephanie, did you want to give it a shot? No, you're good?
I'm working on mine.
Okay.
She's not there yet.
Jeff, do you want to unmute? Do you have something you want to share? Let me ask you to unmute, sir. No, you're good. Okay, never mind. So Martha does not have a microphone, but I want to address what she put in the chat. So let me do that. She said her issue is electing the right people for specific offices. And that's not really an issue. Actually, Martha, it is. And we deal with that here in Florida, certainly. So when we talk about the right people for specific offices, if you were to replace education with public service, then you start to think about where. Is it local races? Is it state?
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call.
Races, is it at the federal level? And then you start to pick out the things that you're looking for. Because if we've learned anything on the conservative side of things, is that being a conservative or a Republican does not necessarily mean that the moral compass or character is there. Okay? The reason that that happens, and we say this a lot when we speak, is that if you're not willing to keep an eye on the people who represent your interests, very quickly they will represent their interests. Okay? So you need to think about the type of person that you want to represent you. This is going to become your list of non-negotiables. This person has to be a Christian, and that's okay, by the way. People say, oh, politics. No, no, no. If you want someone to have a good moral compass and you believe they need to be a Christian, you put that on your list of requirements, because now you're narrowing the field of who you're going to support and finding the right person. They need to have a business background, or they need to have a leadership background. So now you're putting requirements on it, right? Or maybe they already need to be involved in something. So you start making this list of the things that you want to do. Once you have your issue broken down, when people start coming to you saying, I want to run for office or I want to represent you, you pull out your sheet and you say, do you meet these requirements? And if the answer is no, then tell them to pound sand. And in all caps, Martha's like, I have a list of non-negotiables. Amen.
Awesome.
Right? This is why it's important, right? So if they don't meet the requirements, tell them either pound sand or go back to the drawing board. And what'll happen is that once people understand that, public servants will come to you and say, listen, that's me. And I really want to do this. And I'm not doing it for the money or for the power. I'm actually doing it to represent interests. You're going to start to weed out the bottom feeders and the grifters, which is what you want to do. But until you tell them what the requirements are, they'll just keep showing up to your meeting, asking you for money, maybe getting elected, and then going off and doing whatever they want.
So Martha needs to decide what exactly she wants to do to be able to help find those people, and then what is her focus and what is she advocating for those people? Is what she's advocating for, is it to find the right people and then to get them plugged in properly?
And there's a need for that.
Yeah, there's definitely a need for that.
So Martha, if you're doing your circles where you're at and you've got public servants in the middle, the next thing you need to think about is which level or levels you want to operate on. Is it local? Is it state? Is it federal? Okay. Then you get into your list of non-negotiables. What level of character they need to have? Do they actually need to be a resident of the place? Because, you know, some places you don't have to live where you serve. But if that's important for you because you want to be able to go knock on their door, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Do they need to be a Christian? Do they need to be of upstanding character? Do they need to be a leader in the community already? If it's a young person, do they need to have these skills? Do we need to embrace them and surround them with the right environment to prepare them for that? Something we did here, we're in Orange County, Florida, so we're outside of Orlando. We put together a candidate training through the Florida Republican Assembly. We co-created it, and now we have people who serve in office, and we now know, and they know that we know, because like, wait, we trained you. Are you doing the things that we told you you had to do or not? It's very easy to measure. So you set up those lists of non-negotiables, Martha, you say, okay, here's our list. This is our crew. We're now going to dictate terms to people who want to serve us. So put them through the filter. Okay, so this is awesome. I'm interested in county commissioner and the local junior college region. The environment in both bodies is very toxic and unfriendly, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So this is really good. So Martha, you're now on a course to set up your non-negotiables and your focus. And now you can take your group and say, listen, we have an issue in these areas. Okay. Here's where the problem lies. People are not meeting these requirements. We're not going to shut up until this gets dealt with. And please understand that our group's going to continue to grow because we're not the only ones that are upset.
So she needs to figure out specifically what is she going to do in those different areas. So the county commissioner and the local junior college region, and how she's going to go after those specifically.
Correct. So now, Martha, you have some tools to be able to whittle that down. It's going to take you a little time, I think, but the good news is that what these people understand at any level of politics or policy is power. And so your group being vocal and continuing to grow is going to get their attention. And they hate pressure. Politicians, they hate pressure. They don't like to be pressured. They don't like to be pushed. They don't like large groups of people showing up or emailing or calling them. And they'll just do what it takes to get you to stop doing it, including whatever you want them to do. Ultimately, I think the goal for you is that you're going to want to turn those seats over. And how you do that is that you're vocal and you're active and you put those people on notice that, hey, you've only got so much time in office and we're going to get an opportunity to replace you. Right? But that process starts now. If you are not familiar with David Barton, the historian, David Barton is the founder of Wall Builders in Texas. David showed us how within 5 years, they basically took over the Texas GOP. And he said, we did it one county, one precinct at a time. But what I just described to you is exactly what they did. They put together a list of non-negotiables and they applied so much pressure that people either got along or they got along. And before you know it, they're taking over commission seats, they're taking over city council seats, they're taking over mayorships, and then they start getting to the state level. And now their representation is a more fair representation of who they are. It's never going to be perfect, but they're getting closer. And so he gave us that formula. All right.
That's great.
Yeah. Everybody good? Was that awesome?
Yes.
Yay. I love it. Okay, good. Good. Cutting the issues fun, right? So let's do this. If I can get my arrow back. There it is. Okay, so we did a lot in this section, right? Let's take a few minutes. If you guys go to the reflections in the back, and you have some notes, or if you're like Deanna and you have sticky notes, or however you guys want to do it, take a couple of minutes and just think it through. Anything that's lingering, something you learn, another question you have.
We'll give you just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we'll give you guys a couple of minutes.
I think everybody's kind of up to speed.
Okay. Building the branches in each branch.
Mm-hmm. Well, Stephanie made a good point as everybody's writing, is that she said, when do you go from working down the list to tangent? And you have to be conscious because you can go forever with this thing, right? You can just draw little circles all the way down that table. For those of you who aren't here, there are long tables in the room. It's like you could draw circles all the way down that table and figure things out. So there's also a level of, all right, I think I've got this down now. And that takes some practice, right? And that's why having a group in a workshop, Deanna, we were able to take what you wanted to do and simplify, because that's very easy to hand off to Alicia Ferrant. She becomes the school board chair, and then you get to implement something like that, because she's going to be like, I already got a plan right here. One page, everybody will understand this. No life skills in high school curriculum. Kids are coming out, have no idea what to do, can't even shake hands and make eye contact. This lady has it fixed. Hi, Stephanie.
I also love what you did, and you just did it again, which is great, is you reverse engineered it too. So it's almost like a math problem where if you do it right, then you can take the answer and plug it back in. Correct. When you were helping Deanna and you went through it the way the workbook is showing, but then when you repeated it, you reverse engineered it, and you were able to go from the smallest issue and show how it's impacting the biggest issue.
That was good.
And that's so cool. I really like that.
Yay, I'm terrible at math. I always have an A for me. Okay. All right, guys. I think everybody's good. We've had a couple minutes here, so let's do this. I keep my arrow on the right page. All right. So we're on to chapter 4. Let me do this. Let me try and get this out of the way. There we go. Chapter 4, research 4. So the old favorite, becoming a wannabe advocate. You're only wannabe at this point because you haven't gone through this yet. Once you do, then you're actually going to be one.
Well, we don't expect you to be the expert in the field, but you need to at least have the understanding and knowledge that you need to be able to speak clearly.
Right. And that's what this is about. So how does the understanding of history of an issue help me to influence the issue today? So you guys built your story out. We talked about the mountains of influence. Now we've cut your issue down to size. So now it's time to enhance it. This is the tagine spice, the crack spice of your thing, right? So that's basically what this lays out for you. I totally did. If you guys have not had the tagine spice,
He calls it crack spice.
It's crack spice. Now you're going to put the spice on it, right? So this is going to help you to lay that out. That's basically what this page says, okay? If you will turn to the next page, you will see something that looks somewhat familiar to you, okay? You'll remember that when we built your story out, you guys had a grid that looked like this, right? So now we're going to fill in some other pieces, right? Because you've got your story down.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans.
What historical data can you use to frame it properly? Okay. And this breaks down in somewhat similar way. I'll go through these boxes for you guys quickly because we want you to get to these components. So at the top there, things for you to think about. How far back in history is the right amount to research? We're coming up on the 250th of America, so you could go all the way back, pre-revolutionary, but really focus your issue because our next book is on Ben Franklin's mutual aid groups. They were called juntos. His group met every Friday night for 31 years.
Wow.
Night watchmen, volunteer firefighters, streetlights kind of came out of that junto because they asked some very basic questions. So we have to go back enough in history for people to understand why that matters. But I don't need to go back to the beginning of time to tell you that story. That's basically what that is, okay? So what cultural beliefs, propaganda, or conspiracy theories are there about it that give your story meat? There's nothing wrong with conspiracy theories. They now become conspiracy facts, as we all know. There's also white propaganda and black propaganda. Probably not all propaganda is bad. What are the key trigger points that led to the controversy? Right? So a lot of people talk about 2020. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and step on the third rail. Okay. But honestly, if you think about it, what's around that? So people believe that was a health issue. Sure, but it was also a financial issue. Being honest and being kind of conspiratorial, I guess, is that 2020 moved a lot of money from one place to another.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And once people have a hard enough time thinking, you told me something was dangerous that wasn't as dangerous as you told me, why did you do that? Well, because a lot of money got moved, a lot of wealth got transferred in that process. Now people are ticked. So wait, you set me up and you took my money? I don't get you a beating, I'll throw you a beating. Isn't that what they say in New York? I'm going to throw you a beating, give you a fresh one. I'm going to throw you a beating, right? I'm going to give you a fresh one. So then you get into patterns, statistics, and notable figures. Now, I used a pretty easy example with 2020 and COVID, right? So we had patterns. We knew who the players were, right? They were on your TV every single day, telling you stuff. They gave you statistics. They kept running. And it's interesting. If you guys go back and just take a second and think about how that happened, bless you. They weren't running death numbers on the screen. They were running infection numbers on the screen. You know why they didn't run death numbers on the screen? Weren't enough deaths to scare you. So we know the notable figures, we had the statistics, and then we learned a pattern pretty quick as how they were going to do things, right? Okay, so as you guys can see, whatever issue it is, because you guys are going to take a little time with your issues, and I don't want to belabor this framework here in the middle for your issue profile sets you up. And it's all going to have a story. Deanna was working on high school curriculum and life skills. Stephanie's working on hers. Jeff's working on his, right? So here are the three questions that you're going to want to cover. Like your story had a beginning, middle, and end. There are three parts that you're going to want to address in your issue profile. What's the state of the issue today? If the Strait of Hormuz does not open in the next 10 days, you will be paying $200 a barrel for gas or for oil, which means you're going to be paying about $6, $7 a gallon. All right. Well, what's the moral or lesson? Open the straits, so I don't have to pay $7. Thanks. Okay, pretty straight. And then what do you want to see happen? I don't want to pay $7 for gas. Fix it. Right? Okay, I used a basic example, but you guys get the gist, right? So you've got to set the framework of what the state of the issue is today. It's got to matter. There are a lot of things happening, but not all of them matter. And that's okay. Right? Listen, I love puppies like anybody. Let's be honest, right? Strait of Hormuz puppies. Okay, so what's the state of the issue? Why does it matter? What's the moral or the lesson in that? Right? And then what do we want to see happen? Because people have to follow your logic. If they know something's going to cost them more or cause them and their families pain, they're paying attention. They're going to want to know what the heck is going on. What do I need to know or what do I need to learn about that? And then how are we going to fix it? Now, this is going to come up a bit later for you guys today, again, in a different frame. But I want you to think about those pieces, okay, as you build an issue profile, because once you've got your story down, the context that you give to that story is going to make the difference. I know that's a lot to take in before we take a break, but it's kind of what it is. So, big bite of the apple. And there are two boxes at the bottom here, and we're not going to go into the two versions, but let me just explain. So, what story of human struggle does the timeline of events tell about the issue? Deanna had a great example of when she was a kid and she wanted to play with black kids. like the overt racism, bigotry, and everything, right? That's a struggle, and that's a struggle everybody understands. And like I said earlier, what they don't expect is you to tell it because you don't look the part, which is great. That makes an impact. Okay, that's in your wheelhouse. That's a good thing. Where do you come in the story? How can you help others to see their place in the story? I did the thing about oil in the Strait of Hormuz, right? Everybody gets that. It's like, well, I don't want to pay $7 a gallon for gas either, RC. How are we going to fix that? Okay, we're going to go to the White House and tell the boss that he doesn't need to do that. Okay, all that said, things for you to think about in your advocacy as you put your issue on Front Street. All right, guys.
So this is a really meaty chapter, and it's going to take a few minutes to get this one done. It's not as quick as the other ones, like the Mountain of Influence. So I would say just, eat at it little by little and try to whittle it down and answer the questions, and then we'll help you.
Yeah, so let's do this. I'm going to set the timer, I guess like 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
Let's set the timer for 10 minutes. And again, yes, Stephanie, go ahead.
Just for my own clarity. So this is a worksheet. I can see that. Is the goal of this worksheet to answer these questions because we're doing research so that we know our issue? Or is it to articulate all the things we find right now? Or we don't have to worry about that. Should we just be finding the answers?
I would find the answers, and then the most important things are going to pop out at you, and you're going to obviously remember those things, and you're going to want to integrate those into your storyline.
Yeah.
And Stephanie, when we get into part 2, we're actually going to put that to work.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking and checking in my mind is this is like kind of a preparation stage for something else.
Correct.
Good.
Yes. So Stephanie posed a great question to those who were online.
Okay.
She was asking, is this preparation for something that's going to come later? The answer to that question is yes. This is a research phase for you because we're going to fine tune your story on your issue in part 2.
Right. Yeah, I'm just putting the pieces together. It's funny when I look at this. I mean, I really am. I'm putting the pieces together in my mind. This is like, how do I become a subject matter expert?
Right.
But it's not that I'm necessarily, this is a question, I'm not necessarily going to use everything I find.
Correct.
That's to decide later.
Correct.
Is that right?
That is
Yes,
correct.
you're doing fact finding right now to understand really a holistic view of what you're wanting to advocate for. So you need to understand the issue,
That we
right?
just cut.
Right, that you just cut, and then you're going to be pulling out the most important things that, when you're talking to your audience, what you want to say. And it's good to have all the extras because depending on who your audience is, you may want to pull out some of those facts and talk to them.
Yeah,
about
that actually is very cool. Okay.
So get to researching, y'all. 10 minutes on the clock.
I guess we could do also via like conversations, right? Because we can help each other learn these different parts of the plan.
Okay, that's perfect then. Maybe I have a conversational comment here.
So
go ahead, Jeff.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I was just going to tell you to mute me, but now I'll make a comment on that, Juliana, because what I had a crisis a few months ago, one of those awesome spiritual crises that James speaks about to consider joy, right? And what happened was I began to realize that the things that I believed were largely based on the fact that somebody just told me that.
Ooh.
And so what I began to do was offer a lot less opinions and did a lot more research on why I say what I say. Is it because I have independently researched this and found it to be true, or is it the old hand-me-down, cut the ham off the end Easter story, right?
Yes.
So right. And so what I came down to is that, and what we teach also is that how do we make our decisions? And in my world, because I'm a born again believer in Jesus Christ, there's only 2 ways. You either use a biblical worldview or you use a secular worldview. So as much as I'd like to make this all very difficult, this is all outside of my flesh. These questions to me are so spiritual and deep. My only chains I have are to the gospel, and so it provides me with about 100%.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Of the answers of the things, if you will surrender to it, right? So, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at, that identity in Christ is the palm tree thing, where during the hurricane, they may be bent all the way over, but buddy, the next morning, they're standing straight back up. And so when the storms come at us, don't we have to be so solid in how it is we are framing our position on an issue? Because here's the deal. When you start trying to argue this, you know, and be in any kind of apologetics anywhere, the other side is ready to poke holes in you. And if you don't believe it to your core and understand why you believe it, then it's not ever going to fly, and you're never going to receive what the outcome that you want is, right? So being that I am a spirit, right? And that's where I'm at. I got an awesome, you know, you go, oh, heck, I got the best of everything in all these boxes because I've got the word of God, right? That's my issue. Are you kidding me? You know, but through the business world and all around the world, it's led me to this because this is the truth. And so that's what I'd challenge us to do, is to, when we feel some way, is it because we have a cousin that's a nice kid and there's no way that God can hate him even though he's gay? Or is it because I'm a changed, you know, person, and I'm a chain to the gospel, and it's not because of that, it's because I have a concern for his eternal soul, right? And the Bible says it's wrong. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Jeff, great job. Stephanie, go ahead.
First of all, I'm so glad he wasn't muted.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, that's.
I'm going to let Jeff self-mute because
That
he's
was
okay. He can
golden.
mute out and come back in whenever he needs to.
That's so good, and it's helpful for all of us in the room. So thank you. And then I'm wondering too, as I was listening to Jeff, if, and this is a question for you too, really, because do you think, I'm not attaching an answer, like, do you think this place, is this worksheet a good place to also be thinking through, like Jeff's worldview is very solid, but is this a place too to be thinking through the objections that you might get? Or no?
Yes, and all the propaganda, because you're going to be fighting against those objections and the propaganda and the lies, right? Again, back to our story, we're market researchers. And when we started finding things, we were like, oh my goodness, we need to start talking to people. This is exactly what happened to us. We had an issue, and the issue was everyone's being lied to. What are we going to do about that? Right? So yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah.
So Stephanie, it's interesting when you do that, and you've heard people when they speak, they'll do this, and you'll be like, I could have had a V8. They will say something to the effect of, let me answer the question you didn't ask, but you want to. this is a chance for you to get out in front of that and say, okay, what questions are going to come up in Jeff's example? What questions are going to come up about being a believer in the gospel?
Right.
Let me have answers to the most basic questions so that I can say, listen, I know how you feel right now. Let me answer the question you didn't ask, because it's going to spur another one. You hit them with it. They're like, oh, yeah. So then what about this? And you're kind of ready on that path. That's why I do the joke. Glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Right. Yes.
I always talk about the Bible being our foundation, because if you've got the Bible as a foundation, then you can't be talking about it's okay to do DEI. It's not okay to be talking about, you're a little boy, but actually we're going to call you a little girl.
Right.
Right. So we have only one basis of reference, and that is the Bible.
Yeah.
That's it.
Amen.
That's it.
Thank you.
No problem. No, it's good. So we have, take a couple more minutes here if anybody wants to share, or if anything pops in your head. Feel free. It's a workshop. Y'all feel free. And after this, we're going to take a break. Give you guys a break. Yeah. We get this thing down, Stephanie. Like, we've got timing down now to where it's like people are probably about ready for, right?
We're going to go break.
Oh, yeah, after we do this.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, guys, we'll give a couple more minutes for any comment or anything like that. I'll give another minute or so. I think what Jeff did kind of opened the door for us to all discuss it. So I think we're good there.
Good.
Okay, so then let's do this. Why don't we I think we're good, right? Everybody good?
Does everybody feel like they did? Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That was the fastest we've ever gone through becoming an advocate. Because now, Jeff, thank you so much for what you said, because it made so much of this to be clear for us.
Yeah. So this is in there for you guys, and you don't have to use it right now. There is a page where it says your personal timeline of events. This is to help you to kind of flesh out that diagram. If there are other things that were keys in your timeline or in the research that you do, this is a page for you to use for them. Okay. There is a resource. Use it as you need to, but it's just designed to help you to flesh out your thoughts. Okay. Where did your life story intersect with the issue, basically? So that's there for you. And then under chapter 4 in reflections, if you guys want to take a minute and make any notes that you haven't made, because I see you guys taking notes, and this is so great. If there are other things that you'd like to plug in there, you're welcome to. I'll give you guys a minute for that, and then we're going to give you a break. Yeah, that issue thing. Jeff's showing us a new way.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because the bad people know their arguments better.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. That's why when we talk to people,
We have to be prepared.
yeah, we talk to people like, devil knows scripture better than you do.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? Right? How prepared do you have to be to do that? And we know best story wins. But as you guys go through this and you really set the stage and you know your stuff, you will find that the strongest position within the best story wins.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's when we train candidates or whatever, we talk about the high ground. How do you get the high ground in a battle? Because we know historically that whoever holds the high ground gets to shoot down. And the people running up are probably going to die for whatever that's worth. So how do you get the high ground in a conversation? Because what the other side does is they try to claim moral superiority, even though they're degenerate. But they do it in such a way with their story that people will think that aren't thinking, well, no, why would I don't hate people. Because isn't that what they try to get you? Just what Jeff was talking about. Like, since I'm chained to the gospel, I worry about the person's immortal soul. Okay, I don't hate them. I don't hate them because they're gay. I worry about what's going to happen to them after. And that for me is more important than their feelings. And so what the other side will tell you is, well, love is love. And do you hate people? You obviously hate people. And that's what they do, right? They get this fake moral high ground, and then they force you to fight uphill. If you cut it off at the pass,
Yeah.
right, then you put them in a position where it's like, I'd say once you get these guys in a box, it's like when we talk about the tech bros. Like if you watch Sam Altman, who's the founder of OpenAI, and Peter Thiel, when they get asked a hard question, and these guys are supposedly the smartest guys in the world, they look like a robot. They're like, tick, 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 tick. They can't answer the question, right? And I'm like,
There you go.
See the demon? See the demon? Okay, guys, great job. Let's do this. Let's take, take 15 minutes. All right, let's take 15-minute break. Everybody use the bathroom, get a refresh on their drinks. We'll reconvene in 15. Thank you, guys. Great job today.
Okay.
All right, guys, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the break. So we got through a nice chunk this morning, right? We got through the name your moment. So we talked about your story, the mountains of influence where you can have the most impact. We then talked about cutting your issue down to size.
Yeah.
And then the last part, we started with our research with our issue, right? So we wanted to give some background to it. Now, Stephanie posed a question earlier, is this preparation for something? It most certainly is, and I'll get to that in a second. So now that we've got your moment laid out, now we need to talk strategy. Now, for Juliana, this is one of her favorite parts.
I love strategy.
Right? She loves strategy. So now we're going to develop our structured approach to translate what we've put together to people so that we can get them into action. We're going to be well prepared to go in right before the break. I think we talked about before the break and we talked about it during the break is one of the most powerful things you can do, because Jeff was talking about his issue framework, is to be prepared to say something to the effect of, let me answer the question you didn't ask. That's powerful. That's good strategy planning. You are out in front of something and you get to the point where you have the high ground in the conversation. And that doesn't have to be a negative. That can be a positive.
Most people don't even know what to ask because they're so ignorant about the situation. So you answering the question they didn't even think to ask is important.
Yeah. So let's go through what we're going to deal with here over the next couple of chapters. So strategy 1.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
We're going to deal with the SWOT analysis. The Leesburg grid is not in the Express Pack version. That's in our full version of the training. The two are similar, just a slightly different context, and we'll explain that as we get into it. Then you'll notice issue story frames are back. So we had you do the research. In strategy 2, we're going to show you how to put that into action with the public narrative and the human action model. That's what HAM stands for. Not ham sandwich, human action model. Okay. Strategy 3, we're going to talk about leveraging your communities and your networks, and we're going to help you understand the difference between the two, because that's kind of important, right? And then part 4, we're going to deal with power mapping for influence. You will see something similar when we get there to what you saw this morning, but it'll be used in a different context. Everybody good? Mm-hmm. Feeling good? You guys are doing a great job. So let's get to it. Strategy 1, if you'll turn to the SWOT analysis page. Your chapter essential question. How can background research lead to more effective messaging? We're so glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Okay. People think they know a lot about an issue, but the thing that they're not doing is being brutally honest about where they sit or where their organization sits on the issue. The SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, has been used in business for years. Okay. We're now going to apply it to you and your advocacy. Make sense?
Yep.
Shall I continue?
Yes, you should.
Excellent.
Excellent.
So we talked about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths are internal attributes, right? Because people ask us, well, what is that? What does that mean? Internal attributes, things that work well for you. You are strong in these things. You cannot be knocked off the mountain. Okay. Weaknesses, those are internal challenges. So what are the weak points? Is it we don't have this team member, we can't cover this area well, we ain't got no money? Like whatever it is, that's a weakness, right? Opportunities, what other factors that are external can you leverage for your benefit? Well, I know the person who does X. Great, that's an opportunity. Are you going to capitalize? And then threats. What's dangerous that's outside? If we do this, is the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, are they going to come beating on our door? Right? Are we going to get flash mobbed and then somebody's going to have to pull out a bull cannon and take care of it, right? Don't do that, please. But you get to lay out what that looks like and you get to be honest. So let's do this. Let's actually go to an example graphic for the SWOT analysis. So if you guys turn to the example, you'll know you're there. You'll see an orange box with blue lines, and then you'll see a bunch of writing in there, okay? So in this example, we actually look at the 2010 midterm elections for the Tea Party. There's a pretty good example, right? So here's the deal. The campaign was that the issue was reducing government spending and deficit. That's why the Tea Party was put together, right? What was the outcome? Well, it was successful, right? Republicans gained control of the House of Representatives. So you then do an honest assessment of the strengths and weaknesses. Now I'll go over a couple of these in each box so you guys have some context, and it'll give you an understanding of how to use this. So strengths, great grassroots support and mobilization, clear focused messaging, effective use of media. Something the Tea Party did really well is every media opportunity they capitalized on, no matter how big, how small, they were always there, right? And there were conservative figures and organizations that said, if we don't get on board with this, we're going to get left behind. So they jumped on board, right? Let's go over to weaknesses. That's the right-hand side, top right. They were perceived as too extreme by moderate and independent voters. Oh, you guys are crazy. We have the Boston Tea Party all over again, have another Revolutionary War. We don't want that.
All the costumes.
Right, all the costumes. So lack of cohesive leadership and central organization. Now, as conservatives, we are ferociously independent. So centralizing doesn't work well for us. Limited policy proposals, right? Potential alienation of minority and young voters. Okay. If you actually ask young people what they think and you take the time to listen to them, you will find that they more agree with you than the other side. And they'll say, the reason we don't say that is because nobody listens. True story. Okay. What are the threats? Opposition from the Democrats and liberal organizations, negative portrayal in mainstream media. I think everyone who was around for this remembers that pretty vividly. Those Tea Party, the crazy extremists, they're going to shoot us. Right. Internal divisions within the Republican Party. That was a big deal, right? Because it fractured the party because people are like, are we going to do this right or not? Right? And Big Rhino does not like to be poked. Yeah. Okay. Potential backlash from voters on spending cuts, right? And then the opportunities. That's a lower right side. There was so much public dissatisfaction that there was a huge opportunity, right? National debt, government spending out of control. Growing influence on social media and digital platforms to reach voters one-on-one. Mind you, this is 2010 when this is happening. That's 16 years as we're recording this today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? So think about where things were at with social media at that time. Huge greenfield to reach people directly that we really had not seen in the past.
And memes.
And memes, right? So memes, the funny things, right?
It's Charlie Kirk. He was a kid and putting out memes.
So you leverage what you can. So that gives you guys an idea of a SWOT analysis, right? Okay, so here's what I'd like for you guys to do now is you can take a piece of note paper or what some folks actually did when we were in Pennsylvania, is they took a sheet of paper, they turned the page, and then they just outlined it. So they had their own version. But what we'd like for you guys to do now is take a few minutes on your issue and create a SWOT analysis. And it doesn't have to be overly complicated. Just draw the lines and then think about your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Maybe I'll grab some extra paper.
Yeah, let's grab some. Yeah, thank you, Juliana. So guys, let's take a few minutes with that. Jeff, go ahead and unmute yourself. I don't think I muted you.
Okay, so perfect opportunity here for us to remember as we do this that we want to do this in spirit. Because all of the things that we're talking about here, right? I think Paul covers in Ephesians where he talks about where our battle is not against blood and flesh. We are dealing with these powers and these principalities, right? And so what I heard in there that I completely believe is that nobody cares what you say until they know you care, right?
Yeah.
Meaning that nobody wants to admit they're ignorant about any issue, and they certainly don't want you telling them about it because the human selfish, sinful nature that we're born with is masked through fear with pride. And so a lot of times what we're dealing here is pride, okay? And that's why I continue to say these things are spiritual, just as before. I believe 2020. All that, man, that was so totally spiritual if you use your spiritual eyes to kind of notice that. So one thing I realize as we're talking here is that before we talk, we got to do three things with our audience, and that is listen, listen, and listen. Right? Because at that point, the people start to understand that you care. We have a little saying in my business, make a friend, be a friend, lead a friend to Jesus. And so I think you could apply that here in saying that, hey, the Lord, if you're a spiritual person, the Lord will open up that opportunity. Just don't get ahead of him. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jeff. So guys, that's a great context. Let's do this. Let's take 5 minutes. If you've already started, you're ahead of the game. If not, that's fine. Let's take 5 and let's just lay out a base SWOT analysis. You don't need all the answers now. Just think about your issue that you want to advocate for and be brutally honest. If it's a strength or a weakness, it's okay to have weaknesses. The quicker you point them out, the quicker you can shore them up, right? Just take some time, go through and think about that, and then we'll share for those who want to share. Paper and punching holes into it. The efficiency is unmatched, man. Here.
You want to talk through anything?
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes talking it through helps.
yeah, we try to give you guys time to think through, but if you have something you want to share, please feel free to share it before we're done with the
I
time.
want to give it to you and you can do it for me. That's what I want.
Go. Wouldn't be the first time. Hey,
Let's be the laziest student ever. I'm like, just do this for me. It's hard.
hey, sponsors do it all the time. Can you sell this? Sure. Come on.
It really forces you to be specific and discard what's not absolutely.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've
Essential. All these do.
That's
why it's important to write it down.
One thing I see as one of my weaknesses with doing the student curriculum on life skills is anyone that would oppose it would say, why are you doing it? You have no kids.
But that's being honest, right?
Yeah.
That's potential weakness. How do you combat it?
I have a big family with lots of cousins and second cousins and third cousins that I want to help.
There you go. Right. So now you've cut that off at the pass. And that's when we talked about the high ground earlier. And Jeff did such a good job with the spiritual positioning of this thing is, look, at the end of the day, we're fighting on the right side of the kingdom. And the better job we do of assessing where we're at, the easier it is for the Holy Spirit to get in the mix and be like, okay, you laid out where you're strong, where you're short, I got the rest, right? Because that's how it works. And so it's important to do that. We've done it with the business. We've done it with the ministry. We also used a book called Traction. It's the entrepreneur operating system. And I got to tell you, after we did that for Watchmen Action, things became so crystal clear for us as to what we needed to do and the metrics we needed to hit, because we took the time to be honest about where we were. So I'll let you guys keep going. Still got a couple minutes. I'll let you guys go and then we'll review. You look marvelous, darling.
Much will be ready in about 30 minutes.
Yes, Stephanie.
Okay, yeah, I'm formulating my question. So this is a reminder for myself. So strengths and weaknesses. Should I be thinking about weaknesses as what I perceive is a weak spot in my own issue, or should I be thinking, what is the opposition gonna say about me is weak?
So
I would say both.
yeah, it's actually the answer to that question is both.
Okay.
Yeah. So for those who are online, if you didn't catch what Stephanie was asking, she said, when it comes to weaknesses, is it what she perceives as weaknesses, or is it what her opponent will perceive as weaknesses?
Which may not be true, but they're framing it that way. And then am I trying to predict that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And so we mentioned earlier, the Leesburg grid is not in the Express Pack, but the Leesburg grid, and we're happy to send it to you guys if you want those pages, actually addresses that.
Yeah, so maybe, okay, so then it doesn't need to address it. I think maybe that's what happened is absent that, I'm probably conflating them. Am I doing that?
Not necessarily, Stephanie. I think it's healthy to say, hey, look, I need to understand it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right, but maybe weaknesses is not the opposition. It's more like we're saying, look,
we're saying
we don't have enough money. That's a weakness. Like,
sure,
the opposition didn't say that about the issue, but we know weaknesses. We don't have enough resources or something. Is that kind of the focus, or?
So that would be in the SWOT analysis. That would be the focus. If you break it down that way, that would be the focus.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah. It's like we don't want to discount being honest, but at the same time, what's the focus of the being honest in this part? I think is what you're getting at. So.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
All right, give you guys another minute or so, and then we can talk for whoever wants to talk.
I'm gonna share.
For sure. Yeah. Sharing is caring, friends. Jeff, I gotta tell you, man, you look great. Like that camera quality and your lighting and everything looks great, man. Look good.
It's like Charlie Rose is gonna be next to me.
Yeah, right.
Jeff was the one that I could talk and he throws out scripture at.
Yeah.
I believe it. That's so cool.
We had so much fun in Knoxville.
Yeah.
Like barely any.
He's
on mute.
You're muted still. Go ahead and unmute.
Is that better or worse?
That's good.
It's good. No, you're good.
Great.
You look great.
Yeah.
That's my TV light I just turned on.
Fancy.
I didn't have it on because I didn't want it beaming at me.
Yeah, that.
I went recently with this PTZ
Oh.
camera.
Oh, that's cool.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Y'all fancy and
Yeah,
stuff.
no, man. Network quality. I'm
Man,
scared.
when you're in the midst of pros like you guys,
Oh, stop it.
you gotta bring it, man.
We had so much fun with Jeff up in Knoxville. Like they did this event, and it was the kickoff of college football weekend, which is the absolute worst time to do something in Tennessee. But we all got a chance as speakers to spend time together, so it was great. We got a chance to spend a lot of time together.
It's that voice.
Yeah,
Very
it's a
cool.
great voice.
Very cool voice.
Man, there were knowledge bombs being dropped everywhere. If you guys don't know who Trennis Evans is, he's down in West Palm. He's been advocating for like J6ers and stuff like that. He's not a lawyer, but he runs this group that funds to help defend these people. And we were just all dropping bombs. We're like, man, this, and then this, and then this. And we're all just sitting together, hanging out and talking. So it was great. Okay. Great job, guys. Would anyone like to share? The floor is open for shares. Go ahead, Jean.
I'll do the best I can.
That's fine.
Strength. I am a strong supporter of grassroots.
Okay, very good.
I believe I have good communication skills,
Very good.
and I believe I'm a people person.
Very nice.
So the strength that I believe I do have.
Okay.
Weaknesses. I believe I'm perceived too right wing.
Okay.
By my liberal friends.
Okay.
I am too busy doing too many things.
Mm.
An organization. So
Right.
I'm being stretched. And currently I'm limited financially, so that keeps me from doing more.
Okay.
Okay.
Threats. I have friends who want me to dedicate just to them. They pull me, and sometimes I have to say no. And many times I do it against my own will, and I sacrifice myself and my family
Okay.
to help others. And they demand too much without consideration, in my opinion. That's a threat for me personally.
Very good.
Opportunities. I know a lot of people, and I think that I can contact them on a one-on-one basis for whatever we need. And I believe I can influence them.
So, Jean, Jean did a great job there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well done.
Yeah.
And bilingual is a strength.
Yeah.
I love that. That's huge.
So what Jean did is she did this self-assessment using the SWOT analysis, which now helps her to say, all right, I know that's a threat, because now she's laid it out. So I believe this to be a threat. The next time it happens, she's going to be conscious of it, right? Or when she's listening to something or she's in a meeting and she knows that there's an opportunity because she has great relationships, she knows that there's a call that she can make. Now, prior to this, maybe subconsciously you would know that in the back of your mind, but now it's in the front of your mind, right? Because you were honest about those things. And that's really great job, Jean. Yeah. Well done. Well done.
Anybody else?
Anybody else?
Okay, I did it for the education, the life skills curriculum.
Awesome.
Okay.
Strength, there's wide agreement of the need.
Okay, wide agreement of need. Very good.
I see that on nextdoor.com constantly, where parents, their kids are failing job interviews
Right.
at fast food places. Weaknesses. I see too many possibilities or the breadth. So focusing on the 3 top categories is good.
Right.
I talked about the no kids.
Yep.
And how to overcome that. Opportunities, knowing Alicia Perron, or when she becomes the the chair of the school board, then she could easily implement it.
Sure.
Right.
And then the threats, the communists and the socialists and the Democrats in our county who basically have too many positions on the school board would definitely oppose prayer in school, would definitely oppose pro-family agendas. So the overcoming that would be building.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business.
More coalitions and trying to be more moderate, reaching out to the people in the middle that would support those things.
Right.
So Deanna, great job. So Deanna's been working on this thing where she wants the life skills curriculum in schools, and having an honest assessment of where you're at with that is critical. So now you've taken this, by the time you're done with this class, you're going to be ready to go. I already know, right? It's great. But I think it's so good that one of the things you brought up, you're like, well, I don't have kids. And it's interesting because I don't either, like any biological kids. And so I've had to address, like, how do you know? Well, I'm fortunate, Juliana's incredible kids. And so I get this opportunity, grandson now, right? So, but it's an honest question. And how do you address that?
Right.
And you said, look, I think this is a weakness. Here's how I'm going to address it. And that's what this is designed to do.
Yeah.
So
Just both of you, because you're both saying there's too much stuff going on, right? Being focused and narrowed in is so vitally important. We were doing the same thing. We were scattered. We were trying to do this, that, and the other thing. And we were like, you know what? Father was like, you need to get rid of anything that has nothing to do with Watchmen Action. You represent only Watchmen Action. That is it. Everything started to take off when we started to hone in and focus.
Yeah.
So when you're done with this, you should feel like this is my position. This is what I'm talking about. Nothing else can come in the way for what it is that I'm doing, because I am now laser focused on what it is I need to do. And people will respect that because you're setting yourself boundaries for you, which sets boundaries for everybody else. Yeah. Okay.
Amen.
Yeah.
Stephanie, you want to share?
Yeah, I started after I heard your self-assessment, I started doing that. So I had to focus. I had to focus. Okay. So I'm specifically working on how to create an episodic series or make this happen at the organization where I work. So that's what this is about. So the strength of that idea is that it has a gospel message. It engages new audiences who, the way we want to do it, it would engage new audiences who should become Christian curious.
Christian curious.
And it energizes and mobilizes support for our organization, right? It will create awareness and it can build our movement. So I think those are strengths. Weaknesses, it has a gospel message. In which case, so it's a strength and a weakness because it's going to narrow the audiences who may be interested. And that may be right away, depending on how we market it, it could be a turnoff and then we're not even going to reach them. It's going to be, for that reason, it's going to be stereotyped. That's a weakness. Okay, so that's kind of what I got there. And then threats, that could be too, a stereotyping, a distortion of our message. Maybe it belongs in that box. I don't know if this is a threat, but I put lack of resources like money. It's a challenge, certainly.
Sure.
It can't go in the strength box or the opportunity box. Maybe it's a weakness. Yeah, money. And also a weakness of this project is too many ideas, too many. Again, like you just said, you have to narrow your focus, even if it's multiple episodes or something. What is the clarity? What's the follow through? And so too many ideas. And then opportunities are relationships that we already have in media out there that just need to be cultivated and stewarded better and not neglected. Like they're sitting there kind of not doing anything. And also that right now, we are fortunate in our organization that we still have direct access to our founder and we can just talk to her anytime and she still exists and she still lives in chat and she's still doing the mission. So, not a lot of organizations are like, wow, our founder died 10 years ago. So what we got is what we got.
Right.
So I think that's a big opportunity. So
very good.
Awesome. What I like, since I learned more about your founder and the mission, her mission work, it's such an inspiration to be brave in the midst of a war, the Civil War, the violence, countering that. I mean, that's so inspiring to me.
Amen.
Yes, thank you.
And I think that could be a hook to build that bridge to people. Oh, it's religious.
Right.
Yeah, because so many people, there's injustice or conflict that everyone faces and choices that they make. And so someone that makes the right choice fearlessly is very inspiring.
Right. And everybody can relate to it.
Amen.
That's good.
You inspired me to be fearless about all of that. That's awesome. Thank you.
So Jeff, you kind of set the tone for this section. Do you have some stuff you want to share on the other side?
Wow. I'm so glad you asked. To use your line.
Yes.
Okay. This is also awesome. Strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities. It's so funny how you never know. You're running parallel ministries with people, but maybe using different vernacular. It's just, it all points to the same thing because of John 14:6, right? It's the truth, the way, the life. It's there. So one thing I wanted to share here for me is that it is so critical for me in anything I'm doing. It's a strength, a weakness. There's threats that are opposed, but it also provides opportunity when you're able to have your passions and your focus be whittled down to something that you have got this unshakable personal story, which we've already talked about today, okay? And we can't forget what we've led up. This is a building, things are building on each other, as you can see throughout the day today. And we can't forget the part where we talked about our own story. So when I hear someone say, well, when I get, maybe a little unsure, maybe it's because we need to revert. First thing I got circled here, pray. Pray. Okay. And when you receive that clarity, I can just about promise it's going to be something so close to your heart that you can throw the notes down and just speak from your heart. And authenticity is what this culture is craving. Teleprompters are gone. Nobody believes it. From age, what's my grandson, 6? He don't even buy it. Right?
Perfect.
Amen, Jeff. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've asked Martha, because she doesn't have a microphone, if she has something to share, she'll share in the chat, and then we'll share it with the group. So Martha, if you have something, let us know. If not, that's fine. But we want you to know that it's easy for us to participate and answer your questions too. So pretty nice, huh?
Yeah.
It's getting a little more granular, right? So if you guys wouldn't mind using the incredible reflection section in the blue box under chapter 5 in the back of command. You got a couple of things you learned. If there's a question still outstanding, go ahead and include that there. We'll give you guys a couple minutes to do that.
To think.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a hard thing to do, thinking.
And this is why most people are passionate about issues, but they only want to talk about it and complain, because this is the hard part.
Yep.
Right. Doing the work, not just complaining about what needs to get done.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And prioritizing your time, setting boundaries on.
Yeah. We interviewed at CPAC, we interviewed a young man named Lucky Bassieri. So this kid is in Southern California. One of the most liberators, just turned 18. He started when he was 12, and he made national news because he was speaking out on these issues. And so we have this young guy who's nationally known, sits down with us. And we asked him, we said, what do generations ahead of you need to hear? So we put him in a position and we said, we need you to answer honestly, or this is never going to get fixed. And he gave, we've got to get the interview cut up so we can get it out, but he gave like the best scenario and answer. And basically he said, he's like, look, we want the same things that the generation came before us want. We want families in this and the opportunity for upward mobility, but we feel like we've been sold a bill of goods.
Yeah.
And there's nothing there. It's just empty now. It's like an empty IOUs. And they're like, what about us? We just want people to listen, like hear us out, and then help us understand what we need to do. So there's like this call from a kid who's got a national presence, who's in a good way begging the other generations, like, please help us.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me. He was honest, right? But he actually went through a SWOT during that interview. He talked about the strengths that we have, the weaknesses, the threats, and the opportunities. And he said, in large part, we need that mentorship, and we're not getting it in a meaningful way, which is going to set us up to fail. And it hit us hard. So, all right, everybody get their reflections and such down. Are we all reflected? Any other questions before we go ahead? Yeah.
A thought on my helping students.
Yes.
With the mentor, or based on what you were saying about the interview. Churches should be mentoring students, especially high school students.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so
Adopting a school near them.
Yeah.
To help the students because they need tutoring. They need mentoring.
They just need engagement from the church to be there and influence them, right?
But that's a great infiltration. I mean, it is actually, you know, that you come in and tutor them, but then there's opportunities. You're surrounded. At least there's a cross on the wall. At least there's a Bible on the table. There's
Exactly.
opportunity for conversation.
Exactly.
Question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jeff.
Who is the church?
We are.
We are. Uh-huh.
Please see.
That's right.
Of course, a pastor's going to ask that question, right? At least one who's worth his weight.
We were ready.
That's right. You got a bunch of sisters here, brothers.
My church had retired teachers that were mentoring the Hungerford Elementary School.
That's awesome.
Before they tore it down in Orange County.
That's awesome.
So influence, I mean, this is a lot of, we'll get to more of that in a second, but this is what it comes down to. They're either going to be influenced by one or the other. Who's going to win? Okay. Go ahead. Did you have something? No? Okay. All right. So chapter 6, we're in strategy 2. Communication using story frames. So we talked about our issue story framing in part 1. As Stephanie pointed out, is this the groundwork for something else? Indeed it is. So here it is, right? So here is your chapter essential question. This is the thing to meditate on as we go through this exercise. How can story frameworks help me talk about the issue in a way that is relatable and also urgent to everyone who I'm engaging with? Honest assessment, yes? So we're going to talk about 2 pieces here. We're going to talk about the human action model. This is a von Mises creation, and the public narrative that was created by our friend Marshall Gans. Now, you'll remember him from the very beginning when we talked about naming your moment. He came up with the idea of the story of self. Now, these concepts have been used at the highest level for campaigns and things that you've seen every day. Whether they're trying to sell you a product or get you into a movement, you guys are going to find that some of the stuff we go over has effectively been used on you and gotten you to feel a particular way about a particular thing. When we do candidate training, I take them through this exercise of getting people to own the experience of your story. And I'm like, there are things in your life that when you hear, if you hear ba 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 ba, you know exactly what it is, right? Wait a minute, they turned a jingle into a thing where it doesn't need words. This is how that happens. So you guys are going to get a chance to look at the guts of how you get there. And that's what the human action model and the public narrative are about. Okay. So let's start, if you guys will turn the page, let's start with the human action model and let's break this down a little bit. So we talked about von Mises. This is a framework that explains human behavior through the lens of purposeful action. Now I'll skip all these kind of words and I'll go down to the diagram because I know people like pictures. Okay. So what is it? 3 parts. Part 1, there's the sense of unease. What the heck is going on? World's on fire. Giant dumpster. Somebody standing out there pouring gasoline on it. That's not good. Why does that matter? Because if we don't fix it, you'll die. And if we don't fix it right now, you're going to die. Pretty straightforward, right? Okay. That's the sense of unease. You guys may note that whenever you watch a TV show or a movie, these 3 things always happen. Sometimes you hear them called the hero's journey. All of these things happen. Also, in addition, you will notice that many of these things are in segments of 3. The reason that is, there's actual science, not like fake science, not like COVID science, but actual science. There's actual science behind the fact the way that the human mind works is in sections of 3. That's why there's a beginning, middle, and an end. Right? And they take you into this cadence and this rhythm. There's a wonderful series of books by Carmine Gallo, who's now an executive consultant. He was a news anchor in LA for years. He wrote Talk Like Ted, The Storyteller's Secret. He talks about this and how conditioned we are for those things, which is why when you see a presentation or you watch a show, it is structured in a very particular way. And there's going to be a tension in there because that's how our brain operates. And it can only hold things in a particular way. And I'll do this one and then we'll get to the rest. Even phone numbers. You guys all remember Empire Today? You've all seen that commercial. 800-888-5300 Empire Today. There's a cadence to that. That's it, right? But here's the thing. It's a tool. These things are tools. They're agnostic.
Yeah.
Which is why the training is issue agnostic. What matters to us is what matters to you. These tools will work for you. So we talked about the sense of unease, right? So if you're going to take people up the roller coaster and tell them they're going to die, you got to show them what's going to happen and we can fix it. Because if not, then you're just a doomer and that's not good. Yeah. What's the vision of a better state or a better life? How vivid can you make what the world is going to look like, be to someone who you've basically told they're going to die? Hey, look, we're all going to die, except for the part where we can stop all of that right now. Right? We can stop it. Oh, wait, I don't have to die? I don't want to die. Okay. Well, then you got to show them how we're going to get there. So how are we going to get to the point where we don't die? Because you show me that there's a vision of a better state. Now you got to tell me how I'm going to get there. And these three things are pretty important. There are three things in each box, but let me focus on the path to get there. Is it easy to understand? This is where your story comes in, right? We simplified your story. Okay. Is it something people can and will do? Can I move them to take an action? One of the things we say about this class is if we get you to take one action while you're in this class, there is a 90% chance or better that you'll continue. If we let you leave without taking a definitive action in this class, you'll never do it. True story. When we take action, we become invested in the process, which is why we've got you guys writing and moving and doing all these things, right? And does it have a clear call to action? Because people get you real excited, and then we say, what do I do? It just falls flat. Well, listen, I need you to come to these 14 meetings, and then I need you to listen to this 30-minute thing, and then I need you to go across town and wait for instructions. Nobody's going to do that. Gene, I need you to call the person that you know will send this email right now. Can you do that for me? Yes, absolutely, RC. I know exactly who will send this email for us. Great, can we get them on the phone, take 2 minutes, give them the script, and they can hit send?
Yes, that's a true story.
Right, very clear call to action, because Jean's like, well, I'm in, what do you want me to do? And now I've given her something based on her strengths, and knowing there's opportunities that she could take that action right now, because I'm listening. Okay, so the human action model lays out pretty simple. It's happened to all of us, right? At one point or another. The sense of unease. Somebody sets the stage of a story for you. Why is this happening, right? Then they tell you how it's going to get better. But wait, there's more. There's always a solution. Things are going to get better. Great, RC, what do I do? Well, let me tell you. Here's the path to get there. That is the human action model in a nutshell. Everybody good so far? Is that making some semblance of sense? I promise you're not going to die. Okay, I know I use that example and it's kind of extreme, but I had to show you the sense of unease, right? Okay. So then if we take that, and if you guys turn the page and you look at the public narrative framework, this is the storytelling approach, right? You guys remember the story of self we did in the beginning? It's going to show up here in a minute. 3 parts: story of self, story of us, story of now. You'll note that section 1 there is the story that you put together this morning. Aha! Right there it is. It fits.
There it is.
Okay. So let's go through the 3 of these. The story of self. How did this impact you? How'd you feel about it? Why are you so passionate about it? Why? Why does this matter? Why? That's why your story is so important. Okay? So then, what's the story of us? Why am I talking to you? Why does this matter to me as much as it matters to you? What's the shared belief about it? What do we share in common? Now, Deanna and I would agree that life skills and high school curriculums is pretty serious, because I don't want a bunch of brain deads out there running the future, because eventually I'm going to get old and not be able to do things myself, which I don't relish the idea of, but inevitably it's going to happen. That's just the way things work. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen as best I can. She's shown me a way to get there. We agree on this. That's the story of us, right? And then the story of now. So we're kind of back to what we did in the human action model, because what's the first question? What's so urgent? Why is it so important? Why does it matter right now? Okay. What specific actions do you need me to take? What do I do now that it's urgent and I know and I got to do something? What do you want me to do? Awesome. Then the cherry on the sundae, if you're looking at the story of now and you're looking at number 3, how will the actions that you take make a difference? right? Because if you've done these parts up to that one, you've done a really good job because you've probably got someone who is invested, is interested, invested, understands conceptually, can tell that story, and is ready to take action. And you see it every day because for just 10 cents a day,
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion.
you can make sure no animal goes to the shelter. Or you can make sure that animal gets adopted for just 10 cents a day. How will the actions make a difference? Puppies don't have to die. If you just do your 10 cents a day makes all the difference. You see? See how they do it to you, right? But you're able to use these same tools. We told you guys we were going to get to the guts, right? So you're going to get to see under the hood of how these things work. So your story of self now gets plugged in, and then you expand to include others, which you've already kind of done. And you know where your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. And then you show them why it's so important and why it's got to happen right now. Told you guys earlier, once you see this, you can't unsee it. Now, everything you look at when you watch TV or you do something, now you're going to be like, Let me see what I have next here. Okay, that's reflection. So let's do this, guys. There's some meat to this because there are two components. Here's what I'd like to do. I have the human action model page up for you guys. I'd like for you guys to think, based on your story and the issue that you want to advocate for, I'd like for you to just take a few minutes to think about these things. And I'm not asking you to write a complete story here. I'm just asking you at a high level to think about some things you might say. Okay? Why is it important? What does it look like when we fix it? How do we get there? Let's start with that one first. Why don't you guys take 5 minutes and just fill in some notes. And then we'll go back to public narrative and we'll do the same thing. But I want you guys to take some time with this one because it's going to help you to flesh out.
On one issue you want to have.
Yeah.
On one.
Yes, on one issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to get through all of it, and that's okay. I don't want you guys to feel stressed. I got to fill out these 3 things. You do as much as you can. Okay. We'll talk about it. We'll answer questions, and then we'll go to the other side. Because you guys are going to go back and fill in a lot of this over the next week or 2. So.
Did you say put one of these, Pam or public narrative?
No, I want to do both of them. So we're going to do ham first.
Taskmaster.
5 minutes on ham, and then we'll do 5 minutes on public narrative.
Okay.
It's not going to be perfect, and we don't need it to be. We just need you to flesh it. The most important thing here is you're fleshing it out, right? Because you guys are going to come back to this over the next few weeks. You're going to go back through your notes. You're going to be thinking, you're probably going to go back and watch this. And it's nice is then the recording, you can just fast forward and move to the parts you want to hear. But you're going to spend time with it and you're going to start to flesh out more. So let me stop talking. Let you guys get going. So Martha, I'm seeing your thing in chat about the story of self. If you want to go ahead and, yeah, I see story of self. I couldn't. Yeah, just go ahead and share it in the chat once you get your thoughts together, and we'll try to answer that for you. It feels like maybe you couldn't, or you didn't get a chance to put that together. And that's okay, because you can go back and work on that after. If you can't fill it in right now, it's not the end of the world. Take another minute or two, and then we'll do some sharing for whoever wants to share, and then we'll go to the public narrative. Love to see those pens moving, those brains working. Oh, so as we're kind of wrapping up on the human action model. So Martha shared in the chat the story of self. I couldn't continue employment. Story of us. Your kids will be denied good teachers. The story of now. Vote for good junior college regents. So she took a baseline because she's typing. She can't say it. So I could totally understand that. Right. So if I'm reading this correctly, she couldn't continue employment. So something happened in her life, right? She became passionate about this because she saw that this was wrong, right? Your kids are going to be denied good teachers unless we address this issue. Well, I had no idea this was going on. Like, why is this happening? So people are going to ask her questions in that section, right? And then the story of now, we can change it. If you don't understand what junior college regents are, let me help you understand why they're so important, right? Oh, she couldn't continue her employment at the junior college, right? And I think in part of that is because of the way the system is. There are bad people at the core. She saw a problem. She couldn't keep working there, but she wants to address it so it doesn't happen to anybody else. That's pretty powerful.
That's very
Because I have no idea what a junior college regent does. So I'm going to be curious and be like, what do they do? And Martha, you don't have to type in what they do. That's fine. I'm just saying I would be very curious as to what they do and how something like this is allowed to happen. Right. So she's done a good job of giving us a framework. Right. And people ask me, and then we'll open. I just think it's interesting timing. People say, listen, we know you don't want to be a politician or work in government, but if you could, what job would you actually want? And I tell people, I would want to be the Solicitor General of the United States. They say, why? Because they decide what cases the Supreme Court hears. It's one of the most powerful positions in DC, in the country, actually, because they decide which cases get in front of the Supreme Court. Wow. You're life-changing opinions, right? I want to be the person that's at the helm of that. Sure. And some justices, their jobs, at one point, they were the Solicitor General of the United States. So all of that said, let me stop. Who wants to share parts of their human action model? Anybody want to share, Jean?
I don't know if this is what you're looking for.
Go ahead.
But my passion is doing civic work. So there's two organizations under one umbrella. One of them is called Kids Arc, and the other one is called Freedom House.
Okay.
They're in the jungle of Honduras.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't have any schooling. Kids from little ones all the way to high school age didn't have any education. So I met someone actually through AFP that is no longer with us. She moved. And so I collect books, school supplies, Bibles to every family.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult to find Spanish books here.
Mm-hmm.
So through an organization that I belong, that is in Puerto Rico, they're shipping me tons of Spanish books for school, including Bibles and encyclopedias.
Okay.
Toys for the little children.
Mm-hmm.
On the Freedom House side, and we provide them also clothing.
Okay.
On the Freedom House area is human trafficked women and little girls that they have been rescued. So they built a house. And so we send them Bibles, kitchen supplies, clothing.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocates.
Linens, because I learned that, for example, if this lady this little girl, 12 years old, there with traffic, and it was in a pink room or a blue room, they don't want anything related to that color.
Makes sense.
So many details that are entwined or together. So every month, through another organization that I belong, we collect a bunch of things and we ship them to Lakeland, and then they send a van every 3 months and it's delivered. So it's my passion.
So Gene, good job. So I think what we got here is you took these pieces and you started to put them together. From there, now that you've got it fleshed out in a way, you can start to fine tune it. Because I followed your story, right? You're going to probably tweak some things to make sure that people are able to follow the path.
But I have to classify them.
Right, and why it's happening. Like I think giving context, why does this happen? How do we get to the point where these young people don't have that? Because I think the thing for me that I heard was lack of resources and lack of understanding make young people vulnerable. And the problem you're solving is you found a way to get resources to those people, right? That's pretty powerful. People don't like to hear that young people or people in what we would consider third world countries are struggling for basically no reason. It's basically what you're saying. But that's a really good start. So when we do these things in class and we have these workshops, we want to pull it out so that you can fine tune it. So good job, Gene. Well done. Yes. Stephanie, do you have your hand up?
Actually, kind of for you, because that's an amazing issue and you articulate it very clearly and the importance of it. But what I didn't hear in that was myself. I heard what's important to you and what you need to do, which is the start of it, but I didn't hear why I need to do anything or why I need to especially be involved. So when I heard that story, I would leave kind of going, great, good luck with that. But I wouldn't be looking, I'm not feeling drawn into joining.
You see.
So I think the piece that's missing, which is you got the meat of it, but the piece that's missing when I hear it is connecting it to why it should matter to me.
And join me.
Yeah, why should I get involved? Whether I'm supporting you or volunteering or whatever. Yeah.
That's powerful. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Deanna, go ahead.
I was thinking reaching out to Hispanic churches locally, not just the one organization you're with, but the broader community to get more things to help more people.
Hey, Jeff, did you have something you wanted to share based on this?
You need to just go ahead and
Mike, sir.
do you not have something to share?
Yay.
Because I always will. Well, I took you a little bit literal here. And I started thinking about, because I know I'm extreme, but we've been on this path, just didn't know this is all what it was. I love getting all the words to match up and all these little boxes because it explains where I've been basically 15 years. But what I heard, and I love what was just shared, because that testimony, here we go again, that's really coming into play and why you have this sense of unease. And with me, it's pretty clear. I had a sense of unease that I lived 44 years without a personal relationship and was basically faking it through something that was like really, really, really important, right? And so what we have done in our ministry is realize that words are great, but man, people can absolutely, a lot of people are thinking about how they're going to respond and they're not even listening to really what you're saying. And also, we are memorizers through the Greek thing where we memorize it for a minute and then forget it because we had to pass tests when we were growing up, right? But visually, we really remember things. And so I took you a little bit literal. And so, we wrote a book, okay, I'm extreme, but you could have a flyer, something that brands you, that makes your cause something that they can see is more than just a bunch of words because of how many people now get to expose that. And also being, for instance, I think that'll work. That was one of our books. This is our new book that's coming out here. And the pillars on what it's based. I didn't want to go too extreme, but I had a little guy I could have put up behind me that we drag along with us that talks about how I'm a spirit with a eternal spirit with a soul living in a temporary body, talking about identity, right? And so I think you can do a lot that opens that path, right? That, in other words, the path is already set for you. If you do those first two steps right, it appears to me in on the human action model.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jeff. That's good though. Context, right? Anybody else? No?
I didn't get far enough.
That's fine, Deanna. It's like, I don't want you guys to worry about it. So let's do this. So we've done the human action model. Here's what I want to do next. I want us to then work on the public narrative framework. And then after that, I have incredible news. After that is lunchtime. So let's take a couple of minutes here with the public narrative framework and talk about the story of self, us, and the story of now. Right? So I'll leave this up on the screen. It's also in your book. I'll give you guys 5 minutes or so, and let's put some of those pieces together. Juliana's brain's going too, huh? Mm-hmm. All right, guys, take another 2 minutes or so. We'll do some sharing, and it's time for Groob. How would I tell the story of my issue and the change that I want to make? Jeff messes with his backgrounds. That's good. He's got all his backgrounds there. So, all right, guys, another minute or so.
Looks so perfect behind him. What's behind you? Is it a screen?
Green screen.
Okay.
Microphone.
You got to unmute. And you guys pull his mic closer once he unmutes. Yep, there you go.
Virtually, it is.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. we need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion.
So what's happening is he's got those backgrounds because he's got a black background is when he's in the studio, but his lighting is good, which is why you don't see him bleed because he's got.
I think it's this inside of video and effects in Zoom here. I'm able to import these.
Oh no, we're just talking about how you don't, because a lot of times when lighting is bad, we got those backgrounds, you bleed in. Yeah, you actually look great. So
yeah, I spent time getting that because I do that weekly show on Beck, and so I do, every week Winging a Prayer. Have to look professional.
That's Trent, right? Trent Luce.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He's the man. Trent's the man.
Don't tell him.
I know, right? Listen, if I could dress up like that on TV and get away with it, I would too. So you guys
sleeps in it.
Yeah, we're talking about Trent Luce on the Beck Network, where our other show is on. He has like the cowboy hat on. He looks like a cowboy, right? He's got this whole thing. He gets the Western gear. He's got the handlebar type mustache or whatever, and he's a character. But he's like legend. He's like legend in the Dakotas. So, okay, planes landing. So we're considering how we tell the story of our issue and the change that we want to make. Now, part one of that you did earlier this morning. Okay. Again, we're not going to be perfect. But if anybody would like to share how you'd walk people through that story, let's take a few minutes and do that.
Okay, well, here is an oldie but a goodie. I was a realtor for about 40 years, and there was always a need, and actually started as a timeshare salesman. Don't hate me. But in that climate, right, it was really so important that you established your credibility. Like they said 60 seconds, literally, is what you had. Where the people either had their ears open or closed. And so one of the things that we want to do in our discourse, no matter what our goal is to keep the discourse at a civil level to where something can be accomplished, right? And so many times when you have somebody that comes at you strong, we have the feel, felt, found thing. Man, I understand how you feel. There was a time when I felt that way, but what I found was, right? And it's kind of disarming, right? Because you've got your bullet points ready to go with, but what you've done is you have been able to keep that temperature of the discourse really low, because that's the only way that we move forward. And so that's what I would do in this public narrative. Is try to make sure that I was seen as a listener, because But up front, I have isolated the four, what I feel like are my major things that are up against me when I'm talking about helping people understand their identity in Christ, and that is weak leadership, biblical illiteracy, lack of accountability, and lack of urgency. So I already know, right? Once again, I'm in my passion, right? I'm in something that I just have this story about, right? They cannot punch holes in it because my story is indisputable, right? So we can have a discourse, because you can disagree with someone's story, but you sure can't argue about it. So Feel, Felt, Found is kind of designed to come into that mold, if that makes sense.
So Jeff, I love the way you described that, because what Jeff did is he built on the parts, right? So with a good SWOT analysis, he was able to establish those four things and then move them into a story. So you can disagree, but it's indisputable because he's already laid out and he already knows what's going on. So that allows for a civil discourse. Because look, what we tell people in Orange County here is that there aren't enough Republicans for you to win. Speaking politically, that means you're gonna have to convince some people that don't necessarily agree with you that you're a better option. How are you going to do that? Well, if there's no real public discourse, they may agree with you on the issues, but they look at you in a particular light until you show them that there's another light.
Mm-hmm.
And then those independents or those non-party affiliated will say, you know what? No, we actually agree on way more. I'm down with you. And that's the way you have to do it. But without that discourse, we don't get anywhere. So Jeff, I think that was a great layout of that. Anybody else would you like to share? If you don't, that's okay.
I think that was great because I moderated a debate among Republican candidates in a Black community. And so there were curious people that showed up, mainly non-Republicans. And some of the questions I asked shocked them because I asked what the candidates' positions on homelessness were after talking about having volunteered to build habitat houses. And so that really engaged people that had prejudices against Republicans.
So, I mean, look at that. If you do discourse and you ask honest questions, people will be shocked because they have a stereotype in their head, remember, of what they think is until you start talking to them and there's actually a civil discourse. They're like, wait a minute. No, that actually makes sense to me. And they start to understand that it's less about party and it's more about practicality, right? And who do you better align with? Because at the end of the day, that's what matters. So, yeah, Stephanie, hi.
Try, get a shot.
Yay!
Okay, public narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Self-us now. Okay. My beautiful Christian niece of 15 years old fell to the darkness of satanic rituals and practices and passions right under the noses of everyone at the dinner table, of everyone walking through the hallways next to her at school, and in the darkness of her bedroom at night, because it all came right through her cell phone every single day. And everything that she fell prey to in the best of homes, from the best of parents, everything she fell prey to is sitting in your children's phone right now. And it's just waiting to be popped up in a notification bar that you will probably never see. So we need to enact legislation that makes people realize that cell phones are not children's toys. And they are a tool that requires as much maturity as a gun.
Yeah.
And you can use it for good, but it can be used for evil. And so it's easy to put things off. There's always been evil in the world, but how much longer would you wait if you knew that your child is about to click on something like that right now, upstairs from you? How much longer would you wait before you want there to be some kind of restrictions?
Wow.
That was powerful.
That was powerful, right? So think about all the bases that were covered. Now everybody's going to lean in and be like, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, go get the cell phone.
They're going to run upstairs. You're going to hear a bunch of people going upstairs. But Stephanie, great job.
Thank you.
Right? So that's the jam here. Okay. So let's do this, guys. We're going to take 30 minutes. Let's do 30 minutes for lunch. I have a timer going. Let's plan to reconvene, let's say around 5 after the next hour. Some of us are in different time zones. So 5 after the hour, we'll reconvene and we'll continue. You guys enjoy your lunch here physically, and then our friends who are remote, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in a half hour.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay,
Recording in progress. Yeah, I knew that was coming. All right, guys, welcome back. Hope lunch was good. If not, this training
Is
will
good.
replace that. It is good. So we covered a lot of ground, right? If we go back to this morning, we got your story down, right? So your moment, right? You named the moment. We got the story together. We figured out which mountains we were going to work in. We cut our issue down to size, and then we started to lay the groundwork on how we were going to frame our issue. Well, in the first half of part 2 here, we dealt with the SWOT analysis, and then both the public narrative and the human action model. So now we've built a framework for us to work on our issues. And you guys have done a really good job, I think, ferreting out some of that. Over lunch here locally, we were talking about how impactful it was and how we would address things. So I think that's great. If you guys will take a look at Chapter 7, Strategy 3, we're going to talk.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be in
a bit about the difference between communities and networks and building them. And then there's like a word bank exercise that we'll have you guys go. So let's talk about it, because you can leverage both of these to impact change, right? And to amplify your message. But it's interesting. So when you look at communities and networks, let's do the sum of the parts first, right? So communities produce long-term engagement through deep commitment. That's your tribe, right? That's a community. If you guys are looking for that, that's the third bullet in the middle of the page there, right? Communities produce long-term change through deep-rooted commitment. That's your tribe. Those people you hang out with, get things done.
That's like us hanging out at AFP.
Yeah.
This is our community.
Yeah, this is our community, right? Networks lead to immediate results, but they're often short-lived, right? So they're useful, but they're different. So if this is our tribe, right, our network may be one of the organizations that can help us to move our advocacy forward.
But they may not be necessarily part of our community. It's just somebody that you know that's helping us within the community.
Right. So it's important we know the difference, because people throw those words around almost interchangeably, and they're actually not. Right? If you look at the first bullet under attributes on this page, communities are united by shared values or goals, fostering strong relationships and collective identity. A little more meat to the words there, right? Networks are more fluid, and they connect individuals or organizations for specific purposes, often through professional ties. Kind of what we talked about, right? But it's important to understand there, because you guys, I think, shared in one way or another that being pulled in multiple directions is an issue, okay? Mm-hmm. But that's really important, because now you get context around why. You know, what are you dealing with here? A lot of those that are pulling you are networks. They're not communities.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Or they themselves have their own community, and you're really just a network to them, and they want to draw you into their community. You're like, no, I've got my own community over here. Like, you can use me as a network if I need to connect you to somebody, but my tribe is over here.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Does that make sense?
Because you're getting pulled into different communities.
Everybody.
Like, no, I want to be just a network. Just use me for a quick introduction or something like that, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, for like with the Orange County Republicans,
mm-hmm.
It used to be more of a network. They're working to become a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so that.
Right.
Yeah. And AFP is a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to grow that tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does everyone have a handle on the difference between the two? It's a great reference page for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do this. On the next page, if I can get my cursor there, we actually have a word bank exercise. It's kind of fun, right? So that word bank, you can fill in the attributes of either a community or a network. Try to use all the words, and then let's figure out where they fit. We'll give you guys a minute or two to do that. Should be pretty straightforward. It's like you'll do this exercise and you'll have this page for reference for yourself. It'll be good to go back to. When you start hearing certain words from people you engage with, you're going to start to figure out whether or not you're dealing with a community,
right,
or a network.
Well, that helps you know how you're supposed to work with that person.
Right.
Some people you want to network with, but you don't want to invite them into your community.
Also correct.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, I got to network with that person. I don't necessarily like that person, but, I got to network with them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've been interested in getting more involved with veterans groups,
mm-hmm.
but too many of them like the happy hour too much.
Yeah. All right, you can go hang out at the Eagles Club, or right? Yeah. The what is it? The VFW? Yeah, you go hang out there.
American Legion.
American Legion, yep. Tell you what, though, if you are a partaker in refreshments, man, they got some of the best prices in town. Oh man, it's like, boy, no wonder people go hang out over there. It's like, why would I go to a regular bar when I can just go for the discount and join and get all I want and get karaoke and the whole thing? Like, I get my whole, right?
Oh, great entertainment. But when they are doing veterans events to help veterans, networking with networks or veteran services in the community, that I love.
It's a hopping Saturday night at the VFW when the bar is open, the music's playing, and roasted chickens on the menu.
All right. So
okay.
The different words and which ones are communities and which one are networks.
Yeah. So who wants to jump in and kind of talk about what they laid out?
So for me, bottom up would definitely be community.
Isn't
that interesting?
Yeah. Transactional. Well, that's network, right? Impersonal.
Yeah.
That's network. Whereas personal, community, right?
Shared values.
Shared values.
Definitely community.
Right?
Yeah.
Shared interests. Did we talk about shared interests?
Yeah.
Shared interests.
Network.
Yeah.
That's kind of like you know what? I kind of would have gone there, but now that you say network, you're right. It is just a network.
Because I'm thinking, I put that because I'm thinking like, well, the Harley Davidson thing, that's a shared interest. That's why they have a national network. They only come together around that shared interest. It doesn't really matter what else they all think.
Right.
It's because of the shared interest in it.
Very interesting.
So, no,
But that's an important difference, right? Because you're like shared, okay, that's great. But shared values and shared interests are two different things.
yeah.
The post-lunch catcher, right? Are you paying attention? So.
Location centric community.
Mhm.
Less.
Network, because those networks will meet anywhere. Your communities usually have a place or specific places where they spend time together.
Impersonal?
Impersonal, that's a network.
Network.
Right?
Holistic and relational is the
Community?
Right.
And you know what? Because I hear, it's just something I wanted to share because I hear a lot of people talk about the Facebook community and they'll push back like, no, Facebook is a community and I have friends and blah, blah, blah. And somebody I saw talking about this one said, a good test of if it's a community or a network, because it can feel like a community
Right.
on Facebook. It feels like it, but the test is, the two examples I've heard, depending on what you like. One is there anybody you could call in there who would help you move? Test. And number, so because it has to be personal aspect. And then the other one I like, which is a little less of a hard test than that, is if you didn't show up to that thing for a period of time, would anybody care or notice?
Right.
Like LinkedIn. Okay, sure, people say like community, but if I don't post or like things, nobody's gonna be reaching out going, are you all right? Why aren't you
Right.
Exactly
so
right.
community is the real test there. That's kind of how I keep it straight is if anybody would notice that I'm not there, it's community. And sometimes the real test is even in your own church.
Right.
Do you have a community in your church or do you have a network in your church?
That's interesting because today Martha was like, you haven't been here. We've missed you, right?
That's community.
That's community. You're absolutely correct.
Jeff, any thoughts to share, sir? He's got to unmute. He's got to get his mic. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many great things here, but the one thing I'm so happy that you put the word identity in there in the intro to this chapter, because the truth, the way I see it, and of course, remember, I'm a admitted slave to the gospel, but the gospel speaks of two tribes only.
His tribe and not his tribe.
Come on. And we are historically tribal, which we're speaking of. It can be good, but it also can create this bubble, right?
Yeah.
Where we are not equipped to talk to someone that disagrees. And one thing that the scriptures will show us over and over is that back in the day when you were arguing your position for Christ, their job in the audience was to poke holes in your theory. They talk back. So people were naturally more equipped on one side or the other, So that's why I want to point out that I've been saved and been able to become a political atheist, I call it. And it's because I realized that there were times when I was going along with things.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop.
That my spirit was saying no, and I'm a Proverbs guy, and it, without a doubt, the proverb would come up the next day that would really call me into question as to where my authority really lied, right? And so I think in a way, for me, that's what simplifies this exercise, right? That there are only two, right? And if I am continually trying to be obedient and dedicated and understanding who I am through the scriptures, right? Well, then some of these things have been answered over and over in the word. So anyway.
Thank you, Jeff. Exactly. I tell people that what you just said all the time, and when someone's really plugged into Father, right? Because like these three women here, those are my sisters. Those are my friends. I always tell people I don't have time for friends, but I have time for my sisters. There's a big difference, right? That's my community versus a network. I don't have time for the network people, but I've got time for my sisters. Yeah.
Anybody? Are we good? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So if you guys will take a minute, if you want to take a minute, anything that resonated with you, Jeff shared, a couple of us shared, I thought was really good. Let's take a minute. And if you've got something in the back of the book under reflections, you can list it there. If not, that's okay too. We want to give you a second to do that should you want to do it.
I should just put it there.
Yeah, sure.
Unless you want to ask it.
You want to ask it now?
Well, I mean, maybe somebody else has it, but as I'm looking at this, and it might be here. Now we've unpacked the difference between community and networks, but have we really put a punctuation mark on why we need to know the difference and how we're going to use them both, or does that come later?
No,
setting priorities.
I think it does right now. And I would say, you need to know your audience. We always go back to who are you speaking to? Because somebody in your network, you're going to speak to differently than somebody in your community. Like somebody in my community, I may go, okay, I'm going to give you some background information so that you understand. My network is, I'm just asking you a question. Like, I don't need to justify or qualify anything, right? But community is like, no, you need to understand what's going on, the why.
Right. Relationship is totally different.
Correct.
Yeah, if you're trying to grow your movement or support or volunteers, whatever it is, then you're going to have different ways of talking about that in community versus them. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
No problem. Good job, friends. Let's continue. Power mapping for influence. So what is our chapter essential question here? Strategy 4. How can I identify and influence the key decision makers of my issue? All right. How do I get to the man? All right. So there are a couple of things here. We're going to go through the steps and then we're going to visualize it for you guys in a second. So there are a couple of things you got to do right in order for this to work. You got to determine your targets. You got to know who you're after. Pretty obvious, right? Then you need to map the influence of your target. So that may be your target, but are you sure? Can they really influence the outcome, or is it that you want them to? Tough questions, right? What are the relational power lines? Who are they connected to that you may be connected to?
That's so important.
Right? And then step 4, you got to target priority relationships. Just because you like someone does not mean that they are going to be influential in getting to where you want to go. And that's totally fine, right? And then step 5 is kind of the obvious one, Captain Obvious. Make a plan. You got to have a plan in order to execute. RC, what does that look like? Well, let's take a look. So here is your power mapping analysis grid. That's on your next page. Section 2, Chapter 8, page 2, if you're looking at the bottom. You'll see something that looks similar to our SWOT analysis. A little different here, though, right? So you've got to map out who your players are and where they sit. You guys can see here, irrelevance in the lower left, sole decision influence is in the upper left, and then at the bottom, you've got diehard support or diehard against. Pretty simple, right? So you want to determine who the players are and where they sit.
Even if it's a bad player.
Yeah, even if it's a bad player.
You need to know where they sit.
Right? Because if someone has like sole decision influence and they're diehard against you, you've identified a potential issue.
Right.
Right? So another take on SWOT that kind of has this dot grid to it, right? Because you probably have 5, 6, 7 people on this thing. But again, what it forces you to do is it forces you to get really honest about who's in the circle and what they can actually do for you. Because you may like someone and you're like, you know what, I think they can help me out. But when you're honest with yourself, they show up like down here. And I'm pointing at the irrelevant diehard support side. So they love you, but they can't really do much for you on the issue.
I think people waste.
They do.
Yeah, we do.
Because they're nice, they enjoy those people and it affirms them, but they're not going to get anything back.
Yep, exactly.
And that's why this is in here, right? Much like the SWOT analysis is we want you to be honest about the decision makers. Now, if you guys, I think at this point, let me see, make sure I've got this right. Okay, so we'll come to that in a second. So you guys will come back to this. All right, but I want you to, like, your brain should be going now. Okay, like, all right, I need to be honest with it because you're going to use this a lot. You guys are going to start drawing, you're going to be drawing like SWOT analysis things and these things and everything like that. So let's play this out a bit more. What if we had to draw out connections to the decision maker? Now, if this looks familiar to you guys, there is good reason. When we cut the issue of education in our example, it kind of looked like this, right? Well, here you are again, except this time, the decision maker's in the center. That's the person you got to get to that can move your agenda forward, yes? Much like your other example, there are a couple of different ways to get there. We'll go through them quickly. Board. There may be the golf club. So your decision maker's there. Maybe you're a member, maybe you're not. You go as a guest, you know you can get to them, right? Staff. You may be friends with his or her chief of staff. Well, that gives you an in, right? You could probably get a meeting. Or their family. You know who their family is, and you can go and kind of work your way in that way. Those are certainly ways to get there. Here is a slightly different way. Look at the other side. There's you. Hey, hello, you. Okay. Right. Then there's your wife and his wife, who happen to go to the same Bible study at church. Now, let's be honest, right? We're a husband and wife team. Who is the most influential person in your life? Your spouse, right? Your wife, your husband, right? So if you think about this, yes, you can get there that way, but think about it if it comes from this direction. So what's happened? It's a place where there's a level of mutual respect and a shared belief. In a Bible study with ladies, and there are the wives that are friends. So what do you think is going to happen? Oh, I was talking to so-and-so. Do you know her husband? Oh, yeah, they go to church, right? Yeah, so here's what they're working on. I think we should talk to them. Guess what the decision maker is going to do?
Yep.
It's going to come in a different way because you can have that conversation here. Maybe he or she is going to be standoffish. But if it comes this way, it's probably a private setting. Oh, we should have them over for dinner. Or maybe we should go out and do something. And now you're in this more intimate relationship where it's like, hey, my wife was telling me about what you're doing. Why don't you explain it to me? Well, now they're open to the idea.
I've gotten him now to asking for the husband's information. So if I'm talking to the wife, I'm like, oh, talk to the husband.
Yeah. May I share something?
Sure.
Jeff,
just wag this finger.
Thanks, Jeff. Glad you're here for me, buddy. Appreciate you.
Go ahead.
I actually wanted to share something that I learned about a potential blind spot in my own experience with power mapping.
Very nice.
Specifically not power mapping.
Oh.
So as you know, okay, I work at a nonprofit. My boss is named Carol, just for sake of easiness of telling the story. My boss is named Carol, and we had been of a very different mindset. I've been there 1.5 years. We were a very different mindset for a long time when I would say we need to be in a different place, a different office, a new place. And she was, no. And I had all the right reasons. I had the right argument. I had the law, like legal reasons, everything. And she was not receiving it. And I never thought of a power map because I thought, well, I'm the 1 degree. I mean, I'm talking right to her. She's the decision maker. She has veto power. The other decision maker's me. I mean, she's the only one who can veto me. So, or maybe the board. But so I didn't think about doing this, right? Because I have direct access. So that was my blind spot because her daughter, her adult daughter, came to visit one day and I wasn't talking to her about my issue at all. And it was only when it came up by pure happenstance and I was talking in a casual conversation on the front porch with her daughter, and her daughter was saying, this isn't really an ideal place. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you don't know half of it, blah, 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 blah. And she goes, oh, yeah, that's Terry. You can't.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Be here. You can't be here. And then she turned around and walked in to talk to her mom. And before I could even get back into my office, my cell phone rang, and it was my boss, Carol, saying, oh my goodness, we need to move. We can't. And I realized, oh, I was the wrong messenger.
Right.
So in that case, even though I had direct access to the decision maker, I still should have done, because her daughter didn't live in Florida. She was just visiting. So I should have done a power map and thought, who else is around who are of influence?
Right.
And how might I make connections with that person? Because I'm clearly not the right messenger, even though I have access. So that was a thing, the way I've never looked at a power map before.
That's interesting.
So just a little anecdote for everyone's, in case you come up against that. Don't take for granted, even if you're best friends or golfing buddy with the decision maker, are you the right messenger?
Right. You can plant a seed.
Who's the right person?
Right.
Well, who influences them? Who has their ear? And
No, I understand.
You'll probably know.
What I'm saying is, how do I know who's the person that is a decision maker? For example, way back years ago, this guy comes to sell Encyclopedia Britannica at home. And he's talking to my husband, wrong person. Yeah, that's no problem. So I go to the kitchen, I take care of the kids, and then he's ready to close the deal. And my husband said, oh, my wife is gonna make the decision. And I said, I'm sorry.
That's right.
So, but how would he know who's the decision maker at the end of the day?
So he did a bad job practically understanding that wives in the home generally control the purse.
He made an assumption.
Assumption.
Yeah.
And it was a bad one, right? Because common sense and understanding how households work would tell you it's like the wife needs to be included in this conversation because she's going to be the one that makes the decision. And even if she's not going to make the final decision, she's going to have a heavy amount of influence on him because she's going to give him a look that I'm not privy to about whether or not that should be done. Which is why one of Juliana's rules is we won't work with another couple unless she has a chance to meet the wife.
I have to meet both of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
if I don't like either one of them, I'm not working with either. of them.
Right.
Yeah.
And don't you find a lot of times people will tell you, actually, like if somebody calls me about mortgages, I could have a conversation, but honestly, I don't want to. We've divided things different way. And I said, oh, you're calling the wrong person. I'm just gonna stop you right now. That's my husband.
Right.
Call him. Right. Like people will sometimes just tell you or tell the person the degrees of people, right? You know?
And you never know, as you're trying to get to your decision maker, the people that you're outlining, they could be people that are planting the seed, you know? I called my girlfriend Kelly. I'm like, okay, Kelly, this is what Watchmen Action is doing. I need you to make some couple of phone calls and just talk to those people for me, right? So I don't even need, let her open the door. She's got the relationship. She can edify me. I can't edify me in what I'm doing, but somebody else can edify me, right?
So there's one other point about that to answer your question.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's also that you are not trying, when you fill this out, you're not trying to dream up relationships like, okay, well, I need to reach a decision maker. Maybe we should talk to the wife in the connect group. You're not trying to dream it up. You're trying to make direct relationship connections. Like, you know, the wife,
right? The
wife knows the other wife. That wife is in the Bible study, which is in the church. Like you're making the relationship, one relationship is already formed. And where does that lead to the next one, to the next one, to the next one that gets you to that person? And then you'll find out along the way, if that's the wrong one, they're probably going to like the wife might go, oh, my husband never listens to me. He makes all his decisions on a golf course. You know, oh, this is golfing buddies. Now I have another trail.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like people talk and you'll just figure out if you're on the right trail or not.
Like a bunch of bloodhounds.
That's good. Jeff, go ahead.
Along with everything, as I believe, there's the invisible coming along with the visible, of course. And so there's a spiritual component to connectivity. So I've learned, and I've been called a great connector for whatever that's worth. But the deal is, it's all, once again, today, it's building. And you have to remember that what this cause, whatever this opportunity that you have chosen, you have prayerfully chosen it because you have a passion for this and you have a real story that connects you to this. Okay. So what I'm saying is that as you're speaking to someone, you're not trying to sell them anything. You are sharing a part of yourself with them, right? And
That's
we're
really
talking, basically about darkness and light in most of the issues that we face as conservative Bible-believing people that are under attack. So there's plenty of issues to be all in, and all you're doing is fighting back against these powers and principalities. And as far as talking someone into something, just don't do it. We learn over and over, both from great writers over the millennia and also in the Bible. In fact, Jesus was the best, that he didn't ever get into much debate. He just said, look, let those who have ears to hear, hear. Okay. And so a lot of time we may be seed planters. Maybe you are not going to be the one, but maybe if you can come at this with this low temperature in love, right? If you can come that way in a brother and sister instead of an opposing party or this or whatever, that seed might be planted. And then the next person that comes on, I was talking to somebody, anyway, that's kind of what I get out of that, is that the enemy loves nothing more than isolation.
That's it.
And so connectivity is anti-isolation, right? And so that's what we're talking about. If you've got someone that is pushing back, you got to have empathy and love them in a way, because maybe they are suffering from some of that isolation, right? Or whatever. We don't know their story, right?
Right.
So
Awesome.
Jeff, that's great. Here's what I'd like for you guys to do, right? Because you're not going to have an exact scenario necessarily right now. I think Jeff did a wonderful job providing context, but Stephanie's story was so relevant to this that what I'd like for you guys to do in your reflections, just take a few minutes to make notes on things that you'd like to tackle. And then you'll have this as a reference when you start to break down how you want to tackle them, right? So if you go to the reflections in chapter 8, those two pieces that we showed you, the grid and then the mapping, just think about some things you're going to want to tackle because you're already working on issues and things you want to advocate for. And then you'll be able to come back to this when you're ready to activate. And maybe you are a special student and you're advanced in your nature and you decide, I already know how I'm going to tackle this. Well, then take a minute and do that. Fine, go ahead and do the exercise. Kidding. So guys, take a minute, make some notes, thoughts, and we can answer any questions. Let's give folks a minute to jot down the notes.
Just thought, like in my example, my issue I'm talking about today with this episodic series for favor, that there are more than one decision maker that I will encounter that can move the project forward or stop it in its tracks. And they're not on the same power map. Like it's not like a board or a committee or a legislative body or 8 votes. It's like Carol's the first one who can stop it.
Yeah.
And then if she's good, there's the next decision makers, which are the people I'm pitching it to. So I almost need to think in terms of the different decision makers that will encounter as I clear one and get to the next one.
Yeah.
Because you have a number of them that you have to tackle
along the journey. Yeah. And so and again, see, that's the first time I've thought of that because it's the first time I'm actually doing it.
So what Stephanie is describing is the need for multiple power maps because there are multiple levels of decision maker.
Yeah, level. Yeah.
Right? It's like you got to get to the final boss.
It's like gamification. You get to this level, you advance to the next one where that new dragon is there.
Final boss level. All right, guys. So good job. I mean, that was actually that you guys were super engaged in that process. So we didn't need to do a ton of writing. All right. If you guys will turn the page. Just like that, we get to section 3. It's time to move the needle.
Yay. So chapter 1 that we're going to be talking about, I should say chapter 9, is organizing for impact. And what does that mean? Chapter 10 is really important because we're going to be talking about timeline, goals, and benchmarks. Because if you don't know where you're going and the steps to get there, you'll never get there. Chapter 11 is calling others to action. So how do you get other people to join you as you're doing what it is that you need to be doing? And then chapter 12 is let God be God, because he's most important, which is everything that Jeff keeps talking about. So thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so
Okay.
You know, how do we set ourselves up to be a willing vessel at the end of this whole thing, right? Because that's ultimately what this is about.
That's right.
All right, let's dive in. So, organizing for impact, yes? What is our chapter essential question? Let's take a look. How can I amplify my voice and increase my influence by working with organization? How can you get people to come alongside you and to do more? And it requires more than just enthusiasm, as you'll see at the second to last paragraph. You need the right strategic partnerships in order to do that. And a part of what we do, we have a series of recommended tools and platforms that you can use. Our goal is to make sure that you know what different resources are available, and then to try to help you in the best ways to use those things. Right? Because there's the opportunity to stack those tools on top of each other. You may need more than one. You may need 4 or 5. How do you make them work together, and where does that make sense? Right? Some of that may get solved today. Some of that may get solved a week from now. It's going to be. So we're going to go through that process. So let me do this. Right? So you guys are looking now at the different mountains of influence, right? What we want you to think about here is organizations that you can partner with to strengthen your issue. All right, take a little bit of time on this, and you are free to use the internet if you want.
And just note the fact, not every organization is the right organization.
That is correct.
Be super particular about who you want to work with. Right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good stuff.
And question, and these are not the targets. They're not like the people we just power mapped, right?
Correct.
These are the organizations that are going to help us
do whatever
the things we're trying to do.
That is correct.
Right. Okay.
Organizations you can align with, run with.
What about AI? Is so much like storytelling. You can use storyteller AI to formulate your message.
So with that,
Oh, you know what? We're missing the 8th bubble. Technology.
Yes.
Yeah, we need one more bubble.
Tech tools.
Yeah, technology's missing from there. You could probably put it under business though. Just as a
Okay.
Put out. So you guys take a little time and write a couple of those out, then we'll go over some of what you came up with. Need the Jeopardy theme music.
Oh, I was about to say foundation or think tanks. Maybe that might be helpful.
Right, because think tanks fall under all of these different categories. Much as I don't like them, Media Matters is a media think tank. Right? That's what they do. So
Media Research Center.
Media Research Center, yes. Heads are moving.
Right.
Brains are moving. Doing pretty good. Just over 4 hours and change. Yeah, that's good. Factor in we did what, 45, 50 minutes of breaks. Lunch. Yeah, it's good. Jeff's like, he's like, I'm ready. He's got to look at us. I'm waiting on you guys. All right.
I mapped it already.
That's what Jeff's Does he have like an issue he's articulated? I kind of lost it.
So Jeff, the question from Stephanie is there an issue that you've articulated? So would you mind popping in?
Not at all. What's the question?
What's the issue you're working on?
Okay, as far as I'm always thinking things in parallel universe here. Personally, I'm working on something that I was wanting to say earlier, is that I've learned that everything I say yes to, I'm saying no to something else.
Yeah.
And so you hear about all these things and you just want to get involved in all of it and coming to the reality that it's probably better off if you'll pick one or two things and just go all in, right? So that's kind of what I'm in the process right now. I've had a church before. That was not my bag. The Lord got a good chuckle out of that. But I'm also moving into the time where we would quote, you would say it's time to retire, where I can't find it in the Bible. I'm still looking. So hopefully there's a hidden chapter somewhere that says, no.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my thing right now is finding out how to focus and funnel what the Lord's given me in all these areas into producing fruit for the kingdom in whatever way he wants versus me. And that's one of, I think, my biggest struggles always is I'm not patient like I should be. I don't have that, wait mentality like he definitely does. And so it's daily. And that's for me, just staying on point, staying obedient. I have an international ministry that, believe it or not, in Pakistan is so fabulous that they pump me up because of how they are so devoted to this cause that we have. And so, yeah, it's a daily.
What specifically are you advocating for?
I'm advocating for people to know their identity in Christ, quite simply. Know that we are eternal spirits, that we will return to that spiritual condition. In other words, Scripture referred to us as embodied. It will also refer to the disembodied spirits, indicating that everything's spirit. It's just we have been embodied for a whisper or a just a vapor, right? And our legacy, one of my pastor friends said it so well. He wants his great grandson to tell him thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Jeff, for sharing.
Yeah.
Guys, did you come up with some organizations that you feel like will help you? We'd love to hear.
I think the church,
Yeah.
just to actively, join us for our costs.
Okay. So, and I think Jeff had mentioned this earlier too, that church body is us. That's the ecclesia. So being active and going to the rest of the body and saying,
You're right.
but it's a good point, Gene, because what happens is that it becomes corporatized. And so the actual church has to go into the building and remind the leadership of said building that the church is the people.
Right.
That's really important because yes, the building and its resources need to get behind the body. Very good. Very good.
I appreciate that. Clarify this. I thought about it, but I didn't.
If I wouldn't have, he would have. So according to Jeff. So
Yeah.
Deanna?
Media and think tanks are where my strengths are.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's good. So you started to identify, for you, it's like, I got my story together. Now, how do I get the word out? So you're focused on how you're going to get out and get that narrative out. That's good.
So when you're thinking about it, try to see later, not now, but deduce it down to specifically who you want to target, what organizations that you want to align with or work with or media.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, and also to refine the message or do more get more research, especially some of the people I know in the media, that's their passion or whatever. So,
who to target, who in the media world that you want to target because they are passionate about what you're passionate about.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Awesome.
Stephanie?
I was thinking media too, like national religious broadcasters might be a good place to just start forming, getting more connections. Philanthropic organizations that like to support other like foundations that give grants for things like this. Maybe IFCA.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
DC, it's a very networky kind of one. David Jeremiah Ministries and Teach Every Nation, because both of them are also in this space, but kind of sometimes partner. And Carol happens to know Bruce Wilkinson, so that might help too.
Oh, nice.
Star mapping. So I don't know. So yeah, maybe those came to my mind.
Awesome.
Very good. Very good. So Jeff, you shared with us, what resources did you come up with?
Okay, so I want to go to technology.
Yeah.
And another fact, this is groundbreaking, and I know everybody just really brace yourself for this. It costs money. Costs money. I was thinking, come on, Lord, I'm working for you. This shouldn't no, it takes resources. And that leads me to my point is that part of all this is knowing who your competition is, right? And that's where, oh my gosh, we've got the world at a click. There, if you've got an idea and you've came up with a little bit of a plan, the chances are there are 10,000 people who are miles ahead of you down the road that might save you bumps, bruises, or even knowing if this path is here and may have already done it, because there is my wife and I, both people will say are good cooks, but man, oh man, do we cook differently. I go to YouTube, watch Gordon Ramsay do it, and frame by frame, I do it just like he did it. She has Mamaw in her mind. And if it takes another little grab of this or a little grab of that, I mean, she is stirring it in there, right? And so we're not in a position, the urgency is so much here, you guys. We have to take advantage of what we have. And so we can move in warp speed. If you've got an idea, if the Holy Spirit's going to go along with you, I promise he will show you other avenues and places where it's already, you don't have to reinvent the wheel is what I'm saying. And because there is nothing new under the sun. And so in the technology area, I agree that's what it is. One quick thing on the social media. Be careful, 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 because what I see 90% of the time within my own camp on social media is people arguing and fighting and calling each other's names.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just become something that, I kind of poo-poo, even though I look at it a little bit. There is so much division inside. And when I go back to what I believe is the principalities and the powers, one of their main thing is to isolate you, right? And to make you think that, oh, I love the Florida Gators, so I have to hate the Tennessee Volunteers, right? But that's the tribal mentality that we have, and how beautiful that works for the enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great point.
Great point. Shameless plug. So Sherloc, our business, is a research and behavioral marketing business. If you guys go to Get Sherloc, Sherlock's without a K, if you go to getsherlock.com, there's a free tier of our market research platform that you guys can use to ask it questions, and it will show you where the issue sits, things you need to know, where the gold mines and landmines are. Super helpful.
Thank you.
If you guys will join for free, we'll just bump you up to the premium for free. So Jeff, they're not all paid for, especially in the kingdom, and we can provide those resources. We want people to use them. So yeah, I was just like, wait a minute, you guys actually have a tool. So we spent years putting it together, so you may as well use it. Okay, so that was great. Like you kind of like shake out, right? Like, okay, let me get that out of the system, whatever, right? Which actually made this part, we've already done it.
Right.
Right. With the exercise we just went through, we actually did.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys a minute. If you have any other notes you want to put in, you can take a minute to add those now. If not, we'll keep going.
Speaking of market research.
Yes.
I need to clean up my social media.
But why, Deanna? Why would you need to clean up your social media?
That's forever.
It is.
Some of the, being permanently banned from Twitter.
Yes.
Wow. Censored on Nextdoor.
Deanna's claim to fame. She is permanently banned from Twitter. She is censored on Nextdoor.
Nextdoor is hilarious.
Taken off when Trump was taken off.
Yeah,
Well, that's an honor. That's when I left Facebook.
Yeah.
When they changed his title from presidential candidate, from president to presidential candidate. I was like, I'm out of here. Don't tweet people anymore. Yeah.
It's a permaban for Deanna. Yeah, badge of honor. Yeah, right. I self-selected out. I'm done here.
I did.
Okay, guys. So great job. Let's keep rolling. Yes. All right. So chapter 10, action number 2 in chapter 10, pretty important. Juliana talked about moving the needle. How are you going to move the needle? Well, here's the chapter essential question for you. How can I get to my end result that I want on my issue? Great question. Goals and timelines are your friend. Now, Stephanie mentioned something earlier when I was working on Deanna's issue. She said you reverse engineered that and explained it in a different way. Here's what happens with goals and timelines, and I'm going to change this here in just a second. But anytime that you do this going forward, the most effective way for you to set up goals and timelines is to work with the end first and then reverse engineer what you have to do. Okay. So it kind of looks like this. If you guys turn to the next page, right? So this helps you to break it down, right? Because who doesn't like graphics? That top box, whatever change you want to happen, whatever you want to get done. Right? Save the manatees, whatever. Do you know what I learned yesterday? Just a quick aside, it's kind of funny. That if you pet a manatee and they catch you, you get charged with assaulting a manatee.
Yeah. Molesting.
Molesting a manatee.
Molesting is the word. Molesting.
What if they nuzzle you while you're giving them lettuce?
We had this one guy, he literally bent down and pet the manatee and he got a ticket for molesting the manatee.
So the change I want to happen is I don't want to be charged with molesting manatees.
Yeah.
Okay, so great. Just saying, that popped in my head.
Less than.
But they're, like you just want to go hang out with them and you can't. You can't feed them, you can't pet, you guys are terrible. So the change I want to happen goes in the top box, right? You'll notice what step 1 is. Step 1 is the end goal. What is the ultimate objective? What do you want to accomplish? Because that's the guide, right? Where do I got to get to? A lot of people, believe it or not, this sounds super practical, right? But how many people, including all of us in this room, at least one time in our life, have not done this? And then we're like, man, I don't know why things aren't moving. We're guilty of it in our ministry.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, let's just run 18 directions, right? Like, Jeff's funny. You're anti-manatee. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm pro-manatee, Jeff.
Right. That's the.
Jeez, bud. Come on. Yeah. Which is why you get charged for molesting manatee. So,
A cautionary tale.
yeah, but we run in 18 different directions and then we wonder why it doesn't work. Because we don't have a true north. We don't have a clear goal as to what we want to do, right?
Yeah.
So we've got to figure out what we want to do. What do we want to have happen? And then we have to really define what success looks like. You know where you're going. What does success look like when you get there?
This goes back to chapter 2 when you were, trying to get to your issue. What is your root issue that you want to talk about? Right now you have to define that. Okay, so Deanna, you want to be able to talk about, right, helping kids learn how to shake hands properly, right? So how are you going to do that?
Right. What does success look like when that? Is it that
I'm in the school,
right? Or 5,000 high school students now know how to shake hands and make eye contact?
So you have the metrics to
keep
the ball rolling.
Right.
Well, you want to know where you want to be. Right. And that allows you to go, okay, now we're going to develop the benchmarks. And with each benchmark is what are all the different, steps that we need to take.
Right. So you're in goal. So when does it have to be done by? What do you want to do? What does success look like when you get there? And when do you need to have it done by? Any of us who've ever been in a business class, right? You're like, oh my God, I never thought I'd have to go through this again. But here you are. Hi. So end goal in mind. Those are the 3 pieces, right? So then to what Juliana was saying is that once you get that nailed down, now you've got to get the milestones and benchmarks into place.
Right.
Now that I know what I want to do, what success looks like, and what my end date is to get there, how do I put milestones in place? What needs to be done by what date in order for me to get to that goal? Right? So what are the critical milestones? The next question is, how am I going to measure my progress? Because some people get to that point, that first one in section 2, and then they stop. Well, okay, great. You know when you need to reach them, but how do you know if you did it or not? Right? And then inside your benchmarks, you've got deadlines, kind of these milestones and deadlines, right? If I don't have 1,000 students shaking hands and making eye contact by June 30th, I'm never going to hit my goal. So now you know, and either you do or you don't. But you wouldn't know that if you didn't take the time to establish the benchmark and the milestone.
Your monthly accomplishments.
Correct. Which then leads to step 3. So now you get to back it down to the tasks. What specific tasks need to be done to reach your benchmark, which gets you to your goal, right? Who's responsible?
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Now you get into project management. Who do I need to do the thing by what time? And then what resources do we have available? Well, like for us, Watchmen Action grew in large part because BJ and Darrell donated an office to us. We have this incredible resource where we can get things done and we can hold events like this, right? That helps us along the way. So getting that task accomplished allows us to say we can hit our benchmarks now because we have this space and we can do all these great things, which gets us to the ultimate goal. Because Watchmen Action, we measure our success by the number of advocacy plans that are launched from our training. So if you go decide to tackle a task, that's an advocacy plan launched. right? That's how we measure. Okay. So once you've answered these questions, you can put together your timeline. And I think, do we have a timeline example? No, we don't. Okay. So here's what I want you guys to do now. I'm going to leave this up. What's that?
There is a time.
Do we have the actual one in there?
But you haven't.
Yeah, we have one. It's just not, it's not in the Express Pack version. Yeah.
I need to add the timeline page into the.
No, I was just saying, you were asking yourself.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking, actually, there is one, but it might not be.
Okay.
So here's what I want you guys to do. Let's take some time here, and you may not have all the dates or steps in, but draw yourself a timeline. Just take a piece of paper, draw out a timeline, figure out what you want to do, and when you need to do it by. And it doesn't have to be exact right now. Just pick a date.
But remember, this is a living, breathing kind of a thing.
It
It's
is.
stagnant. You're gonna have to change it and modify it based on.
Yeah.
So like, don't worry. It doesn't have to be exact, but at least you've got a goal of where you know that you want to go. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to willy-nilly it. But on the same token, it's gonna fluctuate.
Yeah. So listen, do this. Set your end goal and think about what does success look like? When do I need to do it by? Right. And then just think about a couple of basic things you would need to do to get there.
Okay.
And then 1 or 2 tasks that need to get done. Again, it's a living thing, but let's take some initial steps, because if we have you take an action step, chances are good you'll continue. So let's take 5 and let's work on it.
More work.
Yes, more work. Absolutely.
More work.
Mhm.
And after you do this work, there's gonna be more work.
Yep.
Thanks for the truth.
And then there's a final exam.
And then when you're done with everything, you're gonna go back to work.
Mhm.
Still just the work in order for you to do the work that you wanted to do.
It's work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, get to work. Because there has to be a coordinator to coordinate the coordinating. Right? Yes. Chief coordinator. Mhm.
Post-election is.
Yes, right. Mhm. Wow, what a day. It doesn't even seem like it should be 3 o'clock. That's crazy.
I think from now on, it needs to be 7 hours. I don't think 6 hours is. Yeah.
Yeah, so would we give people an hour for lunch then if we did?
I think we needed the extra hour to be able to do the final wrap up.
Oh, I got you.
When I'm not here, you'll have a lot more time. We'll do a lot less talking.
You guys have done, this is, the amount of talking we've done has been about average when we've done the class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, of course, yeah, you want people to.
Yeah. Well, we're helping each other through the conversation.
Definitely.
I've learned stuff. Yes. Do you have any questions? No. Okay.
I'm making my timeline
Mhm.
because I wanted to do one of the other ones first, but if I hurry up and get this done, we can implement it as soon as
Alicia's
selected.
Oh,
Deanna's on a mission, man.
she is, huh?
Yeah.
You're a rebel student.
I'm a rebel. I'm a wild child like
You're
you.
like the salmon up the street. Yes, you are.
But see, this is this is a great example of why this was put on us. The passion to do this is because we hear that and it's like, man, you've got something. Now you've got meat on the bone. Like Deanna's ready.
Yeah.
And I know we're going to see it. It's like Ferrant wins school board chair. And then there's Deanna next to her where they're playing like, and next thing you know, though,
Yeah.
end of the year, this story's out about this wonderful lady who says, look, man, life skills in school need to happen and I'm on a mission to do it. And there you go. It's like, look at that advocacy plan. So,
And then we expand it statewide and then nationwide.
There you go.
wow. We do have to do the certificates of completion because then Deanna would get a gold star on hers. Okay. Extra credit. Yeah, I'm letting them work. It's fine. They're looking at us like, hey, we want to talk. And it's like, let's talk. Poor Jeff is just sitting here watching all of this, right? Because he can see us and he sees on the screen. He's looking, by the way, Jeff is looking at us because we're on the camera, but he can hear everything. So
See, and as you do this, it's so important that you realize, am I writing a benchmark or am I writing a task. Am I mistaking a benchmark for what is actually just busy things? Because I wrote here one of the benchmarks. I'm like, okay, well, there's certain deliverables that if I get those, that's benchmark. But then I wrote X number of pitch meetings. I'm like, actually, no, that's not a benchmark. I got a pitch meeting, nothing happens. That's a thing I do.
Yeah.
So you can really trick yourself if you're not double checking your work.
Well, that's a task too.
Right. That's what I mean. It's in the wrong column. I already veered off the lane, out of the lanes.
Right. So Martha actually put something into the chat that I think is great. So she listed out the 4 steps, and I'll read them to you in order, and then I want to talk about them a little bit because this is a really good example. So she has find candidate files to run, find and engage support, and then run campaign January through May 2027. So let's work this out. The goal is to win a campaign that's going to conclude in May of 2027. That's what I got to get to, right? And I want somebody to win. Right? How am I going to get there? Right? Well, we've got to identify the right candidates. Do they meet the character that we talked about in her example this morning? Are they going to meet all the requirements? They have to. Once they do, that candidate is going to need the support in order to file to run because they're not going to know what to do, most likely. So they're going to need a circle of people, which Martha and her group would be like, hey, since we're setting the standard, we need to make sure that there is a system around them to do that. Right. So then the candidate's able to file to run. Then they've got to find and engage the support to build the momentum to actually get to the goal. Somebody's have to run the campaign, all of these things, right? All the things you need if you're going to be a candidate. And so this is a great example of something where we have to put it in the proper order, because once you know what the drop dead date is, then everything else you do makes sense. Right? It's like, okay, well, I know I've got until May 2027. That's actually tomorrow if you're thinking of it practically, right? It's like no time at all. We all thought, we're like, hey, we have at best 18 months from election day 2024 in order to get everything codified into law. And here we are, we're done.
We're done.
It's too late.
Yep.
Right? Because we're 6 months?
Yep.
Maybe from midterm. So it comes at you fast. That's tomorrow.
Yep.
So you got to know, okay, I know this goal. Now all the things I got to do to get that done because there are deadlines and all of these things and reporting and all that. So Martha, this is a great example. And I think just kind of talking it through with everybody, we start to see the order. So as you're planning your stuff, keep that in mind. And this is really going to help you to do that. Okay.
Does anybody else want to share?
Anybody else want to share?
She's like, don't look at me.
I'll tell her. Like little kids.
Yeah.
I didn't do it on politics, but I did it on my goal is to get the children ready for school.
Okay.
And August is the beginning day, so we're short of time.
Right.
So I said, well, deadline or the goal is August 15th. July, get them ready. July would be getting them uniforms. June will be getting supplies. May will be getting all the sponsors to get the supplies and the uniforms. And April, just talk with the community. Try to get everybody involved.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. So those are fantastic benchmarks. Now add the tasks in there. Like, what else do you need to do to get to one of those benchmarks? Right? There's little things that you're going to need to do to make sure that you've accomplished getting the things for the kids. Who do you need to contact? Right?
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to go to Mr. Anti-Manatee. Jeff, since he's unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
As someone who has been molested by a manatee before, I want to know, do they get a ticket for running into you and scaring the whatever out of you, right? My timeline is I have a new show working with Beck and coming out, Authentic Faith with Pastor Jeff. And so my goal is by around...
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion.
1st of June, continuing to be in prayer and being ready to launch by preparing, collecting more information, continuing to grow in the Lord, continuing to get good lists of guests. And I wanted to say that you have to still not be so regimented and have everything written down in pen, because some of the most successful things I've done, I've had to pivot because of new information I've obtained.
Right.
And in the past, sometimes I have just said, no, I'm just going to ignore that and go on. And a lot of times that could be, once again, your little spiritual side working for you. Closing doors need to be closed to where the ones that are open are so easy to see. So I see that in the end goal here is to be flexible, right? To know where you're going, but to understand that the plan you've set out with may very well need adjustment according to how things proceed.
Amen.
Very good.
Yeah.
Amen.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah. You guys are funny.
People felt that hit me.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was just, with what Jeff had said, I was just saying, be the water,
Be fluid.
fluid.
That's good. You write those things in pencil, right?
Right.
So that you can erase them later. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm already, follow up. I forgot that one thing that we are hard on ourselves, right? Because we expect, or for me, I expect it quick. Okay. But what we want to do also is understand that maybe we didn't reach our goal, but we still have to celebrate the victory that we did have, right? Maybe that goal was just a little bit, we got to learn how to have realistic goals, right? And so just because it might not have been realistic, that is another foothold for that isolation and the enemy to start saying, see, you should have never started this. I don't know what you were thinking. So we have to stay positive, because if it is something that is good for the good of God's people, the enemy is going to come after it, and you may not be able to recognize it in such subtle ways.
Amen.
Still an accomplishment.
Well,
That's
And
it.
pray for a hedge of protection daily.
You have to.
God, every day.
You have to, because the enemy comes, right? Full frontal attack. Great job, guys. That was very fruitful. Yeah. So let me do this, because I think our next page is reflections, right? Yes.
Yep.
So you've already done that work. Now, if you have additional notes, I do want to give you a minute to go to the back and have. Got to be a good steward, right? Like, we have the section for you in the back. I should let you use it. So. A lot of this, you guys are taking notes in ways that I think make more sense. You've got your little notebooks, or you're writing them on the blank side, and no, those are all good. There's no right way or wrong way to do this.
I
So
gave up on the little notes. I'm doing the big notes on the paper. I was trying to keep the pages clean.
No.
Yeah, I gave up on that too.
Yeah.
All over them.
Okay.
you guys take a minute, and then we'll continue. The plane is circling the air, right? Flying up on the runway. It's like you fly enough, you figure out what they do.
Thinking, when I was in college, this is 100 years ago, but, we used to do like a flow chart. If that still works.
Yep.
And then it's this route, and if this doesn't go, then we go this other route to get to the goal.
Yep.
That's right.
Same.
Same.
Which is a flexible thing that you mentioned.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know if a door's going to get closed and you won't be able to get to where you want to go in the way you thought you were going to get there. So you just have to find another way to get there. That's all. I mean, even as a business, we've pivoted to get us to where we are right now.
Yeah, because that's what you have to do.
Everyone has a plan until they get punched
in the face.
It's the best quote he ever said.
Yep.
Or at least the most meaningful.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, I got punched in the face. Well, that changes things. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody good? Awesome. Let's then. All right. Chapter 11. Action 3. What's our chapter essential question here? If you guys table. What are the specific actions we can take to move the needle on our timeline and achieve our goals? So this is where we start to take some time to reflect on all the great stuff that you guys have learned. And really, it's summed up in the middle of that page there that you guys see in bold. This training is a call to action for you. And that first action starts with you. So what you guys have done today, we look at as a springboard. Because remember how we measure our success. Watchmen Action measures its success by the number of advocacy plans that are launched from our training. So we have a vested interest in you doing things. Right? And this is meant to be a springboard for that. The time we spend with you, the time you spend in the manual, the time you spend watching the replay and kind of going back through and fine tuning it. And it's supposed to be a source of inspiration for you guys, right? Now you'll take this, you'll share it with other people, but you'll also use it for yourself. We want it to be another intimate tool that you go back and refine. And as Jeff mentioned, you know, we're quick to write things in pen when they should be in pencil, nothing against your notes. But when you think about it, like how you use these tools, because you're going to draw SWOT grids and circles, you're going to do that a lot. It's just going to become second nature for you on a piece of paper when you're trying to work through something. And that's really what this is about. So, you know, here is where we start to talk about those specific actions. So if you guys take a look at the next page, it says people in action. When you think about your timeline, although it is rudimentary at this point, what are the different types of roles? Who and what are you going to need to get there? And then what are some of the responsibilities those people are going to have?
Alicia Ferrant, winning her seat. Right?
Easy one is a slam dunk for Deanna, right? Yeah. So guys, take a little time with this and start to think through who you're going to need, what are they going to do, right? What are they going to need in order to get things done for you?
Ferrant, administrators, school administrators, teachers, school board, teachers union.
Yeah. But see, you've got a lot of stakeholders, right? And each of them are going to need a different approach. They're going to be different decision makers. So this is why it's important you figure out who you need. Because remember, this has been a building exercise. You started with your story, and now you built on top of that, and then you built on top of that, and then you built on top of that. So basically, you've built this house of things, and you can go back through and say, oh, like Deanna just did this exercise in her head, right? And then shared it with us. It's like, wow, I'm going to need this, this, and this, but then I'm going to need to convince this group, this group, this group. And within those groups, they're going to be decision makers, and I got to figure out a path and the story and the whole thing, right? The difference is there's work involved, but you know now you can get it done.
Right. You're building the path.
That's it. That's it, baby.
How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Jeff's smiling at us. This is the part of training that's good. It's like, you guys work. You guys work. We'll be over here watching you work. Yes.
Sort of a mini break.
Yeah, you know. This is going to be a stretch of training that I'm not going to shed. I'm not going to shut my mouth for like the next week and a half. So we actually speak tomorrow at this anti hackathon thing. And then, yeah, it's at Lake Eola. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
No, I'm going.
yeah. So don't get to stop talking. Then tomorrow we go speak. And then I'm on site with our client next week, training. And then we go to America Reads the Bible. And then we come back and then we go to the Christian Chamber Convention. I'm not going to shut up for like 2 weeks.
You should be quiet at home.
Love me,
Whatever.
People say, RC, it seems sullen. Why are you so quiet? Because all I do is talk. Speak for a living. You want to go home and not talk? All right, guys, we'll give you another minute or two. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't need to be complete. We just want to get you on the path.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Gaylord Pumps. Right now it's 40 minutes, isn't it? What's that?
You said 1
Yeah, we may have you. We may have to run. What do you think we can get done?
Almost done.
Yeah. All right, friends. So we want to talk about a little bit about what we came up with. What we got? Stephanie's in the future. She jumped into the future. Yeah.
Well, just to continue on the education, I hadn't thought about subject matter speakers, like for doing the videos.
Mhm.
Instead of me doing it. I mean, I could, but there are people who have more credibility in certain subjects and who are probably better communicators than I am. So get the best communicators to communicate messages.
There you go.
Awesome.
Very good.
Yeah.
Mhm. Jeff, what do you got, bud? Mike comes over. He comes up.
No, you're
Yes, it
muted.
does. No, I didn't speak. I was kidding. Okay, so here is what I can play those games all day.
I know.
That's my life with Trent. I got to keep Trent on the honest. Okay, so here's one thing that instead of it being a like a persona that we have to put on this issue that we have taken up, right? What if instead, what if it kind of just became who we were for the season, right? And so that by meaning that, it's like just figure out how you can weave your content into a conversation. I think if it was the old name that tune, I could get Jesus in a conversation in 3 notes.
Right.
Right. And so it's like with your issue, whatever it is, right? And also be able to recognize either neutral or non-productive conversation. I used to engage in so much conversation that was literally going nowhere, and look back and go, geesh, I had a chance to raise my issue in that moment, right? And so you also have to be prepared in that case to, once again, this is biblical, here I go, but you have to be prepared to tell your issue in many different forms. You might have 5 seconds, you might have 30 seconds, you might have 5 minutes, but you can, this can be part of your DNA, you know, if it, like in the passion, like what I have, because we never know when we are standing in the grocery store in line next to somebody who is somebody's neighbor, right?
Yeah.
That we need to do, or in the doctor's office when, or, you know, just any time that we just kind of stare at each other anymore in this culture. It's a perfect opportunity. Oh, the weather is nice today. Yes, it is. Did you see those chemtrails or whatever your deal is, right? Okay. It can work. It can work, but it can't be something that we have to turn on and turn off. And so for me, it's so simple. What I'm going to need, I started to list them, and then I laughed because I literally started listing the fruit of the Spirit. That's what I need is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, and self-control. Amen.
Amen.
Can I share mine?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Because this is really about when you think about an advocacy campaign or something with an end goal, it requires a lot of different components. And this doesn't necessarily, the way I read this, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be different people. It could be you have to wear a lot of hats, and so you do, but you at least need to know what the hats are.
Right.
And so like, for example, if I want to get an episodic series ever made, or even a pilot, I'm going to need good writing for the product to even talk about. I'm going to need someone who's a good connector, whether it's me or other people or both, somebody who can help establish relationships to even talk about it. I'm going to need graphic designing for just putting things in leave behinds or in different kinds of things like that. And some element of fundraising capability. And which one of those roles are mine or not remains to be seen, but you have to be intentional that you know what needs to be done.
Right.
And that you're not missing it, I think, is how I see that.
Right.
That's really good, Stephanie. And Martha actually put something in the chat. She's kind of that same mind. So she's like, campaign expertise, what materials and activities, right? Financial donors, totally makes sense. Where's the money going to come from? Platforms for getting out information, which organizations is she going to use and who needs to do what? And then ground level workers, right? Knock on doors, put up signs, make phone calls, do what they need to do.
Right.
Right. This allows you to visualize it.
Yes, and every one of those people should be operating ideally in the fruit of the Spirit.
Amen.
Right? That's the mantle we should be trying to win. or receiving.
Amen.
Amen.
Look at y'all. All right. Nice work. So if you turn the page in your manual, so we talked about the different tasks and things. This is just a page for you if you desire to get more specific. You don't have to use that now. You can use that later. You can use it never, but it is there for you if you would like to get more detailed and you need a little more room, right?
Yeah, it's one leg. It's me.
Me.
Me and then me. Oh yeah, right. And well, oh me.
Me on Thursday.
I'm the committee of one.
Me on Wednesday. Yeah.
Me myself for a meeting and have a good talking to myself.
Mhm.
Me, myself, and all meeting.
That gives me 3 on the board. Yes, me, myself, and I. Yes, Deanna, go ahead.
Yeah, I keep, as you guys talk, I keep thinking more things pop in. All these retired politicians of Democrat and Republican. Some of the blue dog Democrats. Yeah. Like Bob Graham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mel Martinez, Bill McCollum, John Micah are all, I need to think of some more Democrats. Maybe Betty Castor.
Hey.
You know, the best advice I had when I ran in 2008, somewhere around there, was from Bill Donegan, which it was the what was his title?
Orange County Commissioner.
No, he was not a commissioner. He was in charge of property.
Oh, it was the appraiser.
Best advice I got it was from him.
What did he say?
What he told me history of the opponent. He told me what he did to campaign. Who did he hire? How did he put the signs? They hired a group of politicians or candidates hired a particular person. That person put all the signs instead of just me paying for just one and each one. I mean, there were so many details that he told me in an afternoon that I was. And then there was a Republican lady, which probably you don't know her name, but Jerry Buchanan. Yeah. You know Jerry Buchanan? She told me, if you see the media, run away the other way. Good advice. I said, well, why? I need the money. And she said, no, because in 10 years, they'll take a little bit of what you said before. And they'll
use it against you.
Yeah.
So true. Right? Know your foe. All right, guys. Good. So reflections. Now, this part of reflection, because we're right at the end, right, is before you do that, let's take a minute to consider what you've learned. All right, just take a breath, right? Because you covered a lot today. Okay. All right. Because there are some things that you're going to want to do. Right. Basic schedule that you and your team will commit to. And then
the average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
If
you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
Make a commitment to your commitment, as Les Brown would say. Okay,
Most
so
people don't have to make a commitment to their commitment.
yeah, but it's so true, right? How true is that? You need to make a commitment to your commitment.
We wouldn't have gotten here if we didn't make a commitment to our commitment.
Mm-hmm. Right. So
All the other stuff.
as
You have to.
yeah, as we land the plane, guys, if you'll turn the page to chapter 12.
Can I say something about the commitment thing?
Oh, sure. Let me go.
In this book about, it wasn't rules for, I think it was called Rules for Titans. But it was something like that, and it was all these rules that people, not many millionaires, but billionaires, and what they all have in common. And one of them was they are relentlessly protective of their schedule, and they don't let people steal their time.
So true.
Even like in an office environment, when people want to say good morning and they bring their coffee to the office and they want to chit chat, and they'll be like,
nope,
hey, good to see you, man, but I'm sorry, I'm plugging away here. Like, they're there to work and that's it. Like, and that's something, the human side, and especially the good Christian in us, I think we want the brotherhood time and the fellowship time, but I think the enemy can use that to kind of lie to you and go, yeah, no, you're just,
right.
You know, you got to be mindful anyway, right? Aware.
Your time is the most important thing that you have, the most valuable thing that you have.
And then it's gone forever.
Father has you on a mission and on his timeline. It's not our timeline. We can't be playing around with his timeline.
Yeah.
Very good. So let me do this, because we're right at the end here. So chapter 12. We kind of come back around to where we started, right? So how can I build a God-centered campaign? Whatever you're going to advocate for, as Jeff has said to us throughout this training, we're talking about working in the spirit, right? Because we know how this battle is won and how it's waged, right? Let's go back to the primary essential question. What can I do to create the kind of society that I want to live in? It's a little different than when we started this morning, right? That question was kind of nebulous. Well, I don't know. I got to figure that out. Well, you've spent the day getting to the point where this question takes on a completely different meaning, right? Because now you have an idea of how you can create the type of society you want to live in. What's your contribution going to be? Right? Now you have a much better idea. And you can find those answers in each of the chapter essential questions and the work that you've done today. We told you kind of get a playbook, like you get a blueprint out of this thing, and there you go, right? So if you guys take a look, we've actually laid out all the pieces for you in a slightly different way so you can see the different parts, right? That's on the following pages. And then here at the end, we ask you to start to pull it together. These aren't things you have to do right now, but this is work for you going forward. So
Yeah, I would get quiet.
Yeah.
In prayer time and stuff like that, and then go over chapter 1 and answer the question. Go over chapter 2, right? So that you can pull all the information forward, so that you have all of your ideas and your thoughts centered, so you get really all your ideas are coming together. Yeah. Okay.
And that's what you do over these pages, right? And then as we get into reflections, so that work that we had you doing, going back and forth, if you didn't do it, that's fine. What Juliana said, you can pull all those notes forward and begin to piece those together. And I say at this point, congratulations on getting through Watchmen Action training.
Wonderful. There's one page I actually think that we need to put back in there. I don't know how I took it out, but it was "Let God be God." No, it's not in there. It's not in the book. I don't know what we did.
Wow. Oops.
I know that's a huge oops. Okay, so chapter 12 is all about making sure that you're submitted to Father's will and that you're doing what he wants you to do, how he wants you to do it, which goes back to, it's his timeline. It's not our timeline. Yeah, I goofed. I don't know what I did wrong. I pulled that one piece out. Father leads. That's the most important thing. That's why we wanted to wrap everything up with chapter 12 of pulling everything together and understanding that it's for his glory. And he's the one who's doing it. And we're just the foot soldiers, right? Because Father can't have things happen on earth without our permission.
What you got there, Jeff?
I wanted to show you chapter 1 of our book is called There is a God and You Are Not Him.
That's so true. That is so true.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, that is the truth.
And aren't we glad we're not?
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Guys, congratulations. That's a lot to take in today. Well done. A round of applause for yourself. Jeff.
See you, Juliana.
Oh, you guys are so welcome. You guys are so welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Martha, Jeff, we'll let you guys get on with your day. Thank you for being here and being through all of it. The recording will be available in the next day or two. So you guys will be able to go back and go through it. And you are welcome to print out, if you haven't already, you can print out a copy of your workbook.
Yep, that's what I've been following all day. And I just want to take a moment to thank you two, because I spent a couple years with a nationally known conference group that you guys, everybody knows. And I'd stay afterwards and interview the people that attended the conferences. And the overriding thing was, that was all great, but how come there was no battle plan? And so what you all have done, and we talked about this when we met, is give us a plan. And so for once, I want everyone to understand this. This is not just more knowledge, because knowledge is not where it's at. It's the application of that knowledge, right? And then you'll never know who you may empower, right? And have a whole new group of people that's going to come on board. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, you guys. You are, what did they say, church? You are released. You are released. You are dismissed.
You may depart.